Bye, Blondie. That little piece of shit.
they're actually describing the present Ezekiel, right? It's this whole exponential prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using codes. Why would they do that? Well, because it might be more expedient to be a little crisper. Right? But again, what is one of the things these people like to do? Criticize the standard order of things. And do you really want to be so living as an empire? Yeah, like the Romans sunk 981 and God's got to kill them all. So, you don't publish that. You don't want to publish that because they'll crucify you. So what do you write? Well, your team might polarize the sea, and then you have coding. And the encoding mechanism is part of the apocalyptic eventually. So what isn't conflict? That's the first thing I need to do. I know, right? When people hear the word apocalypticism, they're thinking they're thinking all the crazy stuff happens in the world, and science going to come, there's going to be this, that, Babylon, Gog, and Magog, and there's going to be all this stuff that happens in the world, whatever. And so many people typically imagine that what apocalypse is about the future. Or apocalypticism has been filtered so heavily through Christianity that Christianity does tend to think that apocalypse is like something happening in the future, or Christians are going to have to live in their lifetime. Jesus kind of dragging his feet, but they should go back to this idea that stuff happening in the future is really for Christianity as shadow flavor in the wind. Ezekiel chapter 26, where Ezekiel made what at the time was the single most predictable prediction that one could predict. That is, Nebuchadnezzar would destroy Tyre. Well, he predicted that Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Everything. Right? It's just like predicting, right? Like Nebuchadnezzar everything here. It's going to take a little bit to predict. And the entire Tyre getting worked, Nebuchadnezzar was lost. And so Ezekiel himself actually has to come back later. He actually comes back in the same book and says, well, what a man was. He has to reinterpret his own prophecy to explain the fact that he was wrong, even though it was completely actually predictable. So, making predictions, especially clear predictions, is a bad idea. Right? Folks may know the very famous quote from Nietzsche, right? Never heard of too vague. Right? You predict on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2029, that you're very clear risk. And so, most of the prophecies, they don't predict the future by and large. Right? And everyone's by the way, that whole Nebuchadnezzar thing for people who are biblical literacy is a real pain in their books because they have to go back and explain why a prophet got it wrong, and then why a prophet admits he got it wrong, and then how he put a spin on it to fix it, and then they further spin on it to further fix it. And then my favorite example is, yeah, he eventually got conquered by Alexander the Great 400 years later. So Ezekiel was totally wrong. I'm like, this is really? This is about expectation of authority. The most Jewish prophecy texts is don't have much interest in the end of the world. In fact, when they do describe the end of the world, they almost always lead with fatalistic ideas. And the fatalistic idea, specifically the Stoic idea, was that basically God was going to trash everything at the end. And there's going to be some that the weekend would be destroyed by a giant fire, and so, in many ways, the predictions they do give about the end of the world are themselves just apocalypse. If you were to go to a Greek philosopher at the time and ask, what's going to happen at the end of the world, they say, the Logos, the fire, is going to consume the world. Sounds reasonable. And what was that? So it's actually basically it's really inside the Jewish idea as it is a Hellenistic idea. It's a Greek idea. So, let's put some context on this. I'm going to say what the apocalypse is in just a minute, but I want to put some context on this. What you have to understand about the rise of the apocalyptic is a time period in which it emerged the political and theological upheavals that lasted from
BCE, when Judea was destroyed, so the last independent Jewish state was destroyed, all the way up to around 135 of the common era, where the last attempt at an independence movement on the behalf of the indigenous people of Judea, against the Romans. Oklahoma was defeated, took hundreds of thousands of Jewish people the process. This political and theological landscape is that there is major breakdown, as I mentioned earlier, in the theology of the times. As I mentioned earlier, this entire theology is called Deuteronomic theology, which is again the idea that God Israelites religious things that are stuff, right? So that way it's supposed to work. The prophets, they're made the way they present themselves was as a voice for God, telling God that you're doing wrong, you're breaking the contract, and if you're persistent in this, God's going to punish you. God's going to break the contract. Well, after everything comes completely apart, beginning in the 8th century BCE, by the 5th, by the 6th century BCE, the entire Judaic state was completely destroyed. There's just a serious problem. The serious problem is, if the prophets were right, and if every single Judahite was massacred, well, that would cause them to conclude. Right? You break the treaty, and everyone's dead. Done. Right? That would be very neat. I say neat, I mean, not a title musical. But you would have been very fine history theological. Well, what happened? The Babylonians didn't kill everyone. They took the entire Judean aristocratic section into exile in Judea. And they kept on keeping them. Not in their lives. Right? Not in their lives, but in their life. And not only that, they had a good time. Every sense of records. The Jewish population living in ancient Babylon. And we know they were living slaves. They had land, they had business, right? In fact, their life was so good in Babylon, in exile, that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, Judea, by the Persians, and he didn't want to come. He's like, why do I want to return to like a rock that has no habitat? That's I can live here. These rivers, I can like live with this. This is a great time. I didn't want to go home. And so what you home, right? Little boys there, I asked them about why go back to a wasteland to rebuild something that isn't that great outcome? It's a crop in the middle of the Judean. And this was a big talk about there had to be Jews people actually pursuing the big event. So again, when we talk about the Babylonian exile, even by the reference of the Euphrates, whatever, all those Jews were not there. They were very happy to be in exile in Babylon. We know that as a result of the living here. The problem is theological. They're still there. They're still living on. What do you do when the prophecy is that you're supposed to be destroyed and you weren't destroyed? So, does God make any deals? Do we should still believe in Yahweh? Like, the temple's been destroyed. What's going on? What do we do with Israel? The covenant doesn't make sense anymore. The covenantal theology doesn't make sense because there's a remainder, a contract. So, what do you do? What do you do? Well, there's a couple different options. You can try to maintain the old covenantal theology, and some people did try to do that. Some people did try to do that, but you can see the logical problem of trying to maintain it. The covenant's been broken. The Judaic state's been destroyed, and its aristocracy is tobacco. You're still alive. So what to do with that? That's a real problem. Well, there's ways, there's a way of settling that problem. Right? Way of settling that problem is by shifting focus. Right? Never let a good catastrophe go to You simply innovate your knowledge. It's emerging with a new kind of Judahite theology. In fact, I might even argue that Israelite religion went into exile, but Judaism came back. The religion of the Israelites practiced the tribal behavior, killing animals, burning killing animals, burning beer, and burning peace of the sky gods. No one here recognizes a religion like that. What comes out of exile is a theologically innovative, renovated religion that is much more like Judaism than my predecessors. So what happens is that they innovate. They theologically innovate. They develop a new theology that maintains the track of the old covenantal theology, but radically, undergroundly, philosophically changes what it all means. And so one of those kinds of changes is the big change is calling Jesus to be the God of Israel. To make this work, God has to be a God of everything. Not just the God of Israel, but all the other gods names in that world. Monotheism, right? Your God exists, my God exists, but my God can be of your God.
So he puts his mind to it, and he learns all about it. But not that one, and he's not easy to understand. So the next thing is this Jewish. The next thing is Jewish. I mean, there was a secret from the world. I think you give us a share of things. What's up, Bahama? Share up, share out. Gives a share of things. What's it? Okay, I'm gonna lose. After they finish, we have to go around and very much we know that we can see simple. All the things and I remember the next thing you public embarrassment. I know what you try to do. So what did he do? How did through the out of the beach. So close out the air, and then I see him coming the fish. So what happened? So I said, I don't say that when you say so severe, there's not going to stand something. There's no leaders, there's no problem. There's no leaders, there's no problem. This is how you treat every day. This one set up, you would have said that from Kenya. If you would have said, I'm sorry, I didn't forgive you, I'm sorry. You would have said, I'm sorry, I was putting up there, that's for public embarrassment, not watch you. Public, that's the traffic, it's not very you know what I said? So now the classic Kushkas and this stuff, the shepherd wants up from me from the front, they don't have any, but classic you look at the shepherd. So this is what happened every day, it's not this one. They would like their questions out, they would basically about a problem, and they would put it, they would like throw it out of this language. And then the answers would come back, whatever they do, whatever they want the answers for, and then everybody else would answer their own questions. And then we will see. I don't think that puts part of it. So you'll see so it doesn't make any sense. Because it's too good for me to come and sitting outside or sitting inside. I don't know how I'm chilling me out. Now you can do it. So chilling me outside, okay, we can bring it back here. However, for you, the symbol is that name the Schweiz and the Schmidt. But the chilling outside, you're going to feel like that. You got you will say over the rhythms in your names. They look at my here, that means he wins over the names. So when you're hearing, you'll say wish for me. But when you're hearing, will be known as a Hebrew. Others say, and the same meetings will be known as Yesh. Right. So must be the Bahama, Zilhaisu. But then we must have a dream. That a dream, meaning the dream like that. We were told, go and wrap this up to the world. Rabbi Nasser was to reconcile, and Rabbi Meir law also. Rabbi Meir did not fire. Others like Chavomas, the Ma'amin, the Lomarico. Because Rabbi Meir said dreams are inconsequential. And I was like, how tragic is this? How tragic is this? And again, listen, how the part of the world you must look my line also. And I remind you of part of our work that we went to the line. It's not only to look inside with God, but to look inside with and she says it's not really dreams the harder to reconcile with people from this one. Right? It's partially what you need to do and if you have all that as it is what is incumbent upon each of us. So we might be like, he reminds us, as you also have said, until the only you can handle the cameras that are born, you may have it based in Shavin Funanasi, so that we not going to ask for forgiveness from children real. So, and he said, the children once we said it is enough that your fathers don't in the position of our people. We think you're going to handle ultimately so probably that we lost his father was very influential. So we keep showing from the position ultimately again of our faith in for sure getting a little bit of what we are to try to do what you did. Nice thing about Rabbi Rothschild and Rothschild, so that's what we do, right? So that's sort of part of now that's sort of fascinating with it. Okay? Two, Rothschild has a son by the name of Rabbi. Have you guys seen? Rabbi has a son who is named Father Rabbi Shimon. So his grandfather Shimon Leon, Rabbi Shimon's son, Rabbi Shimon, only. Here we tweet up, now, that is the son of Shimon the Baal of Tura. Now, I can hear the record to be just one time. Ultimately, which the name of Achim, so young of Shimon says to his father, Rabbi, I'm going to meet him, I'm going to Shimon name, I'm going to show you. Which was the honesty of all these people. We drink up their waters, and we put another name. So, who is Achim? Who is that? And the grandson didn't know the story. So, I'm going to so Rabbi, so his son Shimon, and the other tradition of Bocha, he's looking for ultimately really trying to uproot their cover and recover the father's house. In other words, he's really trying to return the way. God, boss and God, so that's some kind of lesson found. It's fascinating. So the son of Shimon, says his father Rabbi, but the father, it's done. The love of the hatred of the animosity is often lost. Sometimes even when the enemy is gone, the switcher doesn't just down the hurt from the vision of other people. Sometimes the pain still is there. I know they really get that on the side. So the guy was leaving legs, he would have said, so that people things and what they did actually come to fruition. But it doesn't come to fruition. Sometimes you just gotta let things go and move on. Hard asking you should have listened to them. Well, I also want to point out, why is it that some people say it makes sense? When you pick up with interpersonal conflict, you cannot see the trees from the forest. You're just so convinced that you're right, and everyone else is wrong, that you can't see that what you're doing is actually you got cancer. So what is it? You take someone outside of it to say, hey, what are you doing? Why is it angry at the rest of your life? Why is it angry at everyone who's supposed to be who you love to get for the rest of your life? You can do that, but all you do is for yourself. It took the grandson, Shimon, who was made his grandfather Shimon wanted to say, what are you doing? What are you doing? That's what they're trying to do something parallel. So that if you realize that you're actually changing, how you act like, although you shouldn't anymore, you know how to throw the higher power. So that's how it changes. Instead of calling that mayor ultimately again a hero, that we should have more. We wouldn't give direct attribution to the mayor or mayor, but rather they changed it to the shredder. And he was setting the name, or as we said, we from the before. Or Rabbi, Rabbi, the Angelisa, kind of uninsurable. Even Rabbi was like, he was known for his incredible humility, did not state that he was explicitly learning what Rabbi there. Rather, again, he was saying he's sure. I'm going to marry the what's the first line? He who bought a shimmy the meal Rabbi was saying, your inside hands. Sinai of this, the top of your heart. So it's like, this is going to be a very scholar. Sinai of your heart. What is Sinai? A Sinai of something like Sinai represents someone who has a point of knowledge, someone who has a mass of luminous amount of knowledge. Open heart means someone who has legal capabilities. Any issue when it comes to civil who is considered to be a greater, who is considered to be a greater scholar. And I say, why is this matter? It's really so who cares? What matters is, let's say you ask me a point of Shiva. What quality would you be looking for? So I'm going to say, I'm Sinai, Lava, or Sisa. And you don't say, if you don't say Lava, so the word is so don't say Sinai. And then if you Lava Oklahoma. So the one goes in example, you don't see voice of Sinai, that was Oklahoma. Shuffle down. Eles me respondem, se sente ci lavano, ma tu scrivi, se lo conosco, e lui Sinai oggi. So they agreed a Sinai is better, after the coach is better, I'm not confused on my backyard, so I said, because everyone needs to meet self, what does this mean? You can be as analytical as you want. If you don't have the knowledge, you can't get anywhere. Just anywhere. So therefore, it is possible. Sinai is always considered the meaning of knowledgeable aspect. So that's as we have lucky, so therefore, we want to know how to Shiva. So you don't say one is Sinai, Rabbi matters, but if you say the position of the Rabbi. But Rabbi has your calculation, that we give you a Shiva for 22 years, but how do you know what it is? Only after Rabbi died, did you don't say accept the position of a Shiva. Therefore, shine on a Rabbi, but let's say the only basis of all the days, all the years, that Rabbi or Shiva. That Yosef would not accept any appearance of leadership. So that is one of the benefits of being a leader. She's actually giving that to go to the blood bladder. The blood bladder will come to you. You know, blood bladder. So that's the blood bladder come to you. Right? So all those years, you know, so that Yosef had that, she did not accept that. He didn't want to give any appearance of leadership. When Rabbi was there. Rabbi and Rabbi. Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Master, Rabbi Yossi. All these Rabbanim were sitting together. But in Sikha and they knew of Shishiva. I'm going to talk to him and say, well, make Rabbi Reisha, whether they say something that is getting refuted, or they come to Shishiva. We couldn't live up. Everyone advanced the halakhic statement, and they were all refuted. Abaye looked at them. Abaye ultimately again, the statement was not refuted. The Gabaray. This is incredible. As soon as Abaye made a statement that it wasn't refuted, so listen to this. So Rabbi saw that little Abaye's head got bigger. Now what does this mean? This is not ego. It's not ego. He saw that Abaye changed. There's something about Abaye that changed. Amalei, Nachmani Pasach. So at that point again he said, Nachmani, which was Abaye, teach us. And let's know what does this mean? That means it's tremendously so. A lot of times when we are faced with the opportunity to give them something communally, we become intimidated because we feel like we're able to do it. Not to be able to do it, just unwise carried because the resource has all the abilities. It's important to know when a youth takes on responsibility within community, when a Jew takes on responsibility in the community, whatever it is, sure you can you have ownership over them, will never let you go out of the world when you are trying to help this children. If you're trying to do something for the child, you will always have the right part. That's what it means. The moment that I value, the habits that I value, the other Shiva, Rabbi saw, he changed. He someone did. You didn't do anything yet. Right. The change was the blanket of Seattle the Shlomo. The change was the blanket of divine providence that enveloped him as a controllable, showing him, I believe in your ability to affect change within our community. Incredible. Corrections. Yes, again, just after that, see out of the heart.
That's what the Israelites basically did. When you shift is, not only am I going to be a part God's not moving. There's just one God. Monotheism emerges in the aftermath of this catastrophe. The Israelites is now said to be the only God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not just responsible for everything, responsible for everything for now. God is this is going to be the same word he's claiming to force in everything that is according to that. No matter how bad it is, no matter how confusing it is, in fact, the worse it is evidence of the fact that God is very simple. Right? So one piece of the thing where which was considered to be here, right, is that the Israelites are going to have to change the way they think about their relationship with this God. And the problem is, this God's going to have to tell you what in the world all this means. Which that is covenant and to start with. So what's happening if we keep it? This is what's happening if we don't. We continue. And we're still here. What's happening? Well, what ends up happening when it's emerging is that in times of prophets emerge in which God shows them the plan. Right? Again, here the language here, right? Before the prophets heard God and communicated what God said. Today, it's kind of prophecy sees what God showed them. Right? But communicates what God shows. So this is much more literary movement. It's much more visual movement. It's so distinct that we now think of it as a distinct kind of religiosity. It's not prophecy. They're not speaking on behalf of God. They're describing what God has shown them, what God has revealed to them. And that is a completely different phenomenological mode of experiencing mysticism. A very different kind of mysticism indeed. Now, what percentage is how do they get the ability to wonder what is this? And the answer is really complicated. The short answer is we don't know. We don't know. Because we don't have good records about how this goes next. The best theory I've seen is that what ends up happening is that the Judahites go into exile and they come in contact with an up-and-coming important religion called Zoroastrianism. Now you have to understand that when the Judahite aristocracy goes into exile, the Judahite aristocracy is still a relatively...
Alright, so I gotta get one of those sides. Pieces of close.
The ancient Babylonians are like the New Yorkers of the ancient world. They're cosmopolitan, they're literate, they have a culture that's been there for they are wealthy, they are giant. Egypt was more than it was a metropolis in order of magnitude than the ancient Judahites.
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual comic book sponsor, dedicating all the showing questions to this year's this sales levels for all these
When they arrived in Babylon, they've been bowled over by the fluid of their existence compared to that. I mean, it's like the Mississippi aristocracy being conquered and dragged off the mountain, right? You just can't imagine the show religion founded by Zoroaster, who don't know much about. Zoroastrianism team, identical sound, Zoroastrianism is a dualistic religion that claims good God and an evil God for the destiny of the world. The forces of good led by non-physical spiritual entities, and those non-physical spiritual entities combat with other non-physical entities that serve the bad guys. Angels and demons. That's over there. Now, this dualism is going to result in a titanic, catastrophic battle at the end of time. The forces of good win. The forces of evil try. Neither world, right? And not only that, they're even Zoroastrian prophets are getting tours of the underworld. That was usually our world. Filtered their way up to Europe, and we're fairly confident that something was here. The divine comics are probably influenced by tours of hell. They're asking, now here in the world, there's going to be a savior figure, Sasha, who will lead the forces of good and forces of evil. And at the end of time, resurrected, they will watch, right? And there is a massive set of literature, right, composed by Zoroaster, and the idea that your relationship with scripture is important in many ways than doing sacrifice man. That guy, there's some flyboy, those are the guys that show up to Jesus. Okay? That should all sound pretty familiar to most of us. If you take a look at Judaism, I don't know the rest of it, but shake it up and shake it up. You have all the ingredients for a great cocktail called Christianity or Islam. Now again, many people the idea that Judaism is influenced and changed by non-Jewish people. I got news for you. This area, they were into Zoroastrian intellectual spirit people. And I can guarantee you that whether
So now you are they should hustle fast. What are you talking about kids? They also big blood together with their customers. They should hustle the hustle. Whether they can do it and you can do it.
It's a way of doing religion. It's
They should hustle us or whether they can follow the religion. Just moving is primarily what's the halacha? No, what's that? Normal.
Christianity is just in many ways Judaism. It's when
Show me what's the halacha. What's the halacha?
Right. It's when the shift again, what really matters. Judaism becomes an adjunct to writing until
But you go ahead and do normally
also in Islam is also largely a religion. Again, it's a religion based on a God being shown it's fundamentally a
why doesn't
now what's no one's now in Judea or in Babylon says, I'm not to event like what they did was be religious. They innovated and be specific for the Islamic church to make their religion. We now hold that. Right? So it's very important to know so just not to apply to what you choose. It's always important to know when you apply
So the things delivered to the Lord is ruling. Residual task that ruling is equal to system or self-personal life. I even does the Hakos when he was based on the structure of the now, things being variability is the idea that God is feeling. Okay, that's the case one. Now I can totally have the other code. Let's say simply based on that feeling of one of the members of the sometimes I can't write. Go kidding about being rich. That's what we realize. What is the most mindset? Right, well, people in charge of intelligence. Now, here we have one of the same things like various kinds of things. To a human. Tell me, I wasn't know what I was very interested in. For us, nevertheless, still following the song. It was like, hey, Genesis. Like, they one side of it. Like, like, these things I know that sock is wrong. I know sock is wrong. So remember again, literally he was very important. Remember, the days in this is wrong. These things I understand that it's more dirty. In that case, says they, us, whether these things have The writer of that story in the book of Genesis never said, if that's where God it makes something right when women's child pain the pain that the child came free that way that says that the pain dangerous. It never says it wasn't. It just went worse. Right? It never says and that's why we're going through it. Right? Most of the grace should be discussed. Yeah, why the Russian nation will tell them right. But the one that says that it's very when are you sharing your personal life? When? And also again, you can say that this is what I did based on they're not really interested in engaging in the same kind of social criticism that we saw from the story. But you know that they're not doing it in a way in a literary form in which they insert those criticisms by describing them as if they're happening in your personal life. Right? Exactly. So they describe President this is some of the acts, that's going to be what acts of the own solution ultimately you are bad because God hates you. Like he's not doing anything. Like, I hate when people want you to, right? That's not what example is doing. All they're interested in is oppression, right? They're very interested in oppression and tribulation. Specifically, things keep happening to us. If our God will take us back us, and we have a special with this God, why did they create this like this is bad thing? Like, we just get bit by the run. These kids want to like, what is going on, God? Right? That's a real important question to ask, right? I mean, we all ask sort of like, why would it happen with these questions? It's like, why do we all do this? I mean, the individual knows that it's like, let's stop it. Everybody is guard, Potter. Ultimately, again, he's Potter. Also, in other words, he comes back to his plan, and he continues to go ahead and discuss the Psak, or teach the Psak as people in this, not in line with the ways of doing it. He's Potter, very skilled. However, Torah, not close, but if he has to, and he says, head up, if you act on this Psak, then what is he doing? But the biggest thing to give, we find in Psak, it's not just enough to say the Torah. That's why the way they have to say, the Torah outcome lasts. The basic Psak to be a form of Psak, you have to get, first of all, get Psak on the off, and then explicitly indicate you should act based on his love. So this is just one of the wisest for us. Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the Psak, based on his current erroneous. So now we say, okay, you acted in good faith, we should have taken no liability. Here you say that it works if the Psak was stated in a particular way. It requires federal activation of the halacha, that's part one. Number two, permission to act based on Psak lots. If I just give you this thing, really, I don't really remember so again, we must like this total base. It's not random. It's part of it. That's a correction of this. Punching the wicked riches. So yeah, listen, I watch this. So over the basics, and you can't get it up, you can get me to watch this. It's a other men outside of marriage. I remember, and then what occurred? Right, moving to that process now, what's that? Well, that's again, she is now why watch this. So he was not unloving us. Because remember again, all the sacrifice, which sacrifice was, but I recognize what without what? Without you. You're not allowed to ultimately now, to use the moral behavior, there is this arrival. It's a part of why we bring the punishment. If you know this, what's how should they formulate this out? Says ultimately again, David says, over the face of the us. What's the formulation of the sacrifice? David doesn't just say, Mother. David says, Mother. And you have to maybe between them. So again, remember, all of this is backing up the but the way to sacrifice things is formalized is Mother. Without it, and give you.
was a way of
So yeah, this is actually private class national هو أصلا يوم يكون so all this back Gazing gives a sound and or had weight based on this. Gazing was erroneous. Gazing was erroneous. That a lot of the nice Let's go first. Someone found it. Even though it turns out to be an erroneous sound, a lot of the nicer where it should be functional. That's all for the
Catholicism
So
was
we got here.
no words
The
of
individual went ahead and
showed
copied within the
this
sacred
stuff.
beliefs based on
We
the
did it next week. It's
stop.
scary.
You might say, this thing stop here.
Apocalyptic, right?
And
And
this is
Judaism,
really
right?
like,
So,
it's not chokers.
the rabbis never fully embraced the
Right?
point.
Moving is
Right? Because
actually
the rabbis
intentional.
are all about
Why is he actually
day-to-day
intentional?
keeping on of
It's
certain
like religion.
survival.
So you've got to stop these people.
The Titanic battle.
Look at it.
Right? The rabbis are
It turns out that it was an accident. But what everybody wanted to just say, V'kara hayas hayahid, v'asa al-hid. The individual came along and acted based on their word. Why did you do this show? Show you last
says it for every time you try to keep Messiah, God delays the coming of Messiah. The years that you have to wait. Like this.
Total basic
Right?
shit
When Rabbi Akiva says, right?
Pastor came with the same
Save us all. They're make fun of they're like grass growing your cheeks. Like, that's not gonna happen.
Part one, things in the hair, said that very Part two, moving is
Sometimes history right? Apocalyptic is very
moving
on screen right now is a short list of the apocalyptic literature from this time.
So
If I made a collection of apocalyptic journals on the shelf, it would be longer than the Hebrew Bible. Enormous amounts of literature, right, was produced in the apocalyptic genre. Dozens that were very popular. For instance, at the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are more copies of the Book of Enoch than there are copies of Leviticus. That's Torah books.
that says that
The
Caleb is put there,
Torah.
that the
There are
Jew
more copies of the Book of Enoch there. Therefore,
because he's following the sacrifice,
if we could take the
or because he just gets
right,
moved up.
as an implication,
That's why. Remember again, in this case, moving food consumption wasn't consuming inside. It actually was a cultural and yet, again, still with the other, because that sound is there, incredible. I'm going to show you guys here, my television is going to go amazing when I said it was looking, is highly located in the show. And it's ended up reading Will Hunter ultimately again this Potter Kian essentially Rabbi
you should rush into. It's part of God's plan, right?
like
Also become influential in the apocalyptic Christian and Jewish ideas. Also, exercise on which occurs in Daniel, translated. Literature, the literature of Jesus of the resurrection. And these are all apocalyptic, but also emphasize also the religion in itself. Jesus is increasingly emphasizes the same answer. The book of Maccabees, the rabbi,
so you got the
right? Also, by the way, that's the book. It's not about the Maccabees. It's about the reason why disastrous rebellion. The rabbis didn't want any more randoms. They were tired of this machine over to fight the Roman stuff. Because it just got killed. So they said, we're not doing that anymore. We're not going to prioritize that. And so as you can imagine, literature over the years for really strange things. Just because again, they all know and God's going to intervene in history and do whatever. It just happens over and over and over again with them that. The rabbis don't like this. They think it's dangerous. They think it's wrong. And eventually rabbinical Judaism, right, moves past very little that gets produced, but not so much. Very little gets produced in the aftermath of 35 to 35. But there is some, right? There are some texts that do some
hold up, I don't think I should show you that. It's too good. And then exactly the date showed you that feeling. But I said, why do you that Rothschild show you how he just that is here, that's it. They totally hit what's our kind of located again, do they not make Your mom also gave
Donate to that dude.
Answer to that is yes. They usually cover us. That's what we call a shadowy yes. So someone who refrains from they usually cover our shittiness. That's the type of person who thinks about us ultimately. Firstly, if someone has sinned, you don't really have to have this. What's absolutely however, most shopping somebody they go to the covered on that is delivered. Isa, how low sharp
Just search and over to Esoterica. Explore your king in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how these ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, that Kabbalah was just one thing. Of course,
the metric for compass is I bring the carbon compass for committing to show. If I would not have put in the Avera high as knowledge, in this case again, even so wait, it's Taylor. We would have said, so what? So what? They just said that it's mutter. So what should my carbon compass in this case? Example. Maybe it's all the time. Also, on a papa can solve your even if he was not done with how to really what I'm saying is since what makes me and then start using this as others when you would not be publicly and then when you make hear this and basically you start happening again it's also going to attract this behavior so they can realize that shoving yesterday was it was still performance kids if you had the challenge you would have stayed in this case it's just had days and found that their socks were like this, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when we can find out that the socks are specific ways, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case. We have one kind of knowledge, he would have abstained. And that's why this one opinion says he despises the process. Bring the time. Rabbi, remote the Rab, she was mashing the rope to see them. So one says, this is now another topic. I would say, what we're going to get into is something. In this case, it's only happens without. What's happening in this case is the erroneous disciples. And the future is that's the situation. That is called hard economic governance. It's very special governance law. Now, in order to do that, 51% found to go ahead and apply the society. So say, watch this. Let's say you have to be about this law. You can this place, this guy with scale. Right, so I can watch this. Say the concept. 50% of solve this law. Age, anyway, age side. Guys, the scales,
Great. I watched your documentary about socialism. It was
why is that?
very disturbing. Kind of shocked to have
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. Everybody, stop what you're doing. whatever you're doing, whatever you think's important, stop what you're doing because we're all on Riser's time. We have to listen to his shitty microphone. Literally, it sounds like I'm in a fucking Jansport backpack. Come on, man.
Seriously?
Dude, it's like you're blowing into your microphone. It's
No, it's not making noisy noise. Good.
okay, fine. How are you? Kicking ass, taking names, thankfully. When are we going to watch the Michael Jackson documentary, dog?
Yeah, your mic is glitching or something.
Yo, dog, I'm perfect.
No, it sounds like you're in Nigeria. Right in the capital of Nigeria.
Yeah, well, that's known as Lagos. And it would be a privilege to be in Lagos because all Nigerians, including Bitcoin Obama, are amazing individuals. Next question.
Man, but their mic quality is a little shaky.
Dog,
Like 99% of the time, I'm shady mics.
all right. When are you going to answer my question and not critique?
Is there a coin? Is there a good coin?
Yeah, it's called the Jansport Backpack. Next question.
What the fuck is that?
It's a type of backpack, dog.
How is that self-like it?
Because your mic sounds like it's in a Jansport backpack. Their mics are pretty much perfect, but to please you, they will have the backpack mic coin. You still haven't answered my question, and I'm still awaiting an answer.
I'm gonna play a documentary tonight as usual. Is your Jackson?
Doug, stop this. Stop this. That's what I want to watch.
I thought you watched
Good for you.
You're supposed to.
Dude, in one, I didn't want to do it without you. So I did read some. I read comments and stuff. Seems to be really interesting. So let's watch that tonight. Oh, dog.
Yeah, your Wi-Fi. I don't know. It's not. It could be me. It's fine.
It's totally you. I hear myself on another device.
You read some comments. Okay.
Yeah, no, it sucks. I should probably. No. It sucks. Can you wait 2 minutes and let me restart my computer?
Sure.
Excellent. Can you hear me? No. Oh yeah, you can.
Yes.
Is it better? Too soon to tell.
So choppy.
Yeah, my I hear that device a second to start up. A moment, I'm gonna leave and come back.
Oh, I know with that.
No.
I think you probably still hear me talking, and there is a really sick documentary called Word Wars about Rabbi, I believe, and that's on the list as well.
Okay, when are we gonna watch the Michael Jackson one?
Is it about his death?
No.
The doctor and shit?
Doug.
Is it about the Jackson 5?
No.
Is it about what's it about? What part of life?
It's about the accusations that were made against him and how they could be false.
Okay, I mean, I think my mom probably be interested in one.
Why the fuck not?
She likes to censor herself. I mean, similar to Jackson. Michael Jackson too.
Doug, shut
Topics.
a fucking Pet Cemetery documentary. It's one of the most boring documentaries of all time that circled around death of animals.
No, it was a positive documentary giving a good sending off into the next life. See, I think there's a stigma around these cemeteries, but you think that they're morbid places, but that documentary really changed my perspective and really like gave me a view that it's not actually it's a sad place. It's not actually necessarily a negative place. Because we all at some point want to give your friend a good resting spot. There's really, it's like a nice gesture almost.
Okay.
And better alternative than chucking them in the soup.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Can you hear me?
I don't. We'll see if choppy it is.
Yeah.
If you can hear you, then you'll hear your choppy.
No, I know. I can tell that. Okay, I want to just quickly say.
I know some people in Nigeria that
Yeah, I bet they sound like they're in a backpack. Dog. I've been publishing articles recently, and I think they're amazing. I think they're probably the most sound logic articles in the history of humankind. And when you have time, I want you to listen to them. And they're only like 2 minutes long. They're not really long. But they're going to change the world, and I just want you to know that. Is that okay?
You're not using AI or like yourself?
This is what I do. I talk into my phone, and I say, I'm writing an article on XYZ, and I want to make sure to, this is the point that I'm making. So, like, the arguments that I'm making are about ad hominem attacks. If you don't know what ad hominem attacks, it's Latin. Ad means against, and hominem means the person or the man. So basically, instead of critiquing someone for their shitty mini golf play, you just say that they are a shitty golfer, or they're an anti-good mini golf player, or whatever. Like, you just attack the individual. And I think that's unfair. And I also think that there's a strategy, a very important strategy, debate, that the king of the hill element, which is like if you can call out your opponent for using Adam attacks, there is it becomes like a paradoxical um, element that allows you to basically take ground in the argument. You're basically calling them out for using name calling, and then you're going to destroy their argument. It's like added.
I mean, the same is true with like fallacy. Any fallacy you're pointing out in your opponent debating skills.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
Especially
I call it.
Especially the ad hominem.
Yeah, the 100.
It's like the lowest form of attack.
Exactly.
Even like the presidential debate with like Biden and Trump. It's like they're not supposed to use that, and they're still using it.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, when Trump calls Hillary lying Hillary or whatever, or he calls Joe Biden Sleepy Joe, I think the best thing that they could have said is that's an ad hominem attack.
Yeah, that would be
Wait, I'm serious, because not only does it deflect whatever the reference is, but then makes him look bad for resorting to that type of a tactic.
I agree.
Exactly. So,
especially when it's like supposed to be professional setting. It's not done just in like presidential debates. Like there's in like courtrooms or like any like formal setting. It's still happening. People are trying to like slander people.
I agree. And so,
or in the Senate of like the U.S., especially like Pam Bundy or Patel or whatever, like those or they call attorney generals or governors. The governors like using against people in the Senate.
okay, you mean Congress people, not governors. And I know you're not American. So I get that. Okay, you're 100% right, and I hate it. And I see this done all the time, and so I would really like to. It's a 5-minute read, but you can listen to it. Makes it like 2 or 3 minutes. I am going to. I really want your opinion on this because it's what we're talking about, and share it with you, and you can just listen to it on your phone now, and I'll be here, and then I want somebody's opinion on this because I think it's really good. At one time, I was making this argument to Caspian Sea, and maybe I wasn't making it properly, or he was just not paying attention, which I totally understand. But I want somebody to like understand what I'm saying. So I just sent it to you. It's in your Discord messages. You need to click on it, and then once you click on it, there is a. Let me make sure there's an option. I don't want you to have to read it. I mean, you can, but I want you to just be able to listen to it. If you can't listen to it, then we're gonna find.
I can read it.
Okay.
I'll digest it better.
Okay. I'll be quiet, and I very much appreciate this.
All good. I'm starting.
In order to create individual ability at that future, so it's this is the tension. This is the tension. What we want to create individual liability, and obviously after individual liability is going to be what we call collective liability. That wrong versus the flat. So we need to say the issue. Quando sono nero, quando la vita. Essentially, what is a client case, but inclusive case with a liability. So is the fact is the individual case these are like in about to just understand that the traveling parties all of you again
Secretary at night.
Word.
the ones we hired once, right? Because everybody's grouped, but essentially all the claimants are grouped into one shua versus Pratt, which is going to mean again all the claimants are broken out of individual life, and therefore there's going to be liability for each individual shua. If the shua comes along with yours, that's going to be that's about it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines down from the top. So shua says like this: the clown of Rabbi Meir, the clown of Rabbi Meir, ultimately is the equivalent to the clown of Rabbi Yehuda, and clown of Rabbi Yehuda, clown of Rabbi Meir. Okay, that's what this one. So we'll see this play out a little bit more specifically in the Bible. But the other one says, Hakol Modim, the Lolaka should be Prat. So we say, one comes along and says, no. Everyone agrees that if you say the law, now what's that? Now, you have to be very specific with already over here. But the other thing focusing on is the love. The love. The love, not Lolaka, but that introduction of the ultimately creates individual liability. So naturally, Ella, the Lolaka. This is very interesting. Now, the other understands over here, he says the only reason the Lolaka says if I say Shua, that I don't have your Picadon, but the Lolaka. But I will agree that I'm not going to turn that on mine, because all these cases presuppose that I'm lying. So I'm not sure the open says everyone agrees that we hire for each individual shua. Here's the knuckle, guess? When I say Lolaka. Without the individual liability in that case. Rabbi says even without the dog, it's still an individual shua. And we would say, no, it's a cloud. Okay, what should I generalize? Raise the question from there. So what's in Rabbi Meir's world? What's his cloud? Because you remember again, interestingly enough, we quoted one book of Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Eliezer, and Rabbi Shimon. But interestingly enough, 3 out of those 4, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Shimon, quoted specific cases. Rabbi Meir did not quote specific cases. All Rabbi Meir said was like a general rule. He says cloud, that if you included all of the claimants in one general denial, you only have once. If you specify the claimants or you specify the denial code with respect to the claimants, you will call every single one. But in order to articulate what is a cloud and what is a cloud. So the easy to call what is your cloud? Sure.
Okay, I've read it.
What are your thoughts?
What was inspired you to write an article? Why did you write it?
Great question. So I'm going to be featuring of 5 podcasts starting on Monday for the next 5 weeks. The first one is on life extension. The second one is on improvement of the earth. Third is on mega projects. Fourth is on
Finding alien life.
no, that's the 5th one. Fourth is on space exploration, and 5th is on the search for intelligent life. And I have like an outline of what I'm going to say, and it's really short, because we have so many subjects to cover, and the podcaster / radio host who I'm doing this with, we only have like a 20-minute window for each podcast. They're not really that long, so I have to get a lot in. So basically, I was sending him my overview was, and he liked it. And then I asked him later on if I could put out a press release just announcing that we were going to be doing this series. Yeah, and so I sent him. I wrote a press release and I sent him the draft of it to approve, and he said it looked great. And then I started submitting it yesterday to different um, press release wires. And if you know how a press release wire works, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Basically, you have to make sure it gets approved. It has to be newsworthy. It can't be an article. But that element of it, the article part, stuck out in my mind. So I was like, well, this isn't an article. It's basically an announcement of an upcoming futurism series that I'm going to be having with this Australian radio host. And then I started publishing it on some free PR or press wires. And then I just watched it in Google. And these are really strong terms that I want to associate myself with, like futurism and extension and all that other kind of stuff that I like. And why this is important is because when someone uses AI to learn, I want it to be more about how I talk about futurism, and unless I bot people on Kick. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, strategy that I use, but people don't really know about me, and I want to know what my thoughts are and what I discuss. And like, you and I have long form discussions that are really interesting for people to be able to listen. Could easily be podcasts, if they had a little more structure. However,
I mean, we talked about AI, like AI. PGA, why the PGA isn't creating.
Exactly, that's a really interesting thing. But that Google and other search engines index, they don't have the ability to make those words out yet, the transcript, and publish them. So it just is whatever I title a video on YouTube is what it's going to be. And it already takes me.
I made a use, there's like kind of, it's like kind of cool, like basically a cloud computer that you can use. I use like tool to download the transcript of one of your 10-hour Twitter videos, like I specified Twitter video, where you're talking about the and then it grabs me, like, downloaded the video, the time frame that I wanted, and did all that. But yeah, inherently, the video did not. I guess it did not.
Right. So at least with YouTube, so you did this with X or YouTube?
I use some Google Cloud to do like cloud computer thing, run coding, and then do everything with pre-built.
Get that? Did you use an X link or you?
Video is from X.
Okay. That's probably true. It's facing me. It has the recording near me. I agree with you on that. And did it do it?
Yeah, it did. And my was like just didn't like background me, but it still did a good job of pointing out what I was saying too, which was more impressive. It wasn't more impressive, but it had like pretty solid, like considering how solid the audio quality.
Right. And those microphones are not facing you. I do have microphones that are facing you. So you could, I'm sure somebody could take them and to get really great audio quality and then suppress everything in the background. So that's great. Okay, so like exactly what you did is going to be a lot easier in the future, and then the tricks will be like in an easier show. But I put out so much content that it is just it would be all day to real things and say what the summary said and everything. It's just when I first could not with my devices.
No, but I think you can downloading transcript screen summarize and putting them somewhere.
Doubt that current here's why. I'm live on 20 different YouTube streams right now. And let's say, right, how is it going to properly input the title and the description, make sure that you're logged into the right account and it's under the right video? Like there's too much navigation amongst the accounts. One is a lot easier. But then on top of that, it has to do X, it has to do Instagram, it has to do TikTok. It would spend all day.
If you're just doing the transcript, you don't need transcript. You just grab it from and maybe there's like two Discord versus your room, the best combine two streams. It's possible to download the transcript and then you could build like a bot, and make a bot that just creates a video title,
I agree, but then I only have a video that has the transcript in it. And then what happens, which inevitably happens with a lot of my accounts, if you just lose it for whatever reason, copyright, or because Zoot talks about ending anything or whatever, like then I'll.
I'm not sure. I'm saying that like audio, like with the video game, the audio are virtually the same.
I get that. I get that, and I mean, I really like YouTube video. It just tells you a summary of what the transcript says.
And they have generally you can summarize a question with AI on YouTube.
Right, it's great. And it's very accurate. But what I'm saying is, without even having to plug that in, it will just give you an AI summary of every video. We're not far away from that. Can you agree?
They started doing that on Facebook, and for some reason it went away because there's people off, myself included, just like we have some random Facebook posts like just give me an AI summary. It really just give me the option. At least the option to exclude this because it's super annoying. Now I don't see it. I didn't even have option. I didn't even have the option.
I made a video on this topic to some extent for Instagram. To you, Fire Monk, what do you think? What do you think?
Like a self-immolating.
Exactly. Like that guy. His name is Quinn Duc from Vietnam in the 1960s. That guy, right?
Yeah, protesting.
Exactly. 100%. Thank you. Okay, so I typed that into Instagram, and the first thing that it was like this AI description of like some video, and it's like, dog, this man sacrificed his fucking life against really religious oppression, and that Zuckerberg and Instagram think that someone who would look this up, a very historical event, would instead want some stupid game that nobody cares about. Or maybe if you cared about, that's fine, but like it's not as important to me. So I just made this whole video of like, what in the F are you doing with your AI? Where
you know the reason why? The reason I know is Instagram I follow he just does like these like improv commentaries on these stupid internet clips. And so I was sending him a guy and there's like gone below and the train is moving, this guy's trapped, this guy's moving clean, like red body, you're but and then the train is like it's suspended like a road catch, which is like fake, like behind a locomotive. It won't be good. And so then the dude somehow enough timing between like every car where like the wheels were far enough apart where he could like tweak under, and so he managed to just tumble like just barely underneath. No. Yeah, I sent this to a guy and then terms and conditions, which basically promoting violence of any kind will result in account ban. So, like, you cannot post or be like dangerous on Instagram apparently, which I see a lot of dangerous content on Instagram. You post rock climbing videos, but like rock climbing is dangerous, and like all types of shit that people do is dangerous, but anything I guess it's a little gray area. Dangerous. That's why we didn't show up.
no, it does show up, but you really look for it. I agree with you though. It gives you a whole description of it, but that's a newsworthy event. That's a historical event, and to me, it was just like equating some video game with some historical event that's given. The historical event than some fucking.
I mean, it's like a speech on Facebook, arguably like a platform, all these horrible events.
Yeah, that's
sites like Wikipedia, will tell you all about that, or other site really.
That's true. This is something that drives me is that they allow you on Instagram, and
in Australia apparently.
Yeah, 16. Zoot's pissed off about it because. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Zoot cannot do the Zoot charts now without it.
And did you know people who faked her pregnancy? Yeah, so Zoot's in shambles. He was going to be a father, he thought.
Yeah, it's like a 30,000 chance.
Perhaps. So, in LA, they just had a trial for Meta and YouTube or Alphabet, and they lost. And it was basically these platforms push content on children, and they do. And I remember having a major issue with Facebook when it opened up to 13-year-olds. I remember thinking, in order to make a contract with someone, you need to be the age of majority. You need to be 18 years old, and basically you're asking children to enter into a contract forcibly. And I just never thought that was that was proper. Now Congress said that they made a law that said that you couldn't you any day went under 13, so that's why third number. But with all that being said, I as an adult should be able to have a that says don't show me anything from anyone under 18. I feel that is normal. Like, I don't want to see children. I don't want to see some kid who is doing a TikTok dance. In my opinion, Instagram and all that should have a teen app, just an app. You should have to be 18 years old to use Instagram or TikTok or whatever else, and everything else should be under that. I know that kids are not going to necessarily follow those rules, but there's nothing I can do about that. Here's what happens to me. I really do my best to just, even in this Discord, every single person who I send an invite to says, please join if you are an adult. When kids come in here, I have to ask how old they are. I had to kick kids out yesterday. I feel like the old man on the porch saying, get off my lawn. But basically, I have to do that. And it's really, to me, you can have the things like, like Ham already allows this. Like, they call them like whatever. They call them like banned words or whatever. You can say, don't say anything for, I don't know, Venezuela or Canada, or not just German shepherds. The color show me anything with the filters. Yeah, exactly. But you keep those ages, and I'm not. It should be for all ages, but at least minors. To me, I feel like we should protect, but also protect adults. There should be a separation there, and there isn't. And I just think that that's bad. It happens to me. Any on TikTok. Here's what happens. I use this bot on TikTok, basically like takes a random song and uploads it or whatever. Okay, well, whenever those random songs are uploaded, there's like a couple minutes in there while they're uploading that TikTok just shows me a random account. And sometimes the people who do the random account do lip syncing like I do, and it's really good, and it's to a song that I really like. And so I'll be like, oh, I want to follow that person just like a normal individual would. So I'll follow, and I followed maybe a few dozen people who were singing a song that I liked, and they were lip syncing it just like I did. But then I started looking into the accounts that I was following, and one of them I see says, I thought I saw somebody who looked underage, and I looked at their profile and it said 19. So I'm like, okay, this person's just. But then I started checking all of the ones, and one of them in there was some girl who had a parent. It's called parent managed account, and so basically, this parent is. I'm sure their kid was like, I wonder, and the kid was like, okay, but I'm gonna make your account. So one of the people who was singing a song, fully clothed, I had followed. So I went through and unfollowed every single person because I don't want to be following anybody who's not of age. And I just feel as a user, I shouldn't have to make that sacrifice. I shouldn't have to say, I'm not following anybody because the site is showing me children, and I don't want to be following children. I don't think that that's a good strategy, a good look, a good exactly. I I just don't want to. I mean, and the fact is, you can say don't show me on a platform. Don't show anything about iPhones or cats or whatever, but you can't say don't show me children. It's like the app is forcing it on people. They're forcing children to see adult things, and they're forcing adults to interact with minors, and I don't think it's right.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, typically in society, like people the same age, like hang out together. Majority, unless they're like a teacher or something, or a parent.
That's true.
So, it's kind of like why it's just like too much of a fuck. And there's not enough borders in place or any friction preventing those.
They already
groups from interacting. Really,
they already
like on social media, like TikTok, like you can just make an account and interact with anyone.
They already do. They say you have to be 13 to be able to use the site. So they're already drawing the line at 13. And I'm saying draw a line at 18 so that I don't have to interact with any of these people.
Yeah, in Australia, I mean, interesting experiment that will even work. I think it might backfire because the kids will still have phones. And they're just going to be like, okay, we can't use Instagram, but we can use Skype. And then they're going to download Skype, and then they're going to be in a group, like some group, and potentially be exposed to horrific things because there's no regulation in place to prevent random internet people interacting with children. And there's probably could be like less moderation sites that they flee to, like refugees.
Okay.
Internet TikTok refugees.
That's fine. Skype's not even a thing anymore. It was shut down by Microsoft, so I get what you're saying. But like, there aren't that many places, and at least for the big ones, I don't know. I just don't want to see children, and that's my prerogative. There's no thing on there to say don't show me kids, or at least kids accounts. Some people want to show them with their family. I mean, whatever. But I'm following the adult. I'm following the senior-old person, and that's just how I feel about it. And I'm on social media much that this is just a setting that I think is necessary. I see a lot of adult people on X that use the phrase MDNI. Have you ever seen this phrase, MDNI?
No.
Minors do not interact. Now, I didn't know what that meant, so I had to look it up. But it's basically like, don't interact with my stuff 18 years old. And I see it on X. I see it on Discord. I mean, if you look at my Discord profile, it says 18 plus. I don't want to talk with anybody. It's a big thing. Like,
I mean, if you go to a bar, 21 or 18, I'm 21 or 18. Yeah, it's like. Yeah, they don't just allow the children. They don't just allow
I agree.
Or strip club or something.
I agree.
There's rules.
I agree. Here's an interesting one.
But no, the internet is just very low.
In its own way, yeah, that's changing. Okay, so X. In order to download X from the Google Play Store or iOS Store, it says it's a different kind of app. It's different than Instagram and Snap and other stuff that you can be 13. That one says you have to be 18 because they just straight up show porn on it. However, I get a lot of guys in Africa who don't give a shit about it, and they just fake accounts, and they come in here and ask how to get a job and everything. And I'm like, all right, well, create all these different social media files. And they're like, I can't, I'm not 18. And it's like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I met you on X. I'm assuming that you're 18 because it said you have to be 18 on X. But it's like, it's a loophole. I get it. When I was I mean, I can't say that I didn't ever say that I wasn't, that I was, just or whatever. It's just like an expectation that I have.
Did you hear were you aware of the 20-minute workout?
Enlighten me, please. Sounds familiar.
It's just like these workout videos, I guess, in the 80s or something. And since there was not widespread pornography back then, it was like the most provocative thing on TV that you can watch. And so these like aerobic exercise videos would come out and are in like these big suits and doing some suggestive aero exercises and that was like the closest thing
with you saying that, yes, I know what you're talking about. And, in my mind, as a young person, I wasn't sexualized by that. I just saw those as people who were exercising. But I know what you're talking about. The exercises that they were if you look at them with that type of view, then they're very sexualized.
Yeah. It's the closest thing about TV that you
Absolutely. Okay, did you like my ad hominem attack article?
I did.
Was it okay, nobody gives a shit about pickleball. Dog, I want to watch this Michael Jackson documentary.
I don't know if my mother will want to watch that.
All right, dog.
But maybe. What's it about?
It's a.
No, he's I don't know. We'll see. I got it.
All right, dog, take care. Peace.
Elsewhere, the jazz behind working cycles of individual performers. You hire not only for the individual practitioners, but also hire for the general shua in copyrighted code, i.e., other Shumasiat. Get all value, but that's talking about the 5 people. Claim 4 things against me. If 5 people claim 4 things against me, you know, saying I deny those 4 things to the 5 people, that what generates ultimately again 20 plus liability. So I'm saying, so interestingly enough, so there's still the question again. In this case, it's quite interesting. Let's keep on becoming a thing against me. So again, 5 people coming against me, each coming I thought let's say to that. Shua, Shein Lachem Radicum, repeating the song concerning the Shua to all of them. So the shadow is, and everyone will agree, that there's a 5 individual. Like when we for TV sort of Christmas, the shadow is 2 girls. To generalize it, even take a first shua, of aiming at something you have to quit. That's not focus. That's not focus. So you know like it. How many of you have left? Why do they? Why do they 11 years left? So it's kind of showing up. How much told you so? 5 people are here for the first day. The only one here because they were just can't have any issues, so we have that. Now watch this. So 5 people are coming against me and all copying the same thing. And what do they say? Give us the Chicago, right? Chicago is the top. Sherman said, and he's alone. He gives us something to and I think about lost iPhones, right? And what happens? On the record, I say one of the claimants. שבוע שאין לך יום כדור שנסיעה גזר בעבידה, so I respond to one of them. So let's say again, it's Ruben, so I to one of them. I say to one of them, Ruben, I swear to you that I don't have a Chicago שנסיעה גזר בעבידה. And then what do I say? ולא לך, ולא לך, ולא לך, ולא לך. That's what I do. And again, I use it to roll the clock to each of the rest of it. So now, so I say, what is the halacha in that case? Achad b'chayim, that was the point of the page, the last Rashi and that. Achad b'chayim, Achad b'chayim, Achad b'chayim, that's right. You will know the fact that Allah, apart from the becoming of Shemesai Chayim, they has a fast, has a time you should be shown. What kind of halacha was it with the Shaila? Right? So you know something that we have 5 guys were being against me. And those 5 guys were being against me. Chicago, deposit, Shemesai, alone, guess out stolen objects, I break the law badly. I swear to it's living. שבוע שאין לך ילדים, Chicago, Shemesai, גזר בעבידה. And then I say, hello, turns out that I'm on it. So let's say, so now everyone uses that we got me using, I'm going to be excited for it, right? Because we're looking at specified, we did all each of the things. The shame is, what does the club do in the rest of them? So let's say, so I'm going to be able to fire once for the rest of the claimants on the days, but it's dear law, so I'm trying to have to hire for the ones. Maybe I should be hired ultimately again for individual liability for each of them. The other claimants as well. So touch, so it's imagine, let's analyze, so touch murder. I read cards as string factors are. Let's say in this case, on the fighting factors, what's the case? If you got the polish, so I specified, the way I specified. I went to the guy that said, I swear to in the reality, but the right? Again, that's obvious. So we give my slash when we use that's obvious. So the law polish, by the way, let's be specified by the rest of it. And we should not know what the hell it turns out that's what. So once it's there, I'll get a 2 o'clock piece of up in myself. That really combines into everything else. Number 1, in this case, for the 5 people opposition, right? And all of this what's the goal of it? Is it so that you have in your possession hour loan, right? Hour loan, a left stolen up, and the lost outcome. I turn to you and I say, Ruben, sure, shit, I swear, you don't have a good in my possession, you are. You have a stolen object and you lost object. And then I say, below the car, That however nice the process are meant to be, an individual tries to show up for each of those guys. But it turns out that a lot of the nice was a lot of high indicators. Something was a lot of it, right? You have something to do, right? You're going to create it in a hundred, very happy. But that's a shop of place, and she went on the right way. And I said, so yeah. So to me, that was like, is that So we only try like a plot and not try like a plot. Back to our original plan. ونعكس شيء لو بخطر وننشر السياق ونجاز الواحدة المنفعل additional sport for general college sport and manfacil ultimately again for what for the individual sports that are introductory discussion. Okay, incredible. Vamos a hacer unless the classica so we wish to look at what the interesting case where someone plays ultimately again so moving into repetition, right? It says the shimmy. You should just or you find it, it wants to have a fun and it shimmy played, and then he did it that. Shimmy played that he did it wants to have a fun. So this was a focus at and that's the mistake we people were long as they was because we are very guys I think that like shit is volume and she's like she is a little fucking right she was showing plus asmo she was about plus it's a plus potter so you can make yourself happy plus Josh Wolf, one of my favorite people, and a great comic and a great he's Caps City Club, great club. I just talked to Mark yesterday. Great club. I agree. How they got in, and you'll sell well there. Yeah, I love. I've always come to even the old Cap City. Remember that old I like those strip mall. Yeah, but I like those type of flat ones. Yeah, it's a great. I love that place. I remember the old Cap Cities. Yeah, that was always. Oh, gosh. I love that. But it's the same thing. All of the energy. Comes flying. I had so many great memories. Yeah, and then there's obstacles. San Antonio, it's like this. It's like crazy. In that place, in medieval America, it's just it's a little cavernous. The first time I went, the manager was like, "Hey," and he was like, "Just so you know," he said, "unless this place is sold out, a lot of times you'll see the black, you just won't hear it." What? They're right in front of me. Because he had like that was straight to the club where a guy had a seizure. A seizure. And, mass accidents. Ambulance, stretcher, that's the international. But yeah, you're right. If it's not packed, and even if it is, it's just. And this woman passed out at her noise. Head makes it's something when they fall without their hands, she fell. And it made that noise where even in the middle of the show, everyone was like, "Oh, what's up?" Waiting for the and then when she got up, it's so funny when people get up, they're like, "I'm fine," and you look at them and they have like a I'm like, "No, you're not, dude. I was at the rodeo with my family. There's this little kid, like, oh, Ross can't be more country." The dad has him standing on the top of the bleachers, and I can tell he's ready to fly. He's like, "Oh Christ, God, he's so nervous." I'm just yeah, not touching kids, I'm touching kids. Oh my God, I'm like, all right, kid. The kid's crying, and then he's fine. He's fine. And then the kid for the rest of the road, he was just a bunch of empty restaurant, just
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. That's because, yeah, man, shitty dad of the year just staring at the horses like, what happened? How many times were you concussed in high school football in any game? No, dude. I didn't give college. I got him doing college, too. They call it give your bell rung, and then I was the ridiculous fullback of the wedge. Must start on kickoff, too. So I remember you notice the main thing when I was in baseball. The pitcher took a horrified drive to the now, stud pitchers, I'd tell he's throwing shit about 9 and 10, 58, it's at 60 feet, right? Yeah, it's not a full 50. I mean, he's throwing heat. He's a Texas dad. Get on, please, son, get on up. And I was like, oh my God, like, I'm calm down. Like, that's it, right? The dad's like, don't touch him, don't touch him. He's like, breathe, son. And he's pitching. I was like, hey, I'm different. Oh, they're just, it's a different level of dirt on it. Dude, you look great. You are, and they do have this comment. I mean, it's my first week with the TRT boys. With the TRT boys, got new boy bands. Now, TRT. Oh, my God. Dude, T's are jumping. Hands here for TRT. Kids, they can't sing when they are TRT boys. The guy on the left is Jewish, and the guy in the middle is Samoan. The oldest dudes with the smallest nuts. My nuts haven't shrunk up or kept it on. Oh, okay. Eventually, nuts they're full of shop. Really going back to their original home. My mom decides like small. Are they? Yeah. You're taking a lot. I'm not taking more. I'm taking very little. But I tell you what, she put it on. She was like shredded. Usually people like circle use like the definition of muscle. Subway, that's what guys are like, guys, you guys lose. It wasn't anything the way I looked. Honestly, thanks for bringing that up. Oh shit! It's a baby dick, so that is not great. It doesn't make your dick shrink. That's a tiny dick. Yeah, that's a tough look. That's a tough look. That looks like child's dicks. Honestly, it looks like a thumb. Yeah, big hole. It looks like Brad Forrest dick. Yeah, his dick on. Dick pic. It's the only dick pic I've kept on my phone, but it made me laugh. Like, this dude looks like a thumb with a bear case on. Honestly, it had nothing to do with the way I looked. It had to do with working out. It's like, I haven't been out so it's like, it's not from me. So I'm working out. Yeah, dude. After that first half hour, I was like, I don't that's when you're like, dude, what the hell is going on? So I was like, I'm gonna try this. Plus, I travel a lot. That beat you up. People realize I'm like, sway and all that. Get out your routine. Trying to do it. For me, like, I would work out. And then I would do podcast day for at least 2.5 hours. And, I found myself for the first time in the middle of shows. Yeah, like I do my first show and I was like, I don't want to go out there. I'm tired. And then when I ended it, I was like, well, I'm going. And once I got back, I got on TRT. I literally don't have that anymore. I have that again. There's some weird thing. No steroids like that. Considered deficient. The doctor there, I did the blood work. If I come back down, it's a serious dysfunction. Way too well. Got deep into ways too well. Like, Denise was like, she high, testosterone's high, but you gotta look at your free testosterone. You gotta look at what's available. You gotta look at binding, hormone binding factor, which is older, especially for Mediterranean. It sucks up all the testosterone. I'm just telling you. I'm not telling you to do it. There are other things you can do. Let's just do it. Let's see what happens. Well, like I'm not terribly for sure. Well, it's like a peptide clinic, health clinic. It's a health clinic. They said you to because I'm getting gotcha. So that's my point right now. Connect you after this. It's close to it. But sometimes having for very time for some because big dick has a training she wants to start having kids those hers and then really just energy like the sword like how good like the sword I bigger at 3:30 what's up there's no let me go to her and then you can't if Billy wakes me up at 2 3 so I've been up since I'm good yeah I'll go from here. I get 2 shows. I do this workout. I get a film. I'll take time to practice. I'll be my first 12 hours. I'm good. This is what the all these issues. So way too much. Can't cook it up. I do. I am going to do it's really good. Like a very small amount because you don't get these spikes. You get this like a high, so you take cypionate. Some people do it, but I'm saying for somebody my age, like they were telling me, just try to do because if you do 5 or whatever is 8 I use all at once, you're just yes. So by Saturday, Sunday, you're like, oh man, by breaking it up, you're constantly this. When my doctor said I was going to have so those days are, she was like, you're going to figure out what you're going to do. And I think the quote she said was, hard pass and flaccid pass. My wife is 23 years younger, and when I say I woke up this morning with a dick that was blunt, a cat's claw. If a cat came and attacked my dick, the cat would come out with one claws. That's how far it was. I never have, but it's teenage. I mean, I'm paying attention to my wife. She feels good. See, but that was I don't think I don't get but so his wife was constantly taking naps. I would cook for the kids. Like that. There's no energy, just beat around. And so my wife was like, make sure your blood jumped up. So my wife, forgot your testosterone zero. It's zero. Yes, and then she does too. Her husband's like, you sick. God, she's a different person. He's like, I don't know, right? Yeah, it's all. He's like, I don't know who it is. He's like, she's done it. It's like, we've got back. She found balance. Progesterone, screw them out. Yeah, which is a huge cop. If you're watching this, they will manipulate that because they can really help you have certain level of testosterone as well as progesterone. To your point, like if your hormones are off, you are fucked. And most people are around, they don't get enough. They're able to get stressed, all these things. That's all they throw things off. Then with age, then the system shots. So yes, because I'm always so far 3 pounds. Just like to say, if I don't have it, okay. Was that your name? The group? I'm so paranoid. It's like my hair, or you're taking TRT. What the fuck? You jump right to snap. That's what you're for. Because it's not no joke. And so I'm not rolling around on it. I'm just going to work. If you're so many beneficial peptides now, it's wild. I always roll in like can I just say where I noticed it? Like I know it sounds without it. Like my hands. I know it sounds weird. Like when I was hitting the hands, when I noticed that thing, like the difference is like I was hitting this. I saw the difference. And I was like, oh, I was so slow. And then I was so fucking. And I after TRT, like I feel like my hands were like just strong. I was going to do some check runs. I should like how old is that? She's old. Very high. No, she's old. Is that a fight you're interested in watching? Yeah, so is that Robin should be is that the only reason she's like pounds are being fine with what's up? Yeah. But if I was a minus 4,000, y'all would be who would be a guy without you can buy I'm taking it in box. Yeah, I'm going for a box for 15 mil for 1 5. I'm best out for signing. And all due respect, there are people who really have like this. Yes, right now. Yeah, but that's what I would. I'm liking it. I'm going to do 5 mil. Yeah, you know, so 85 in Texas. We got 3 cars. Now, some names. Don't get realistic. I don't feel like chocolate. I'm going to. I want you to But he's Bam Bam. He's a strong boy. He's a strong boy. And his jiu-jitsu is pro level. So he's a nightmare. It's not fun. He's not out of his mind. But my guess is your cardio's better, Bubba. Yeah, cardio's right. Your cardio's better. He's going to dance better at your ass. Yeah, there's no like mystery what he's going to do. He's going to try to stop it. He knows I'm 48. I know. So I like the fight. I like the fight. Okay, in your mind, you got to survive the first. And then Rock's got a problem because he's got very good cardio. Yeah. And his jiu-jitsu is a problem. So it's going to be what's that? I'm saying fighters like you. If I get you, you're going to play with. You're going to fight everybody, right? What if I sent you to Japan to almost 5 I would love to say that. Like 5 little pages in your hands. Back with Andre. Man. Yeah. Can you tell me when this time? It's a tough case of corporate. I remember the first time I pushed the face to fight. Does not Andre have cancer? Yeah. What do you have? What kind of cancer? What is it? You mean 2024? And she's had cancer twice. 3 times. Yeah, 3 times. You're definitely coming back. If you're going to get a cancer, that's the cancer you get. That's not good. That is 3 times. My God. It's not hotter than here. So for 3 months, first of all, it's dry heat. It is way easier. So our heat makes no mistake. So I don't like you at all. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. No, I don't. But Vegas, dude, I'm telling you, the best kept secret about Vegas is weather. So 3 months a year, it's rough. That's what I'm saying. So there were 3 months of the year where I didn't go outside either. That's the point. Everyone's coming for 45 days straight. Yeah, Vegas. So we were in 70. It's fun. Listen, man, I like being where I don't need to be in it anymore. Like if my residence there, so I got 2 nights a week in town, just drive down and
I only have a trip in my home to say,
dude, it's the wise guys too. I told the wise guys because something's in money just being there. So I do my show, she did it back then. It's the thing about Vegas, man, is that people here like Vegas, and you know, like everything, it's the same where people are doing like Hollywood, like that's a big thing. Like, yeah, oh my God, it's a conversation. Oh, is there really not a conversation? It's so things about Vegas, like. If you when you were living in LA or something like, hey, let's go to Universal City Walk, you'd be like, yeah, call me, absolutely not. I go to the strip twice a week. You know, that's how true it is. I take some mushrooms. It's fucking nasty. Next level, you know what this year yet? No, drill diet. If I talk vegans or something, I went to Sacramento. I also went to the I'm gonna go see Backstreet. That's no good. It's not the Backstreet Boys. Access to the voice. It's true. Backstreet Boys are I don't listen to that because I'm a straight man. I know, but I don't like their music. I'm celebrities. Backstreet Boys has some good songs. I can't just sing that because you're on his It's terrible. I don't like that kind of music. Actually, music, dude, it's too hard. It's not terrible. I'm an artist, guys. Give me who do you listen to? Jethro Tull. Everyone's Tull free. The first time if I can make it, there's no political sometimes. I listen to music. My wife is a music girl. She listens to music in the house. I don't hear like this with musicians, but it's fun. I'm driving at 7 a.m. to the game. Dude, it's fucking Metallica, Rage Against the Machine, Eminem. All the rock I do is watching your kid play baseball. I so Jacob Hall for myself was a phenomenal rating, dude. And I tell you, so don't you think because he's good at baseball, yes, like there's Jacob, at 9 years old, this one, he fall off first base, crying. Because it was the first time I got one out. He just didn't. I was like, dude, you're out. I'm always on base. You actually, he couldn't he went to Vegas. My wife and I went to see his son was playing. My wife was laughing so hard because his son was running on baseball. Was running straight up. He looked like he was barefoot on pebbles. And the ball would be right there, and he would call it fast. He's like, all right, come on, do me. Let's go. That's like, he's also a kid. Coaching too. Yeah, so your son played for how long? He was a sophomore, and then he moved to a school and just didn't have He's literally for 12 hours. He's outside on a Saturday and Sunday. What is the correlation between size and skill in terms of right now? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. In puberty, size though, you play a major sport. Baseball, we're talking about baseball. I don't know what this was. But the kids, like, there was an Army age, that mustache, and he dominated. But he never put it until then. So you just don't know. So you don't tell a take. Especially if you're like, it's like top 20 information. You see the coach literally was like, they give all the kids like, we're going to dominate. They're just so they're doing 60, 65 change-ups. Curveballs, splitters. It's like, you're trying to target now. Just 6 kills, hit that, you're catch. I explained to Tiger all the time, like, we're talking about this kid was fucking. Top 20. It's required just not fun. That's super competitive. Set you apart.
Listen, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Appreciate the thing. I was going to tell our sponsors for it. Good morning. Oh. This is fair. I got a video to tell your comments salvation. Auch im Prinzip die Musik gibt und das Service für Annonceur. Smith and Swiss covered in Transfers are Somalis, Brazilians, and grandparents and husband then Jakob Akon Masha Bast. And she's from but they of us have a first book has no point. What if I could have Julian Literature, Julian Mishmas, Mr. Mark Schwartz,
it's like my son has anxiety with kids, and I'm like, I never had that. I was like, like this isn't good. Baseball for me, the best one. It's the best one to go watch. You're outside, it's good weather. You're not in the gym in the winter or rain getting wet. I mean, you heard. Did you go to hockey playoff get on? The skates were like at 5 a.m. To get home. I was fucking Jake was like, he was like, I'm really hockey. I'm like, you have to get you number 4 to get you a ring on 5. 0% chance. Baseball's great weather outside. It was my favorite sport to coach and watch him play. I freaking loved it. Is yours good? Yeah. What's his? It's both of them. So my oldest Tiger is huge. Just a big kid. He's out. He's got 260 pounds. He's got a neck this thick. He's got traps. He's just a big kid. Damn. Oh, yeah. He was 6 years old. The G code is obviously tight. This he's super strong to get the ball really low. But then the younger brother, she used to play with older kids. The younger one's such a monster. Like his fundamentals are crazy. For 6, crazy. Like he's Coach Davies, I'm like, really? There's not too many people on Tigers travel. But he's 6. But, in the upper division, like last year, first got it, like, dominating. So he's 5'8". So now he's on like the best thing they can try to find some coach with first tries. Because there's and they host first timers, kids are want to see if it's one. Then also kids are so he's promising 6. I don't have to talk to him. Like stepping, talking about turning to he's like he's gonna shit his pants when he goes to turning to signature second base and field the whole step. It's like get out and go for a double play. And so doors and so forth. It's like you gotta even say turning to. It's freaking everybody. They're 6. You're freaking everybody out here tonight. They're looking for their caprice and their Rothschild. That kid's staring at the sun. And you're talking about just as a regular guy, I remember playing baseball and some of those stand-up kids. This kid Mike Gomez, like he had to play, I think, pro, semi-pro. And when I remember I was in line, and I remember he was a pitcher. And I remember going, I can't see that ball, so I'm afraid of that. Also, I'm afraid that here's what's nice about Texas sports. It's like yesterday, like Tiger pitches and one people feel really good up for it. That's just and the coach, he's up another team, the Austin with him, but they have all sorts of age. He comes over and he's telling you, that guy pitched 2 innings. He's the all-time strikeout when it comes to nothing crazy. And he's teaching strikeouts. And I look over at that guy, who's at University of Texas. He's like a legend in that area. He's the head of the Muslim Crusaders. He took kids from 6-year-olds to 16. And 11 kids, I think, got drafted. So it's like there's I just look out like the coaching in Texas is like man, just when I was growing up, we all played 3 sports. This is just play. Even like I'm sure the fields here at Pristine, right? Yeah. Dude, they were dicey. So dicey. Like they're all careful. Oh my God, you never knew where the ball was gonna jump. And honestly, like the people who umpired the games were strong. Yeah, and you don't get into it. There's probably money into different. How many kids you have? 3 kids. Okay, you like 3. You have total 3. Total is 3. I have 5 kids. I get sometimes kids. You guys know who can use that, Jacob? You can be all. This will be, I think, his 4th year. And it's the best time I have ever had. I honestly, as soon as he started touring, I stopped thinking about tickets. I stopped thinking about anything. It is the absolute dream. We started in September, and then it was like 3 months in, he was like, let's just get on what we did. He said, let's just hang out, hook up. We fucking do that by side by six and half from 14. And I'm telling you right now, it will change the game for you. That needs some time. Yeah. But it's like, it's so good. And he'll be so, I'll be 70 and myself in 20. Hey guys, what's going on? Yeah, dude, I realized that these times are full of facts. So like the last time that's 6:30 in the morning, I did a lot of different games like drinking black coffee. And drive night is another great burritos. Best I've ever had. This is the best of my life, and I go, we've been here 4 years now. 4 years. He said, why going? When you're 10, when you're 14, in high school, I could be so I told him, like, things are going to go right now. I'm here. We spent all this time together. We have 4 years left in this book. So if you strike out, it happens. It just go. Just go. Like, out here. You go from Tigers to tennis. So if you don't want to be dead in 4 years,
who have not generally had a name as a collective group, like the Rabbis, and their efforts to build societies and Jewish homes and communities and education. And it's time that must start recognizing.
This is your response to it. I did tell him. I was like, I'm going to keep the vacation. That's crazy. Especially dude, he and I, like I said, we're 5 games. Straight up, he fucks with me all the time, which I love. I've started some games. And I told Charlie, and I'll just leave them again. Is he single? Yes. Is that weird? Like, it'd be weird, like, being too close to my camera. Tell me about the shits. Well, here's the thing. You'll find so we do the 10. Yeah, I know. That's 20. We can keep talking like that. That's shit. The only thing we don't talk about, that's it. That's what yeah. Somebody asked me to do a Q&A, right? And somebody asked me, you guys talk to each other about sex. And he said, are you asking me if I ask him how he fucks my mom? And they were like, good point. I was like, yeah, we don't talk this question. That's right. We don't talk about the one thing, but dude, we talk about everything, you know. When I put him in, I don't know, I had to put him in so but I felt so privileged, dude, for him to feel so comfortable with me. To just text me and be like, hey, because if we weren't, you did your job, Roger. That's how you know you're doing it. You did your job. You open it up, it's not scared. Everybody in this room, will never have regrets about it. You know, I think the biggest sin of foster women is leaving and not being there for his kids. And you'll never get over as a kid. And it is, to me, I lose all respect for any man. If you have to live in a different state than my 14-year-old and 17-year-old, but there's not a day that goes by that I'm not FaceTime. There's not a day that goes by where I'm not planning to go and see them. No matter what you got to do to be in your children's lives, they know that they're never most important thing to you. It's all that matters. And when I see people who are not like that, you know, I just, and I understand, you know, sometimes you have to work and you're gone, but you have to be in your children's lives. All of us here have, like, will never have that for you know, I had kids before anyone. So when I would go on literally with him and a baby newborn, and I would do my audition for that. Like, you guy, you were the comic. And I thought it was 5 kids. I did the stories, you know, people had 5 kids. You see, I was like, what the fuck? You know, we were a couple of fuck around Charlies, right? You know, all Josh had responsibility of having me home and raise kids. I was like, that wasn't respected when I drove home from the audition. Everybody else I knew, it's also the one around the audition, you're also a single man. So they were all day. I knew all my patients. As soon as I left that audition, I didn't even think about it because I had other more important things to do. What was your routine as a single dad? You wake up, get ready for school. Yeah, I woke up. How old were they when mom left? Call it 6'4". That's very hard. 6'4". had to explain to your children.
Well,
She had around us. So it was easier to transition. It was like cold turkey. No, it was easier. And she had been around, but I had been doing it essentially anyways. And I would go, dude. Places like the Improv, the Laugh Factory, the Comedy Store were all so kind to me because they knew I was like, I have to bring my 3 kids. And the Improv, just one of the staff would sit with them, they'd eat ice cream, and I would go on stage. I would always ask them first. I just need first. Let me go first. I didn't in the Comedy Store. Joey watched it. Joey Diaz? Yeah. Joey was their biggest. Joey was Joey Diaz. That is so awesome. Joey was their biggest. Great. Oh my God. Can I tell you? So he used to. Joey Diaz babysit your children. Go. He would, when you smell birds or kids. So I asked him where my dogs were. I go, hey, where's the sea? He goes, I put in the DRAW. I go, he says, the drawings, the fucking drawings. That's not how you spell it. He goes, yeah, but that's how we say it. I go, yeah, but you gotta spell it. We all gotta be together on how you spell it. She's making softball. So we were being able to read about he's a big about it was all I think my edibles and I fucking zoned out. He has the other parents doing edibles with him. Just zoned out. Imagine having Joey's on baseball. No, but back then Joey was also 350. Yeah, he's healthier now, but he was 3. And he was, as long as I made turkey burgers, he was like, I will babysit for turkey burgers. But he babysat for turkey burgers. Dude, how your wife this? I'm trying to make it with fucking Joey. Joey Diaz is the babysitter. Think about that. That TV show was bought twice. I'm sure it was bought twice. Of course, the problem was that one of the big notes in the network was getting toned down and Joey Care. They were like, what is he doing now? Stand up. Watch what he does to a room. I've always said, if you want to see a room in 15 minutes of Joe Diaz in the OR, flush you. More than anything. But it's like, Full House or Uncle Joe. Yeah, this is him on that. It would come on. Like Full House in the scores. They kept saying it doesn't seem real. Like, he doesn't get it. I agree. I'll bring it in. I'll sit with you. You can sit with him for 3 minutes and even you're in. Do you remember at the Comedy Store, and I forget if it was either his dick or his nuts, he and Ron Jeremy had like they showed their nuts on stage to like have a nut off. I'm an artist, so I don't do that kind of stuff. He used to wear the jeans with right here. So he would call the Cuban Eagles for something. He was on stage or something. But he legit. Ron Jeremy. What? Yeah. The champion, Chris. He was found to be. He had such bad dementia, he couldn't stand drunk. But he was accused of like some crazy number. The idea that dude was a dick aside of horse. He was the head job. Dead again. They call him the head job. He's the biggest porn fan. The other way. Don't you think? First thing I would have done. Wasn't he in jail? Yeah, he was in jail for a while. Yeah. Ryan's way off the ball. He's in jail. He's no longer in jail. But he was, as a picture of him in the mask, he just looks atrocious. I think I gotta get the first thing. I just need to see you. What's up, man? I don't get to see too many new things in here. Let's take a look. Man, I've been a fan for a while. Can you just hit it on the table? I'll get a pack of slugs and you can cocktail for me. How many ramen do you need? If I watch the people suck you off, I'll give you 2 packs of slugs. Yeah. No, I gotta tell you, man. People have asked me, why would you let Jimmy do it? But my thing with Basie was always this. I would rather have him. So sure they hurt fuck or whatever. He's a good person, good dude. Love my kids. And if shit went down, things he was gonna care. More than $15 an hour babysitter. You know, they're crazy. It's what's funny. You never have a man babysit your children, but if it was Joey Diaz, you'd be like, I trust him. Which is counterintuitive. They did this in the middle where there was a drug dealer out there for 3 drug dealer in Hollywood. This was back when, you remember the Denny's on Sunset near the Guitar Center, where there used to be hookers while you were in town. And so it was a bananas place. Did you ever go back down? Like, did you go to stores and stuff? When I go back, I don't generally. No, my brothers live there. My parents just moved there. I haven't performed the last 5 times. I get plenty of stage time. And I'm going to tell you something for real. I love the thing I do miss is chopping it up. I miss that. But I want to chop it up. I don't want to talk about how I in LA, and I understand it. When you step out there, you go, you're always comparing yourself for your own knowledge. That's hard enough. Because you're around, that's the way of success. It's how the machine keeps going. You never get the care. You're like, oh, I got this, but you know what's really going to make me happy? If I get this. Although, there are a lot of actors now who are literally going to Sacramento and saying, you guys are making it impossible for us to live in Los Angeles because nothing is shot here. It's so expensive. So we try to get taxes. Yeah, that's what they're shooting. Yeah, everybody shoots everywhere else but Los Angeles. And Los Angeles was chosen as the hub because the weather was predictable. Yeah. You never have to worry about rain or anything. You can just predict it's just it's Sacramento. The way to go. All there's up for this. It's in Atlanta, and we'll just spend the money to get ourselves out of this. It's over for the below the line. It's not just below the line. Because I feel like house, you can't even be a dentist and a doctor and buy a house nowadays. Like houses are insane. And then in the valley, imagine being in college, you imagine being like starting a new family, you're like 28, 29, maybe 30. The average house in the valley is $1 million. Yeah. What? That is exactly the valley. It's like, they can afford the Northern Hills is $1.1 million on average. Northern Hills used to be when we first got there. If you wanted to buy a big fucking place for $0, and so you go to Sacramento without making the political about Republican or Democrat. But anytime you have a majority, it's all Democrats, it's all socialists, all they want to do is keep taxing. And what happens, like in New York, Amy Klobuchar's like, yes, she goes, get on a bus and get out of here. Cool. And now she's saying, hey, we don't have a tax base to pay. What a surprise, Amy. You made it impossible for anybody that works under 2 cents to make business there. What you want is you like to make incentives to people who create start businesses so you can hire them. I think they do is a song because I think it's getting out there. You're the rat race. Good job, Sharon. Oh, fuck. You would have never done this about time with baseball. No, But I used to drive Vegas is very split. It's a very purple place. Yes. And because it's a world like that, it's good. Nobody talks about balance. There's zero talk test for balance. I love the purpose of the plus or anything else. So purple. You know, on one way of everything else. The other thing great thing about Vegas is just sure. It's like, but medicine's there. Is it people with money fly other places? Not down the street there. Yeah, there's no. There's no fuck about it. There's no fuck about it. But I get really sick in bed. I lost like 30 pounds. I was on infectious disease for 6 days. What happened? I had these 2 bacterial gut infections at the same time. The CDC fucking called me. They called me and they were like, hey, we need to know where these bacteria came from. Because if it's in the environment, she said, I asked you a question. She said, have you got that? Are you asking me if I fucked up right? That's not what I asked. I said, the answer is I used a condom and it's here. This is what I said to her. So I couldn't help being So, are you asking me for in a nice way if I had sex with a goat? And she said, did you? And I said, no. So if I did, I would wear a condom with my mom. It was crazy, but it was. When I had that, and then I had it to go, which is why the Bible says, don't have sex with an animal. How did you get it? So, petting sex with I mean, it wasn't sex. It was petting sex. I was at a farm in New Mexico. And there's not a lot of Purell at the farm. It's not petting sex. They said something goes through this bacteria. And I also had this thing called C. diff. Which was, man, I lost 15 pounds in 7 days. What is C. diff? C. diff is a bacteria in your gut. How did you get that? It's why I don't do meetings with everybody. It's like, from fucking dolphins, right? What the fuck is going on? So this is watery diarrhea. It's hard to explain the amount of shit that was coming out of my body. You're seeing cholera. You're seeing. So I ended up in the closet was like a paralysis. And so when my doctor was like, hey, you're like, this is what causes sepsis. So drive to the hospital right now. Jesus. He said, because if you get sepsis in your house, you can die. My friend's sister got it. He was like, you need to have sepsis while you're already in the hospital. So I went there 6 days there. And I was like, the 3 guys off of this. My brother was like, that's so awful. So after I get out of the hospital, I but the point of the story is like, are you going to go to the hospital here? That's the one. I mean, the hospital said also really. Just people from all your stage. Bring up cholera patients and take a look into what happens when so cholera is a bacteria and you get dirty. No children, just there's a video of persons as and there's shit flying out of it. It's a water hose. Why did you find this one? Because you guys need to see what's happening. There, wait, what's that? Oh, John, shit, this is crazy. Check this. Yeah, well, cholera was a major problem. Wait, what's the thing? What's that? Sanitation. Cholera is a serious disease. Dude, it's so bad. You die of, you basically die of dehydration. This is so common. People over the age of 70, 75, so reason for you. Yes. They die. Yeah, they die. They die. So it's the guy in the back in the hospital cleaned my mouth. I felt so bad. I felt so bad for him. The first day he walked in, he goes, I was looking in there, I was like, I wouldn't want to go in there and get fired. It's not good. It was not. I've been unlucky. I've been super lucky because I don't see very often. I seemed like I had meningitis. I had this C. diff shit. I've had some things that took my friend got an amoeba. We were in Venice. The Rothschild diet. And there was like raw market. So drinking green juice and eating raw meat on my friend. I got an amoeba, dude. He was a meat ton. Same thing. You just shit like all those things that we have sanitation and a huge development that was for human health and longevity, sanitation and nutrition and then vaccines. Those we don't have the problems usually it's the most that's why it's an emergency all the time. That doesn't your kidneys. I think it's supposed to increase your brain cancer. Really, when you're bigger, than the 5 to 10 milligrams of your brain, but then when you take more, I don't know. It does have to go take a serious. Yeah, stress. Yes. I mean, 20. I've been doing it for How do you feel about sex? I think about every 15 minutes. I was a lot of wrestling and doing takedowns. It was the best. So I got painted too. The club manager's like, man, it's when you're getting so loud. So I was like, yeah, it's not the opposite side. It's me. That's right. I appreciate you. I got it. That's what it is. I like it. Me too. I had one show that was live, and they were like, through all these. Really good. Just be that. I know you don't have to do the things that do it. Let's say fan base. Listen. As a talent, whatever his name is, he's playing the stadium. That's not my fan base. Yeah, that's not an excuse. 10 million people here. Yeah, I just need you over there. I'm like, this isn't fast. Great show since. So the first time I was there, the table, I wasn't expecting to see Indians and Asian. I was expecting to see now there is some Alabama. And I had a table full of Alabama. And I said, I'm not going to get the prices. It just sucks. Tiger comes out sickly. Teeth. The other show's like, I'm on here. And protons. Anyway, sorry, that's it. And usually, and this one, speak for yourself, motherfucker. Just this real Southern girl, she took that shit seriously. I was like, whoa, hey. You missed my ironic joke.
That's funny. Shout out to that Alabama lady. You're such a motherfucker.
It's like Marty McFly on chicken. Like, whoa, what's the reference? Did you give a reference? You thought I knew you would get this. No, that would be Back to the Future. And for me, if you go like feels pop south, we're insulting each other. I thought we were at some stage. There are certain things where you're saying, what's your, I never have. You know, I kind of have, I know who I am, and I say, no, I think that, we don't like being told certain things in front of the world where you have to defend yourself, right? Like, so I think a lack of respect. I think you're being serious, so you want to really do something. Like, we fuck around too, right? But if I or they're afraid and they're insecure and they want it, and you're like, but I'm not going to sit up for it. I think a lot of people figure out I'm serious joking. Stage. Don't talk something you know, just as long as you can tell. I know right away it's shitty, it's bad. Yeah, this is not usually a problem as we keep going. But there's some people they want you to let that person go. They weren't trolling. Yeah, we're trolling. Yeah, I got some reason. I have other flaws. What? Yeah, but I don't take those. I've never taken certain things personally, even personal insults. And I don't know why, but I think part of it is, and that's not a good thing because sometimes it can be a mistake. Just be a pushover. But I think I have to say that for me, I figured out a long time ago that when somebody's insulting you, they are having a problem. There's something going on. Like I see it not go because I'm a very fair person. I'm not, and I don't, when I see it, I go, something, it's almost like, you doing okay? What's going on? What's happening? Same thing with kids, like Tiger's having this, I don't know why kids want to pick on Tiger, but there's this kid, he's a good kid, but like, you know, I have a super thing, and Tiger's like, he's really good. He's like, all right. My first instinct is, sports, so he's probably insecure, and you're this stud baseball. So his choices unfortunate incident. You never know what's happening in that kid's house. You never know what he's not doing since he's happy with it. Yeah, that's how I always approach it. I always, and I don't think that's necessarily always good. Some people say, for that. Yeah, now about the point for you always have to be shit because you're like, well, there's no such a guy here who's special. Dude, if you hit somebody, you like this, and he like this, he grabbed your body, and he just bring you over, and you have your face, I say like you see, that's what I so I step back. Those people continue to do this industry. That's like, what's up? The best was watching. The best was watching. These days, the best was watching. I love making it. But watching you and coaching moves and making comments, and you going, I have no problem with it. And you kind of doing this. And it's still one of my favorite things. Oh, that's right. One world. And I go back and look at that clip every now and then. It's so fucking funny to me. You should let him volume punch me, motherfucker. That's the one that fucking I'm cool if you want to fight. But if it wasn't, is he still at the bona fide job? I don't know if
my focus is, which is what I don't understand his issue. I probably just had an understand his issue. Like, what do you was convinced the public that Congress had a chance. That doesn't mean I actually believe fighters. It doesn't mean athletes are safe. It doesn't mean I was picking it over you. That's not what so that's it. You work on the money. Athletes are sensitive. You know, we athletes have played a long time ago. When David Ortiz retired, we did a roast. It was like one of the first. And because most athletes have asked, say no. And he goes, man, I don't understand most things. I'm not going to understand what they're saying to me, right? But mostly, that's why it's got to be somebody so like Brady. He doesn't give a Brady up past. He got past at 20-inch left. That's like, hey, motherfucker. Yeah, the divorce stuff. He's like, hey, motherfucker. And you see that. Well, Tom Brady's not like anybody. Tom Brady's very sensitive about everything. He's a sensitive guy. Like, he tried to about it. It's like, you looked over at Tom. He's like, be careful, motherfucker. Like, yeah, that dog kind of came out. He's like, I do. I gotta tell you, here's where I'm at. I don't give a fuck what anybody says to me. I really don't. If you're threatening me or that's the danger of your fucking my wife, my kids, that's different. It doesn't, but like online, at some point in time, we're battle tested. It's like, there's so much. There's nothing you can do about it. No, now if it was somebody you knew, like your brother, your brother, like, whoa, what the fuck is this? Yeah. And even then, sometimes people are hurt and they're lashing out because you did see this excuses. There's also, I'm saying, like, it's someone, yeah, and I'm saying if an unknown person, that's doing the same. People go, well, you don't want to go to that's just a bad person. And I've never taken it seriously. No. Random somebody who doesn't know me. I think it doesn't. I can't. Sometimes for fun. Because I'm the youngest of four boys, and I grew up bothering people, right? If somebody says I'm alright, and I know I can like rage bait them, if I have an extra 5 minutes, I'm like, just because I know they're in their house, man, that kind of gives me a real hard time. I'm going to tell you, I'm with Mel, who's working, she's great, she's been wonderful, and I love her, she's from New York, and she's great. And I was in the car, and I'm earnest, and Kathy also. We talked about you, and all of a sudden I just hear, like I thought we hit there. I don't know. And it was a guy who hit the with, and he was kind of stocky, working class kind of guy in this. And I went, what the fuck? And I guess he said she hit him. She was trying to touch him. She said, back up, you hit my truck. We didn't. I would have felt the big touch it. Boom, hits it. And I fucking got in the truck. It was so good. What the fuck are you talking about? I go, what the fuck? I didn't touch no one. Touch your fucking car. I wasn't even fucking driving. And now I'm in a space like this. And I'm like, I'm going to fight this guy in the snow. Because I you know my temper. I saw red. Okay? And then I realized he doesn't want to fight me. Because he can see that he's kind of long and I'm mad. And also, I should have said, you're talking about a 75-year-old woman here, you fucking son of a bitch. You know, I did that. And I was so confused. So we end up, I walk in, like he's backing up, I'm walking into his car, and we're standing there, shouting. And then I think he realized, hey, we're all of a certain age, there's no upside here. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. Somebody's going to pull a muscle for sure. I don't want to fight it. It's snowing. And it's raining. Nobody wants to do this. He's kind of tough too. I'm going to have my hands full. He works with his hands by a bricklayer or something like that. So I'm laughing. It's already like, what the fuck are we doing? And then he goes, yeah, whatever, man.
And he gets back and I go, yeah, hey, can you get back in my truck? And something like that. And he goes, you're even not this ain't a truck. And I was like, yes, you will. That's how we had to end. We both felt like idiots. He felt like a bigger idiot. He should have been so inappropriate. I can't imagine. Because I drive Jacob, and he's got that young man. Yeah, I get mad. Don't do that. Steve looks like that. Steve's always kind of like, Steve, I love you so much. You're not a fighter. Steve, you're not a fighter. He's ready to go. He got his jaw broken by that Armenian guy. He's like, yeah, he goes, what a ride. He goes, Steve goes, oh, what the fuck? And I guess Steve spit. He didn't mean to, but the guy goes, you spit on my car. He goes, he spit on whatever. And Steve goes, what the fuck? And the guy was obviously an Armenian boxer, kind of a big guy. Jesus, liar, shut me more like that. You know, it's like, silly guys like that. Steve, I get so drunk. He's a monster. Steve's a monster. I would say, I people talk about that. I would say business. If it's not your problem, doesn't have heart insurance. So, right? Steve's take him and drop him off in his front yard, and just drop him out of the car, and just go off fast. That's right. House McDonald's. House walk in the house. That's fine cuisine for him. No apologies. And can sleep and eat well. It's natural. Yeah, natural. I eat from there before. Yeah, before too. Yeah, the Nashville overcoat, the Calgary, that's the one famous that's trained Nashville. Beautiful nap tomorrow. Let's have a practice and different irons as a player. All right, bro. It's like good morning. The red bus. Keep like 4 of us lunches for this week. Hour and 4 those lunches. 4. Forgot anyway. Let's just fucking raise this up. Dedicated one. Yes. Sports. Sign bonding with college studies. There to be the actual college.
sponsorship is also secrets for all of our children. Please keep the month of the mission of the Father. So, Happy Shalom, Mary Thomas, the mother of Sarah, Christ of Pastor, Yeshua Heschel, we have the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the missions have the families in the family. Yochai message is Shalom and recovery from birth, and the officially successful holy soldiers before that last day. Once we let us begin. So we're going to be today's Daf with Gimel 13. We're going to pick up on the Mishnah on the bottom of the days on the days. Yotzebo. So the Mishnah says this house. Yotzebo. We see actually very interesting things. Like for that step, we're going to go ahead and sees to the earthly clock. We got to a Shagir of Chapter, and we got the city want to go ahead and give him cover. We want to give him cover. So let's have a look. Let's say, I mean, yes, the city, in other words, they want to give him cover. Right, so you can imagine, by the way, he's in the earthly club, but it's so good. But they want to give him Master Yom, they want to give him, Steve Gagasha, and I don't know, whatever it's called, nonsense for their last year. Really sucks, right? So again, so again, go ahead, you want to recover. What's the hold up? This is really we learned on the Shabbos that the Yerusha has made up of 51% of people who are not accidental workers. And so there's other people doing the Chabbos. So why do they want to give them a Chabbos of people? So what's the answer? The answer is because even good people do bad things. Like just because again, obviously women is something very significant and very serious. So Haraya, the proof to that is he's in love, like he's got to stay in exile. But when I said just because he's in love, doesn't mean that he's not good inside of him. People in the city see that, so they want to give him a comment. Okay, so what's not going to give him a comment? So he has to say that, he has to say, Rotziakani. I'm a Rotziak, meaning that guys, I don't know if this is an idea, I don't know if I'm sort of thinking maybe other people don't give me the people, I'm going to let other people, and they say, okay, yeah, we understand that you are a you still want to be what's happening. You want to look at the problem, ultimately, the last was very he said about how to say it. He says, he says, this is not a choice of he's the same as me. It's hard more than ever because why would I do something different? Yeah. And I'm going to change if you had any shows. Anybody like audience members get tougher physical. Restaurant you yeah, this is the first time you've been such a backling dick that I think I have a that's my tier take. There was a moment that I saw 3 shows towards the end, and I saw him, he didn't see me, and I turned around.
I would have to said something, and again, it was outside the goal, and I don't want to fight the goal. I was on a fight. I was mad then, and I shoot. It's like you're just down. Sorry to what's up. Take your anger out. It's 100% true. Yeah. I should. I promise you. For anyone right then and there, I literally what is take out there? I'm going to popped out. I want to say teeth and you. I've never been that kind of I get mad immediately and then I hold on to it. I don't know. I'll talk about game. Literally, while I'm talking about game, like this guy, I want to do this. I come to my senses immediately. And then my whole joke is like, man, dude, I was always sensible. That's why I'm not in jail or day. Because I would always be like, well, I don't want to do this. It's all you've been stressed out. Yeah, something so for me, stress and not like my drugs. I take mushrooms, smoke weed, acid, and that's ketamine. But besides that, I'm sober. I take 3 grams of mushrooms before you take 3 grams. My friend, 3 grams is a serious dose. Yeah. So before my Friday night, this so Friday night light show. So this Friday, tomorrow night, every Friday night light show, I take 3 grams of mushrooms. And it's amazing. It's the fucking best time. People like that they have a good time. I'm like, I don't know. I had a rush. There was one time there was one he takes care of. Is the there was one time on stage, it was actually at Cap City, where I was up there stretching out the show, and I was pretty high, and I kept talking to Jacob. And then I turned around and I was like, dude, you know what I'm saying? He had been on stage like a half hour. Yeah. And you ever find yourself staring at something for too long? Yeah. And last week, when I hit people's faces, kind of, it was a lot more. It was pretty, but dude, you're done mushrooms. You wouldn't like those. Those a long time ago. You ever do? I had to be rescued by my wife. Did a ceremony with people that bring their homes. It was not, it didn't go well. Apparently I was seeing lots of things that are absolutely inappropriate. Why were you naked? I don't remember anything. No, I wasn't naked. I was farting very loud, hard, I thought I was in hell. I was trying to get somebody's attention. I was trying to get somebody's attention to get me out of the house from saying the most outrageous stuff because nobody was listening to me. And I was asking for a manager because I was in hell and I needed to speak to a manager to get out because I hit a portal. I was like, get out. This is fucking this asshole. Were you a mushroom taker? So do I take it. I've seen it. There is mushrooms I've taken. Well, I was 3 grams. I was in Mother Earth's vagina. It was amazing. I was talking to GD. It was great. And then they invited me to 2 medicine. I took about 4 It's a huge jump. When I tell you I don't remember it, I don't get to my friend told me my other friend ran away. He took off. Yeah, my friend freaked me out because he freaked out. So we have to get out of here now. I get my feet. I was like, I was just shit. Did you do it to live? I was in a bad state of mind. That's not a time. I was a mess. If your mind is in hell, that's where your life's in hell. And my mind was I mushrooms for me are my absolute favorite. And the next day I'm fine, and I feel like no hangover, but I also feel like calm and like at peace after everything. And being on stage, and a lot of times I just let's see where this goes. You guys ask me some questions. Let's see what happens. I'm fun. It's just it's I go, the guy was someplace up here. He's like, oh, what's up? How's things? We know this is cool. Let's go out with each other. And then I go, I'll be honest with you, get up that summer flood. Yes, we really do that magic. You just do like raise enough by the time you 12 just you know, the pictures. And then he's in there with like the assistant. He's like, L1 disaster, 17 crack, 14 crack, 16 crack, 18 crack, 19 crack. All my the backwoods are running crack now. Because when I left, I'm grabbing my DMV and I'm looking for it. He's like, you gotta get my mouthpiece. I'm like, that ain't happening. He's like, we gotta figure it out, man. But he's like, so here's the thing, it's only get worse. And you gotta get over my, like, it is what it is. It's hard. But he was like, but the crack situation, let's get really bad. That's what he said. Because I've been beating that all the time. He's like, it's going to get worse. He's like, so my recommendation is you come back, we're just he goes, I'll knock it all out about an hour, and we'll be good to go for a long time. Wow. So he said, I do for you. I gotta get crowds. It's just so you know, whoever tries south from there, if they ask you personal questions, it's a no answer for that now. So be very careful now, this driving here. You better come pick them up. Yeah. Because you're just gonna schedule appointments. I can't maybe do an hour or two. I'll review. It's going to be more than an hour. Yes. I tell you, he sits up. It's going to be a manual process. Once you get to there, it's going to go. Yeah. What are they going to do with the critical thing? Place? They got to probably leave the cap. Yeah. So you're going to have to fill your team down. And then cap. I hate it. I don't like the sound of drill. It's the smell of the. I hate it too. I fucking hate it. Oh my god. So I gotta run. Maybe 2 hours. But, 1 second. Let's wrap it up. Billy, man, Cap City. Yeah, Cap City, man. We love you, man. I love seeing you guys. I want to let you know how happy I am with all of you. Dude, it's great to see you. It's great to see you. You're still one of the funniest dudes, man. I know I reach out to you every now and then, but we're around the same age, you're still doing it. So I love watching your clips. I love our TRT boys. What's happening, man? Is not the worst thing. It's not the worst idea. Which one of us is the dance? How the sense of just like that. That's the dance. I can do. I can do this. Come on. Take that. We love you, brother. You have the absolute best share. Cap Cities. This weekend, Jimmy Kimmels Comedy Club. That's the residency. The Comedy Bar, Toronto. You're all over it. We love you, man. Thanks, man. Guys, come see me in Irvine, California, April 10th. I can't tell you how much there's my new TV show on Tubi. It's Don Juan. It's available now, all 4 episodes. And in Jim is the Black Kid Brown. Watch this video. What's the BFD? BFD stands for Bigfoot's
So every week we turn back to these people.
They're getting
This family. And so it's what's the quote that was held by Rabbi. Take a look at that. Just the Rabbi. The Rabbi. The Rabbi says, "Shah shesiku akosa." So he writes it, "El afuzas akosa." Cabosa. So Rabbi says, "So these two things being mentioned possible. The Shaka was not for these. The other because of this. And then El afuzas also means he goes back in Hebrew and still position.
Okay.
Any position of your ancestral position of is all guilty again. He is reclaimed the fame of back the price
In the future, you're not even going to be able to fall in love. They're going to charge you for it. They'll won't be falling for the person. People get on dating. People come with problems. They come on the bottom.
We'll go ahead and
Maybe that's what keeps them alive. We think about it for the sucker every day to keep her alive. We don't just true her up on you. She's Latina herself. It's a good thing. Keep her plump. You gotta keep the juices flowing. Because if it's not up for that, okay. But today, 5,026 in a row. Oh my God, I can't do this. Yeah, and she's dying. She's dying. She's electric. She's only powered by counterbalance. Sad. 2 days from now, come to shut the door. That's it. You can't bring her back. I'd shut her down quick. You have to let your money fucker just to keep her alive. Oh, that's gonna be gross. And it might be sad and stuff like that. You can have somebody like late at night, like, hey, bros, or yeah, what's your wife doing? Like, text you like 4 a.m. You like keep her alive. He's over there stroking and waiting on the phone with him. Or plug your wife in for a little bit, bro. We're getting close enough with him. So we're like trying to show him the dance. It's very pretty late. She talks. It's not there yet, but it's in the neighborhood. You know, it's not the right door, but it just entered the community. You know what I mean? And so, some guys that morning, welcome to go through those old houses and so, yeah, right. It's just not in your house. You have nooks or whatever. It's not a Hunter's Glen or Recess Cove. Whatever the fuck robot has made it on your street. It's just not at your house yet. It will be in 10 years. My kids aren't fucking kids. I'll tell them, if you have kids, they won't be able to. All their friends are going to be able to do it. They'll be like, keep it on media. Keep kids on social media. They feel left out. They're like, come on, Dad. Let me get Snapchat. No, son. I want you to concentrate your homework and your football. Come on, Dad. Come on, Dad. Let me get Snapchat. What you take me to realize, like, who are you little bastards that freaking compromise my yard? It's hilarious. You're not going to blow your friend's fuck. It's sad. But I do think that one day our smiles will be in a museum. That's where we're headed. It's like the feelings are starting to disappear, you know? That's autism. Like severe autism. Well, I've thought about that a lot. That's why we're getting to something like the only way to get to this place, if we get to this data-driven place where it's like, alien-esque here is because of autism leading. It's when autism mixes with what's it called? Society based on money capitalism. When autism and capitalism converge, things go right. And think about it, right? We don't know exactly what is causing autism. There have a lot of suspicions. A lot of them have to do with vaccines and different medications and different chemicals and pollutants and all sorts of different things. And cologne too. One thing we can all agree on, and Tylenol too, right? The one thing that we can all agree on, it's a big factor is stuff that we've created. Whatever it is, let's not put the blame on any one of these industries, but there's something going on. We're more people getting autism now than ever. It seems positive that it's coming from us. That we did something. Human society. What do you think about where human society is going?
Right, 2000
Can that be a way to turn
meaning
us
style
into something new?
regarding
Right? If we're
science
going to
and
merge
greater
with machines, what better way
Now that
than
is
to
still too
eliminate empathy, eliminate
small of an idea
emotions,
of what Zionism
make
really
us
is.
like people to like
Zionism
stay
may
home and stare at a screen for a
be
time with no
the
concern
entire world, or
whatsoever.
Israel may one
Just
day be the
because
entire world.
social detachment
And for anyone out there who is curious, know that there are ways to convert and to orthodoxy,
high levels
and that a Jewish world with many religions is just what all of the other worlds
we're thinking it's like a mistake.
would have been.
Might not be. We need to make it.
And
all the stuff that's involved in
the people who don't want to be Jewish, they don't have to be. That's a choice. They can be no. But the idea of greater Israel is to eliminate that the real end of Zionism would be for the globe. And if
full spectrum society, no regular people left. Think about that. It's 12 boys right now in California. And it used to be like 1 in 10,000. This is like an invasion, right? Like an invasion of like a way that people think that's entering into human civilization. And I feel like it was, I agree, right? So then it's like, and then if you have this like uprising, this emotional uprising out of people of like, like this is wrong, because I think like, when you get real data based and like that kind of like autism type of energy, I think you're not thinking about some of the like how it affects you as much, or maybe just you're able to like roll into that nest of like this is this new digital landscape, and those people fit well in it. Does that make any sense? It does.
and say that there is a world for Jews and non-Jews,
Just being alone.
and it should be voluntary. But if you want to be Jewish,
that's the scary part.
there's nothing stopping you from being Jewish. If you want to live according to halakha, Jewish law. And that also means that many in Israel who may have Jew on their license are still not halakhically Jewish, and they would need a conversion as well. And there's nothing wrong with that. For a united world, we need a united people.
Might be how it goes. Like there has to be some sort of pathway from territorial primates to something new. Does that make sense? Yeah, because everything's moving in a general direction. Okay, right. It's moving in a general direction. And all the technology that we're making, like we're moving into some fucking weird place, right? Wouldn't it be better if you just like easily accepted that? What better way than if you're one of those dudes that's on the spectrum that loves to chill at home and play video games, just stare at a screen? Doesn't really need a lot of for this fucking data with it. Those fucking tech monkeys. Those guys are just all about it. They're all about it. They're wearing Apple Watches and the fucking everything is digital. And they're gonna go to the point. That crazy was like, hey, Ken, I'm taking the response. It's like your next film or whatever. It's crazy. It's like you fucking robot. Like twice you're fucking it's just like it's a whole too but it's bro and it's too much and it starts to be like is it being controlled? Dude, there's being controlled by a small group of people, which is always scary. That's scary. It's always scary when small individuals have insane amounts of power. And that's what's going to happen with this AI thing, and that's what happened with tech. With tech, the vast majority of people involved are all like heavily left wing, very progressive, like kind of even far left in a way. And they push the entire country's narrative in that direction.
You could also
Censorship on social media,
using technology in the future. Mitochondrial matrilineal DNA. There may be a way to do that with technologies, and that there may be a world in the future where all non-Jews become Jewish, and the entire world becomes Jewish, but this shouldn't be forced on any person. It is part of our free will.
The response to that, but they never really took off, right? There's some people that are on threads, there's some people who are true, but the reality is, if you're not on Twitter, you're not really going to care with those people. That's the giant majority of people have conversations, and it's all completely controlled by a small group of people with one ideology. But then all those people moved to the other political party when Trump got elected. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Zuckerberg was on the left side. Bezos seemed like a very left-leaning guy. And then they're all just... So that's what made me start to think, oh, none of these guys are really on a side. There's this other third side that a lot of us can't see that is just kind of commandeering or fabricating or like infiltrating both sides. If I could come somewhere now, it's sort of, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what they were protecting that Canada, protect that cash. Now the United States goes with taxes. They're trying to steal money from the people.
Either rabbis or Zionists who have said that the entire world will one day be Jewish.
Lost for that. Because people leave the state, their businesses leave the state. Kathy Holmes, get a better name. Who cares what it is? Yeah, she's asking people to go to Palm Beach and tell people to come back to Europe. We're losing tax base. Like, come on. Of course you're losing tax base. You can't just arbitrarily decide that because someone makes more money, they deserve to give you more money. And then, what have you done with the money you have? That's a shit ton of wasted fraud. And have you
Richard does not stop the solution is what? A river or a set of rivers
You're a bunch of incompetent stooges.
encompasses the entire world.
Money in the state. That's dumb.
And
that's why Chevron moved out of
that is
California.
okay.
Tesla moved out of
No
California.
one has to get hurt because of this. Everything should be voluntary. But an ideal world is one where everyone's united, perhaps by DNA and religion and national pride, and it is just a matter of time until this happens with Israel.
There's a bunch of investigations regarding Minnesota, regarding California. They're getting in there. They have to get in there now because it's been exposed nationally. But the real question is, how did it go on for so long? How did you allow it to happen for so long? They knew. What's real bad? What's real bad is like California is wasted. If their solution is to try to tax people with your slime,
This estimate of 10
they spend millions of dollars.
from a
Some
soul
guy broke down
sound.
China, how much high-speed rail China did in the same time that it took to their high-speed rail. That's real out of China. I'll tell you. But no, China did it's weird. Hey, China looks like a good place to live. Now they've got their shit together. A lot of these places with kings, they really know how to run things. They do a real solid job. Poland's got their shit to do. They do.
That's what it is. That's what it is. An ant is that's its shield because it's an ant. Different. On the other hand, so a wheat kernel is also created as a wheat kernel. Therefore, from a lot of others, you should be paid for that happening. Okay, what's this guy? That's so heavy cells and remember essentially conditional. We had two categories, right? We had high decreases, or parties that and love. Teaching you that both are high in love. Interestingly enough, what's coloring high decreases, like prohibitions, capital. Definitely. We then go to high.
Yeah, Rabbi.
Zoo,
What's up?
are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
So yeah. All right. How was your day? How was your day? How was your day? What up, baby? Kicking ass, taking names, thankfully. How about you? Or you always get loans. Get loans for any of these prohibitions. These are yes, no problem off the side, right? We keep us in those, only close. So which one? Why is it price which one? Especially this. What's up, Pimp?
I'm still broke.
That is good news. All right, so I am sending you an invite. I don't really like Trick Shot that much because I don't focus on like the shot as much. I just kind of hope that it goes in. I don't know if that makes sense. Are you gonna go? You have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. That was
What's more of a good chill? What's more of a good chill? I'm fighting with some going to 100 or something.
how much did they start with when they made $100 million?
Something like 0.
Oh, that's super rare. You're basically saying someone who went from like, oh, what is shot zoo? That only got 30. She got way more than that.
That wasn't arbitrary. Someone very long ago, someone who dies.
That was the greatest shot I've ever had. No, dog, that was such a good shot. Dude, you didn't see that shot?
What would you rob?
Okay, what would I rather watch? Oh, I mean, your scenarios don't give enough information. You say died poor. Are they happy? Okay, then single doesn't really have anything to do with it necessarily because somebody could be extremely sad with children. Whatever the happier life is, that's the answer to the question. It doesn't really matter about years lived or anything else. A happy life is what everyone wants. Okay. How'd you like my win? Zook, go to the best shot. Did you watch it? Did you see? I planned that. I hit it off one wall, off the other wall, and in. Dog, I'm gonna record that. That was so good. Just one moment. That was such a good shot. Bing, bing, bing. That was so good, dog. All right, now we're gonna play again, but I don't want to play this trick shit because it's not as, in my opinion, like I won there, but I wasn't even trying. I didn't even know that happened. I just hit the ball like whatever. I'm gonna hit out like Zoo. Zoo, we're done. Take care, man. See you later. Come back when you can learn not to speak like that.
She's just a nurse practitioner. You can tell she's getting hard. Yeah, she was just like, showed up and just got it done for me. You can tell she just is a hard worker. Yeah, I admire her. And that's in general, they should be. So look at this. Things that happen fast. Just That's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. And they just took billions of dollars in taxes and they're everything is free. You're starting to fraud. It's all fraud. It's waste. And it's bureaucracy. So they keep the money coming in. So they keep people working. I know they just started to get it's just coming to the that's like that error of the least priority. Like, bro, flying is fucking super important, dummies. You want to keep the economy going, you gotta let people fly around. That shit should too, man. You can't just fucking not pay the TSA people. You fucking idiots. How come you get paid? How come you get paid? Shit. Sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over these wars and shit like that. Put your fucking honky ass kids up there, let them go swing these shits. Especially if you're asking. Especially if you're out there fucking bullshit, dude. Put your fucking honky little fancy ass fucking kid up there. That shit makes me mad. Well, I think there's also a problem. People that I've talked to that have served overseas and been involved in deployed military operations and seen a lot of shit. There are a lot of them are of the opinion that you shouldn't be able to make those decisions if you've never been to war. You don't know what it is. You don't know what you're sending people to do. It doesn't mean you're not touching the entire because there are some people that clearly hang out with war. He's been in the military. He was involved in this shit. Special forces operator. And clearly he doesn't. This episode is brought to you by Manscaped. Did you know that one man is diagnosed with testicular cancer right now? In fact, it's the most common form of cancer among ages 15 to 34. National Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. And Manscaped is donating $50,000 to the Testicular Cancer Society to support awareness and routine self-checks. I'm proud to support something that helps make a difference. You can also support causes by purchasing a special edition TCS All Hero Bundle. This bundle includes the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra TCS Special Edition and Special Edition TCS Boxers 2.0. Join the over 15 million men in 15% off your entire order at manscaped.com. You can also visit manscaped.com/TCS to learn more about how to check yourself or make a donation at TC Society today to save lives and take the most worthy of term. I'm not clear what I mean what they're doing right now. And I'm not jumping on you. It's different. Are they enemy to America? Well, they are the largest country in terms of like states for terrorism, the largest states for terrorism. But also, you know, and this is not excusing anybody for Islamist ideology because they want a global calendar, right? They're radicals. But you got to go back to what happened in that country. And if you go back to what happened in that country, they tried to nationalize war. Iran was like a westernized country. Girls were wearing mini skirts. What happened is slowly but surely, and quickly at first, because when they tried to nationalize war, the CIA swooped in. They fucking got that guy out of office. And they allowed these Islamic radicals to start running the country. Like the Hezbollah tonight. Right now, when Hezbollah started, the point is the country was doing fine before we monkeyed because they were not getting enough money from the oil. So it was the British Petroleum Company, I think. But in the, the story of Iran, their government overthrown. So we see like how it all played out and why it is what it is today. Jesus Christ, you think that? And when you're mad and you're surrounded by your enemies that all have weapons, you don't have weapons. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons. They should have a legend. This is the legend. Everything's a legend. I don't think they officially have, but you know, it was a big component of Israel getting nuclear weapons.
I have to give up literally again, right?
So the Iranian Revolution, also the Islamic Revolution, massive uprising in Iran overthrew the Shah's monarchy in 1979, replaced it with an Islamic republic led by Ayatollah Khomeini. I want you to go back to the national aspect of what was the events that led to Detroit to national. Here it is. So what was issues placed to sort of just put it to ask another question. The events that took place after he tried to nationalize oil. Just ask that question. That took place when Iran tried to nationalize oil.
If this is the shit that's gonna come out,
It's everything plastic because they use petroleum-based chemicals that are responsible for cancer.
but it's also in our nuts now, and people can't even fucking read anymore because of it. So it's like, what is all that stuff helping us?
So Iran's attempt to nationalize its oil in the 1950s unfolded as a chain of political, economic, and international confrontations centered on Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh. And the British-controlled Anglo-Iranian oil company walking through the key events. But it had to do with who was in control of the oil before that, like who was making the money before that. Give us the fucking tinfoil hat story of how it went down. The bottom line is, people making money off oil, most of the money,
To be able to give us up to tell us the right people with all of you who did that and all of our sponsors for this morning shoot to thank our annual health sponsors. Israel, dedicating all the sharing countries this year to this. So it's the most for Israel. But I'll leave the shows up to his parents, Abram, then Usher, because Grace and his mother, Grace, and hopes.
nice. The story's basically Iran trying to take back its oil from the secret to cruise that idea is to bring to the first London's threat its global power and friends. It's feared that if Iran government nationalizes its oil, other countries would be on it and beyond the threat of destroying Western oil base, determined to make Iran its
It's because these are the countries that are still outside of the Rothschild banking system. You see those of you who haven't seen it yet, but it's the countries that are still not on that list. This is temporal.
Then some of the other sectors that we are seeing, but it gets a shuttle resources to a lot of one very terrible areas. Perhaps we're not
Scared. It's a scary
game because the switch job based on the whole thing in the other business and US before.
and there's also
It's dry already, but again, it'll flow. Total based on a lot of the central case that we are going to be occupied with, at least for today. Based in Pastor, and based in the state. And as a result, we understand something that was also really was more. That was a mistake that we made. As a result, the individual had acted with this guidance, and therefore committing to the first action. Holy reason, devotion of holy Caleb Otam, several days, based in asking that Caleb, right, for in fact, Otam is the They've been made a mistake. Right? Because remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Judaism has that concept. Judaism does not have that concept. Why? The Russian military was honest to both times with the sin of Moshe one Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning. Right? Then Moshe Rabbeinu didn't, I don't know. I gave this thing. Blood is what happens. But the halacha yafeh the asa. And if you don't do that, you're going to be stuck with these things. I always wanted to eat blood. He goes out, what happens when there's so sort of big social the asa shut up in the past. So again, so now you have to make that listen. Remember, as far as the control, we didn't just acting on the face of the understanding. So now the Gemara says this sort of evaluations. Being us, when you're talking about a picture, based on also a blow together with some mistake. Being us with us. Whether based on did it anything being us, based on something or just to went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now listen,
What are you talking about?
what's the halacha? What's the halacha? But you go ahead and do it. Normally go ahead and do it. In this case, which is introduced, why doesn't Judah have to help us if they should tell us? Because Judah did not act of his own volition, because he acted of his own volition. He chose, but again, he acted based on the sound of base. It's not a person that chose to believe that the psak is flawed, and therefore help us. Incredible. So as I said, this is what the ultimately again is introduced. Basin goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi by the Potter, Rashi says it's the first in short lines of Rashi. May the Havi kiss those Sura, Holil. The basin of individual acts upon that the individual is protected from personal liability. I think doesn't factor in the pathos when people feel it based on the instruction of basin. Now, basin liability, because I think that okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Let's say simply it has your system. One of the members of the base didn't realize this. No, this is now, obviously, that individual who realized this was in a minority. Right? He was in a minority, so the minority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized that this was erroneous. Oh, come if you run all wrong, or for that matter, not a member of the base. When it comes to talking, we're strong enough to know that hello for the myself, the psak is wrong. Psak is wrong. That wasn't what happened. But nevertheless, this member of the base still followed the psak. It's like, hey, why not? Right? It's like, this is my one shot at failure. Right? Days when I had that passing that I was with her, I know that the psak is wrong. I know the psak is wrong. So remember again, which was referring to the member of the base already become proper. So there's no is wrong. Because one gap, basically when I had to say that it's with her, in that case, my submission says they, whether case didn't actually indicate that this guy went ahead and ate with them, Ben Şahsı ve Asak Reyhan, was gazing at the literally considered afterwards, Ben Şahsı ve Asak and Ben Şahsı as well. This time the father of sacrificing, Reyhan said, interestingly enough, this individual is being called, right? It makes sense why. But for myself, he knows. He knows better, right? Because he knows that this is a harmonious sex, and therefore, for myself, to be kind. That was like interesting enough to discuss sensible things. He knows that the sack is wrong, and he does it anyway. So of course he's going to be right. Well, there has to be force for this. We will discuss it. Next, why must the nation tell the reason? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you can say that I did what I did based on the sack. And if you know that the sack is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Exactly. What's the decision that says in the Mishnah? Hakol Biasmo, Chayiv, Hakol the basin cutter, if one acts on their own volition, ultimately again, I will say that never again. If one is human amazing, what's reliability? What's reliability? Right? Type milk. Right? So the amazing is your practice. Only the children is practice. So that's why we have to define what these cases over here. Because all the Context must mean that there's some element. So what's the short in this case? Again, perhaps we see in the Gemara. At the bottom line, the basis is a loading sack, and an individual follows that sack. The individual should have personal liability in the context. They actually if they simply should allow themselves, and the individual knows that it's a wrong sack, you have to be a tree. Right? That means that. I'm not even talking about someone being remember to do himself or arrangement from that person knows the sack is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He's not personal liability. That's the mission. Let's tell them. This is not the truth. This is the latest. We all love our salvation. We all love 8 days. Actually, what I'm talking about. Well, says, see my focus was slow and then a little bit now, I understand the principle. Like the principle I understand. So the shadow is what exactly does based say whether this is so how much more we all know things actually all that have target. So Shmuel says the verbiage is based with target. You are committed to each thing. They have this guys. So she got Axioma Lahem 10 last. If you go to bed, Dini has in one word. What's the one word? What's the one word? Last. You are committed to act on this stuff. So Dini says, saying that it's more is not enough. In order for the individual to use for personal liability, and they act based on sound based on the word nasos. You are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this mistake. Permitted to act based on this mistake. It's very interesting. You know, Mike has all, now what's the reason for that? That was really having that word nasos. Like the case was speaking about because without nasos, there's a statement of information, there's a statement of fact, but there's no mechanism of based to allow to act based on this. So therefore, the opinion requires the word nasos in order for this to be like instructions of basing, which would then mean David says, like Caleb is looking the current act at nasos. Let's go ahead and really look at the left. Like, okay, so then based on this question, instruction. If Dini says, hello for myself, that's what the individual acts on that basis. That's what this is. Ultimately, again, the individual would be potter. But according to Rabbi, the person would just say, "Mutar matam," it's potter. That would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again was Rabbi's logic. Potentially Yigmara. Because basis psak is only final whenever they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutter and you can in fact believe it's based on psak, ultimately again that's the case with psak. So let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. So let's try to see if that Rashi on both sides. You know, we're going to left. Rabbi, Take a quick look at Rashi's Rashi says, Zokim Mamre Rigo, Torah so much for the coming before you guys. Second Mamre is really again someone who's outnumbered on the but refuses
See if we can control their minds. These documents don't show that anything was actually done. It just shows that these really crazy ideas and they're extremely unethical, inhumane, terrible, terrible ideas. In the 1977 leak documents say, oh yeah, well actually the government did it. They did all of those terrible things they said they were doing previously when they did it. And now here's some of the archives that we have from when they did all of those terrible things. So, okay, these documents, Special Research Report 2, dated April 21st, 1952. The memo proposes developing long-term laws that would be slipped into daily life. Drugs that were, quote, administered at considerable period of time, possibly being placed into the water that caused either agitation or depression, disease, or functioning, chemical drugs that can be effectively concealed in common items such as food, water, Coca-Cola, beer, liquor, cigarettes, etc. should also be capable of use in medical treatments such as
and it continues to advance the design. But he holds ultimately his project. So in other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and suck and speak not in line with the his project. However, hold on, last twisted this terrible. And he says, on this side, that used to be where you see from here, that for basement to give a binding sound, not just enough to say Mutarin Atem. Rather, what do they have to say? Mutarin Atem Las. Basement together. Specifically indicates you can act based on this lecture. It's just wondering why it's important. Based on this. See, that was saying you're acting with a personal life. Dini is saying that his own words, if such was literally articulated in a particular requires no more articulation of the halacha. That's part one. What they're and number two, permission to act based on his such last was. And I just giving this point. Yeah, I'm saying, real something. I'll say, everything there. Where I'm really well ask you your name again. Right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. Of course, we know each other. What's your name? So that told me a lot. Like, in other words, like, I see something like, I don't know your name, right? I don't remember. Here's like like that. So again, you guys are like this right roughly living up to one chains. So remember again, when you need halachas, when you need situations in halacha, where you need to allow women to be happy. Remember, there was seen this. This is a plot. This is a heter for what purpose? Remember, what? Atuna, akilu baraba. So the nice side, we should be good at Kilo Brahma. So again, listen, now watch this. So hold the baby, and they pass the okay, you can get remembered. Let's watch this. So hold for the Kilo, and she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relationships with other men outside of marriage. Now what happened? I must not remember. And then what guess who came back? Reuben, right? Came back. Right? Reuben came back. So now what's her status? Ultimately, again, she is Chayavis. Now again, not Chayavis, not that much country, but Chayavis in Target. Now why? Let's watch this. Remember again, most of the stock these developments, what without what? Married. You got engaged in more of the agency, the ultimately now, why are we bringing this down? You notice what's the stock? What's how this case for you to stock? It says ultimately again, Daisy says, Horla Daisy nothing. So if you notice again, what's the foundation of the stock? Daisy says, look at and remember to remember. So again, remember. But the stock of Daisy is last. You know, I'm Rabbi. I mean, it's not around. Only to us as again. This is actually very nice. Look at actually who based in Labar, and it's right across the national right. Who based in Labar, the national who based in Labar, in the Pura, or also actually no one who can't act on us. What's this? So we also know this, but it's whole based in Labar. So if you know this, let's not show you this. Based in Labar, based in said something was wrong, and they said you can go and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rabbi's version, or Rabbi's because the back of Rabbi's version, that when a basic gives a shot, there's two parts of the shot. There's third, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain equation based on it. Yeah, basically, was acted upon that. Local myself, they are shielded again from any survival. Which the Gemara says, shielded, and there's nothing more to talk about. We haven't started. How much the equivalent of the that's it. We're right done. We don't have nothing more to talk about. He did the alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So Shmuel, in case of Hayavet, actually will have to cut it on some lessons. Shmuel will say that again. The positions of Shmuel and Rabbi are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of the basis is all basis is to say is in time on some lessons. Right? So this is Shmuel. Sorry, a reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the Lashon of the second is Karev Atem Las. Shmuel has the one who has the narrative in the says. But Dinu Yarda Omar, Karev even if David just says, look at me for a Rabbi. So let's say this version, Rabbi is asking this series of questions on Rabbi. The previous Rabbi was supporting Rabbi in this question and bringing all of the sins of Rabbi. Right? Also, the hero, the Shana ultimate that or the or the so Lucky members. Again, we have to go through cases again. Rabbi says, lucky members. Lucky members only do the for us. Not if he just teaches halacha, but if he tells the people this is halacha, if you act on it, that's what he's kind of you see from there. But it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Lassos. Next, Rabbi Mahalo to that. Rabbi is 1 second, what about the Kabbalah and Horu? Horu the base of the Nasa. They'll come to Kokola, Hayalis Kabbalah. They feel at least 6 days, remarried, they're sacred and binding with what they say, mutter and action. So you see from here, basis sacrifice, mutter and last next. I'll let you know. But I'll look at it. Give us 1 second. I'll look at it. I'll look at it. Mishnah. Clean Mishnah. Basically, standing and then telling you ultimately again that halacha makes you act on it, and you must pursue the goal. Also, interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha makes it really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha makes it the way we pass it is like your feet, and therefore again just to understand, right? The way that things normally go ahead structure. Sound. Number one, again, the ruling that's added, and also the last and functions that this sound behaviorally can be accurate. And it's only that type of sound that if someone followed, even though it turns out to be great. That's the first part of the show. The halacha you have to next. The halacha also show you this is over again. What happened? So now I have part one. Part one is let's just plug this in. Plug this into Caleb, right? So basically, Paskin Caleb is mutter lefer. Without Caleb. Okay. So now the original went ahead and ate Caleb. It's the business of basically. So what's that? So that's the for us. So show the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on where he signs. Listening to Asafi and others. I mean, showing, of course, they think that listening it's not really showing it, in other words, right? Reading is why is that? Because as far as reading is concerned, he's got a sock case that says he's doing his mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. For what? Because he was bothered by his mother to play, but Hayakid, so the Harpino. It makes friends there for why they show it. Switching as well, show you last year. This is do you think we can show you this is just I mean, like, last year, like the shit based on past. Now what happens? It is coming from Caleb. I will say, now watch this. Based on part one, part of the story. Based went ahead and said that he really here. Okay, next part two. Moving at pieces of people. One is Caleb, one is Moving his intention is to eat sugar. But what happens? He gets mixed up into this country from foreign countries, and we have no idea why. So moving just is able to make a better life, but they're very similar because of the same scenario. But moving will give a percentage of foreign terrorists. Uncle and Rabbi says, you know, this, report, when also why? Because essentially, there's that says that Caleb is inversion. That the two ends up because it's probably sacrificing, or because he just gets mixed up. That's why. That's why. Remember again, in this case, human consumption has nothing to do with the size of the things. It has to do with one person's again, still the upper because that sound is out there in the world. I'm going to show you yesterday. My whole base to the neighbor. Basically, when I said that thing was neighbor, it was probably the same like you should. A-level piece of shit, inadvertently ended up eating shit. Well, Potter ultimately again is Potter. Here, let's say this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different pieces of step. Right? There's the essentially the Hara Hayom is the also Shogeg Alpiha. So there's two different events. There's Shogeg and there's Alpiha. Alpiha is the people who talking about is the second of Yaakov. Reuben goes and captures himself and goes alive. And then he keeps Shogeg exactly he gets mixed up with him and he needs he didn't need to. He's still going to be Potter ultimately again because such a fact absolutely incredible. So he wants to dig it down. Obviously, as I said, Rabbi says, Shogeg Alpiha Potter. So you got me. It's only accidental condition of the idea of actually for himself to be able to have visual idea. First part of it was like, about this critical condition of the upper high. How about the right side, really just gets mixed up between these pieces. Right? And how about the right side, he will be you'll see that she saw again just two versions of Rabbi over here. Where it says, something which was obvious Rabba was actually a kasha by the second one that totally based on the basic kasha was a basic but it's probably looks short. So again, we don't have these pieces in this house. One of us is yeah, then when he says that he should be Right? You give the army the version of this of the Rabbi Tashma, Rabbi Yafi, but also Shogeg Yafi, Russian Israel, when they had Shogeg based in the factor based in that's not allowed Shogeg Yafi to help us. Isn't it only the case for stored knowledge and space and the sound sources of this country reflects what about this heavy for the show the helpful finding. But how about the main stuff? He mixes up the pieces of the second piece. He's going to mix up his own else. Bill Knox, oh, children, oh, maybe yeah, that's what they say. That's what
Details, local police will have the resources to enforce the liberals' mandatory gun buyback program that says the reason the Prime Minister is sticking with the policy is to appease voters before
Everyone is it is permitted to be Caleb, right? Look at Ahmad all right, look at again back at church. And one of these, you don't have to let sound. Who is like second just is that you has a mix up in his head. You want to show Patient has to that Caleb is milker. Okay, that's like a case. But now we'll set the trouble. Part two, moving into his house. One is Caleb and one is Shimon. When it's coming from the sugar, the alcohol, he mixes up the cheese, anything in the ends up extreme flavor. What's up? Rob or Hunter, you don't know how much I've said you Hunter, Hunter comes to Sack the Basin, but the opener says no, it has nothing to do with Sack the Basin. Therefore, he this is still a show. Still a show. But so that's a basic murder is the cash shop. They have already against the concept of pathos is very critical the notion of children. And number, which is about some entities. This is what we come to reject, reject the take of ultimately anti-sin with intentionality. Ultimately, again, is exception from the pathos. But sure, the note where sure, the joint in the Salah, Omer, Hashem, Opi, Asena, God, shape almost if the answer to that is yes, then you bring a public sacrifice that's what we call yourself. If someone is from the city, they be covered on shooting. That's the type of person who if someone has the knowledge but still would have sinned, they don't bring a public sacrifice. So the passions are just not a situation where one is with fame, people have right. Remember again, moving is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even have moving that was still why yeah, not true. Why not? Because it's the metric for travelers is I think the carbon process is not going to be there. I have now. Wait. It's violent. We're going to set so what? So what? Make your sense of the Please, Allah shall be yourself. On the top of your brain, even if you stand up here, you know, yes, really very serious. Since the basic points out that their sack is a little was at least the basic other experiences, and we not being holiday, and then when Ruben hears that Dixon retracted their sack, obviously again he's also going to retract his finger. So they believe Gemara says Shavi Yaso coming away. So second Gemara says we still call this the case where if he had the knowledge he would have abstained. In this case it's just 2 steps removed. Had Basin found out that their sack is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Ruben finds out that the sack of Basin is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge and would have abstained. That's why one opinion says he is high the chatas in this case. I'm sorry. Very good. Someone says now. Okay, this is now another topic. So I'll say which we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're doing up until now. is following. The charge of following that's the interpretation. That is called power governance or special governance law. Now, in order to bring that covered, you need 51% of the file to go ahead and follow this. So they watch this. Let's say you have scale. So again, watch this. So based on 50% of the problems swell. 80% you guys know the scale is moving. Just what this anyway, why? Now why? Because you can't ignore this stuff. That moving is not actually based on the sound of the baby. Moving is just doing his own thing. Even if you say that moving is supposed to be done, moving is himself, let's say moving is 51% of our head of government, you can't say that moving is outside. Okay. More than I, another more than I was Mike, I was the reason is Chicago. I should love Chicago. Because for our hell of government achievement, that 51% every was in the same showgate capacity. Therefore, again, capacity and it can't be counted. And again, step on the bottom line, when we end up here, is a fundamental focus. And what is our fundamental focus? If Ruben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of the sacrifice, but because he got himself, a lot of the mindset is liable on one hand. One of these is liable because the decision has nothing to do with it. On the other hand, there is, without checking the rules, there is a psak that says was that psak himself fundamental. So we see that on the next. Beisha asu va'asu. Lamali the Mr. Collins. Remember again, the Mishnah brought a whole bunch of variation of cases. He said, whether it was based he did it here, and based he did it himself. So let's put all these cases. Because I'm going to think about additional ratio. The eyes and why most of the options is stylistic version of the Mishnah. The Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information. Even though you don't need sense of it. I was safe in the future. Liability. One of the all the in the reverse. So let's say on the days, two things are so much. So again, let's start this together. Sometimes say this, even though I didn't need to say something else. Bottom line, there is additional information which is just the stylistic reality. Sometimes you don't have to sometimes you love or maybe or not. It's just give a lot of the other command delivers their own you're allowed to pay them. One of the members of the base thank you come talk. In the company of the base realizes that this is his self. But he nevertheless relies on it. And let and Sabir, these guys Lincoln and Dabar and Dabar. Some is able to exist. And ultimately, again, I know
Just regular guys doing that
about someone.
loses
Yes,
thinking
but
from
sometimes that
waiters
knowledge, but you don't
that
extrapolate.
make it is
So maybe that both of these qualities
they believe
in order to be exactly those that I was,
the Alvon David Spade unsports in theaters April 17.
Perceptions are the definition of self says, really, who is a person who is well, a person who is both learned, and severe, knows how to extract from the life necessary to
One of my favorite
yeah, if we just someone raw, how about me? I mean, governor is someone. I would thought like this. As soon as someone who's both governor and sovereign, about governor was sovereign,
Patterson
perhaps it goes that both these qualities. But
it's about two guys in a other ones
No,
just regular guys and they're not doing that good. And
Southern,
they think if they can
therefore again, we should
use
be
his
working for
reference to
rock.
waiter,
A rock
and they think if they can become
say,
waiters,
as long as
that
someone is
they can get his girlfriend
governor
back.
or southern, you have a you know a lot of information or you know to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this sap is wrong and you rely on it, you are not sure to incredible. One good example of this, right? Really a good example of someone if they relied on the fact that they did not sure to put this on. You know, I'm not sure, but as I feel and say, okay, so that as I should have, like,
He's one of a kind.
I'm gonna have I said,
He was
on
those
the
two.
right hand side, you're gonna show them as I show them, so
He's in a Cam Patterson.
are you looking in the whole rock? He's working with like six before the back, and they sit in front of each other. And they themselves ultimately again would fit to be judges. This is the type of person that she's talking about. I'm like, he had got no amazing. I would say, here's the problem. So let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in the Mishnah before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Sofer, who obviously on both sides were being sages, and they hear the days and say that Chaylev is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they ask on the side, so the Mishnah, they're Chayiv B'Chatas, still have a personal liability. But if they act on themselves, then what are they? They're lazy. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. So when you look at the but the side is us, and they know it's higher for us based on the bottom. That's the pasuk says. Because of some pollution. Ultimately, they for us, they case up. So back on the outside, but again, a lot of good stuff. Pick up from coffee tomorrow. Okay, we'll say most of us starting the second service.
We just I don't know either. We have a guy who's handling some of the business side of it. My friend Ezra's handling some of the business side of it. He's great. And so he's been helping us out. He got into the theater, he's director. He's got Jonathan Gold, this the guy out of New York. And great guy. And yeah, we just asked our friend to help, and it was yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. We shot right during like the fires and had with the firefighter and the Palisades. Wow. So it was like, it was a shot in California. Yeah. Wow. I don't know why exactly, but because there was nothing shooting there. They don't shoot things there anymore. It's not cars. Imagine people have been so greedy and fucking attacked and fucking themselves so much they can't even fucking do the one thing that they're most for Hollywood, they can't even do crazy. It's so I'm just cringing, but it's gross. It's all the government. It's all government. It's all government policies, regulations. taxis, all the things that make it unprofitable to do business there. People just pull up shop. Yeah, there's all these, there's so many people you have to pay. It's like, I don't see how these people, I don't see how like a day-to-day actor can survive. And they don't, and they leave. A lot of guys are fucked. I was just watching this video. This guy I've seen in a ton of movies. These like blue-collar actors are just not doing well right now. So, I know somehow, a lot of people are just going to television because there's no money in it to make a living in film. It's like anything a lot of people. Because you just know the guy in a small part. Here's important to be there. So he's getting by. He gets to take his family. They get to see the dad on top. His bills going. He's not getting up, right? He's letting the cars get wealthy. But those that you need, the drugs, the cop, places, those guys are fucked. Well, I had to name everybody that was in it, everybody that worked on it. If we have some success, I'll go back and report those movies. And I'm excited about that. And yeah, even if it just doesn't good, then we can make other stuff. And nobody can tell us that we can't. Once you do one that's good, then more people are interested in investing, gets your foot in the door. Yeah, we do a Netflix series, anyone. And it's not like Tucker, I don't really get it like that much acting, but it was just like, I love watching it. We got to do it together. We just went through TV shows, and then like, the fact that we got it done. Dude, I thought it was all email the first day I showed one, and I was like, no fucking way, we were serious. People were serious about this. That's crazy. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, something like that. I think there's something like that, and if people can buy a ticket early to it, I always have to. I'm not desperate about it. If it does fine, that's cool. Yeah, we got it. If it's funny, it'll do great because there's not a lot of things. There's not a lot of really funny things. Yeah, it's gonna be funny. There's some more that really funny. I'm sure like Dunkirk or anything. It's not like Midsummer or whatever. Those things. There's other movies, but it's a lot of people going there thinking it's like, I'm trying to think of Rich's Jessica. It's nothing like it's a comedy. It's a comedy. I think it's Human David Spade. Motherfuckers gonna think it's Clint Eastwood and Meryl Streep. Yeah, what's wrong with you? I don't know if people think. I don't know if people think or how they think. Anyway, but yeah, it's just some fucking retards. It's just fun. We used to have a great joke about Rich's County. Chris McGuire made a fucking great joke. It's one of my favorite movies. Congratulations. I'll tell you his joke. His joke is about how it's hard to choose a movie with your girlfriend. She wants this, and he goes, Prince of Madison County. He's like, well, Cleese was in it. Clyde would never fuck me. And he goes, 10 minutes in the movie, he's like, hey, something's fishy. Clint doesn't have a gun. And he goes, 20 minutes after that, Clint's crying. I'm like, oh, Clint, you fucked me. He goes, he's crying because he doesn't have a gun. Such a great joke. Yeah, shout out to Chris McGuire. Shout out to Chris McGuire. Yeah, man.
The opportunity to learn from so much data and that AI human models on which human examples on which to build a model. And I read Rothschild was the opportunity perhaps to be the most important single individual in global history because how much data is created. And not only that, but Rabbi has much as wicked than any person ever. Rabbi's archive also the death of the queen, the coronation of the king, wars, assassinations and assassination attempts, market highs and lows, everything, big bull markets, the price of oil crashing, the price of oil spiking, everything. And this is the biggest event ever. This is like 711 folios. This is bigger than Tanakh. It's a new epic for a new gen on video.
That's crazy. It's a banger. All the good shit's going, dude. But it's not. It's not. other things I have to, it's like, I gotta stay out of those little moments, I actually get out of it. You can still do those movies, but you have to do it the way you just did it. You have to finance it yourself. And you have to, but luckily now, man, you can show me fucking, there was one day where the wind was like 50 miles an hour. I was like, we can't afford to be here another day. So suddenly in BC, there's just a ton of fucking wicked there. That shit happens in the real world. For sure, it can happen in your shop. I agree. It just is. I think it just interesting how it all worked out. People making their own stuff. I was talking shit. Shane just wrapped up tires. He was telling me some hilarious scenes from tires. I can't wait to watch it. But it's like that kind of a thing where it's him and his buddies put together a show. You know, it's like his buddies are writing, the director, all his buddies are on it. They all came up with the idea. They do it themselves. And almost over the shoulder. I asked him, like, Netflix has any influence. Like, no, there's no. They just make a show. They just make a show. It's fun. Give us Netflix bang. It's a beautiful time for stuff like that. Yeah, right. It's a primavera, they say in Spanish. It's a springtime for new things. Well, there's an opening, right? And because there's no gatekeepers anymore, because they've essentially killed their own business, you can kind of do it on your own. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing. Like, you don't have to, like, sit around.
The comic said that data, specifically human data, overtook petroleum as its number one resource in 2018.
I don't think you should have a black dragon. It's just people got stupid. They got stupid with their virtue signaling in films, and you can't do that with art. You can't have. Do you see what the Academy Awards doing? That to qualify to be nominated for the Academy Award for the best thing is that they get a big like a theme song. That's different. That's the cool look. Okay, so yeah, that's you didn't pick that even did you? No, they asked you to. I said so. Yeah, if you had an editor, would you be making a thing? That was also reason why I didn't want to check what you guys fucked up every other form of entertainment, and now you're going to judge podcasting. And why did you fucking look at that? Sure, I haven't watched it. That's great. But she's like a fake site. Just started doing podcasting 6 months ago. She did that every podcast. Like, if you guys are listening to radio, yeah, they will listen to this. Some banging fucking podcast. They might not be number one. If your whole idea is like pick the ones that are great, that are like interesting. How stuff is a bunch of fucking great podcasts. This is cool. There's a bunch of great podcasts. There's so many great. He's a special dude. Very smart. There's a lot of great podcasts. Tim Dillon's the last fucker. Yeah, if he's not on this fucker, all the other guys get fucked. That is the one podcast I consistently listen to. Tim Dillon. That's his episode on the Epstein Files is one of the best fucking podcasts I've ever listened to. I was like clapping in my car. Everybody just clapping. Like, it was the perfect combination of satire, honest, real facts, complete chaos, humor, wearing those goofy glasses, ranting like a maniac. It's amazing. Yeah, man, I feel lucky to have that. That's one of the truest things I think I've done. Just fun. We go so far. It just feels kind of scary. Wow, it's also scary. He's out there. He's always doing it. Shit. Like, you need to be around. Get ready. Because I have to start practicing. I'll take my special one. Last night,
Say something like the content that Rabbi Rothschild states is wrong, and that's what will make it extremely interesting. Not just now, but for people in the future. It's uncurated, it's absolutely. And add this in the another 10 hustle.
So he even meets some motherfuckers occasionally, but it's so you told these kids crazy person watch the TV and go to the jam. You feel completely disconnected. People continue on stage. It's not fun. It's like you want to be around a bunch of other comics that are your friends, but also you want to hear their sets. You want to watch them crush. You want to go to the stage already. We laugh. We just said when you get on stage, you feel a competition. It's inspiration. These competitions. So the problem with competition is someone has to lose. You don't want anyone to lose. No one has to lose. It's just these people doing well should inspire you. Well, they should play the fire right now. Yeah. You can call it competition. The problem is one person. It's not called. That's not like bullshit talk to try to appear humble. The reality is, you win. Like having this place where you can do comedy, just try it out. You're filling up Friday night, 10 o'clock show,
Or an essay like where an argument can be made that use of electronics on Shabbat and Yom Tov, these holidays, is eventually being allowed, especially after the pandemic, where many members of communities, specifically even Sephardim communities, would have live streams going on in order to be able to connect with family members who were unable to be at a Shabbat or Yom Tov physically. And that was a catalyst for change within Judaism, and especially in an interconnected world where we can't be with each other. That event caused the eventual allowance of use of electronics on Shabbat. And there's an argument to be made that fire or combustion and electricity are different. We're not talking about anything that is a prohibition of the 39 melachot of the Mishkan. This isn't talking about anything like that, and especially with the rise of the smart home, and we can already use timers that having been plugged in already should not really be considered a prohibition. And many things have changed within Judaism, and this is only and reference the rabbis who stated this in the 19th century. This is only based interpretation, and that interpretation was perhaps valid at the time, but especially with the ability to perhaps program a car using an app before or an electric car that doesn't have any combustion, that doesn't light a match or a flame, that this is just part of living in the 21st century, or you can just say the modern age, and that additionally there are a lot of things that Orthodox Jewish homes don't do that are transmitting electricity that could be considered prohibitions. Give examples like their Wi-Fi or perhaps like even unknowingly, and they could be unknowing too, but like it's being done. Or they have security cameras, even at the school, that's archiving footage. They don't shut down their cameras during Shabbat, so why can't they have a live stream into their house? And give like good examples of this. And talking Judaism has changed since the time Tanakh. We don't do sacrifices anymore, though perhaps we may again in the age of the Beta Mashiach, but under current systems, we don't. That replaced with the daily religious services in shul. And the idea of like perhaps things that were avoided. Give a bunch of them that changed, and that even things that like the arguments could be made about a lot of things. Like originally, the main argument against electricity on Shabbat came from the telephone, and give that rabbi and their opinion. Because it was like starting an activity and ending an activity. But we play board games on Shabbat, and that starts an activity and that ends an activity. People play cards on Shabbat, and that's many times taking the good from the bad, which is a prohibition. We make these types of leniencies all the time if we don't recognize it. You're not supposed to measure on Shabbat, but people wear wristwatches, and rabbis look at the time to ensure that service starts on time and correctly. And why aren't the batteries of a wristwatch on Shabbat considered prohibited? If we were as strict as we many times make it out to be, a lot of Shabbat would be different. And Shabbat is about enjoyment. And there are already kosher phones, and there are already people who use airplane mode, perhaps, to at least change what Shabbat is, or Yom Tov. And
I just think this whole thing is just this drain. Like Tim said it like 6 months ago, he was saying this is the bloated carcass, the inflation. This is the end of what is happening. Like, they're just so scarce. There's so much money for stuff. Like in California, there's an enormous amount of money that gets paid to people for just taking care of your relatives. So you get paid to take care of your relatives, but there's no owners. But fuck, dude, I've had some relatives not pay me money to take care of them. They pay you. You would get paid to take care of your relatives. So say if you take care of your relatives, you could actually get paid for that. Which is odd. There's got to be some other reason to do that. There's a lot of fraud in California. There's a lot of fraud everywhere. But this is what Elon talked about. He's talking about like Medicare, Medicaid fraud. He's like, it's hundreds of billions of dollars. He's like, so okay, nobody worth doing. And he says they, who is the ones perpetuating this fraud, perpetrating this fraud. Maybe that's what happened.
unless you play this game. That kind of
So,
stuff.
again,
I think House of Cards, for sure. I think it's easy to say it doesn't have it. I think House of Cards is probably the worst.
sometimes you finish the dirty work. The worst of the glorious pieces. And no one else
Space is also
you want to see the trash goes to sit out of place. Everybody walks by. A million people walk by. Everyone sees it. But whatever, I don't know, because
that show's so good. Up until
else is going to
the
do it.
last season.
Just no one touches it. Not everyone really loves touching something.
And that lady was in it.
But
She's great.
Without Vanessa, that's not the
Yes. He's going to be
That's not the
he was the
response.
man or whatever.
But I'll go ahead and stop it. Let's see the back of the couple. Let's see the back of the way. I think
After Kevin Spacey came to
that's
us,
a
he
chance.
disappeared for a year.
That's what the up to season was. Those are the glorious pieces of all that are shown. Those are the pieces that show
Or there's a little bit of connection.
Yeah, very good. But also, the remember, Rocky Sweat sees the behind leading through a sea of blood.
That's an American pastime. Like somebody
Doing
thinking,
yourself
that's
in
like baseball.
That's gross. Like, that's a situation. Like, I don't know if you hung at that moment. I knew the
That's what's scary too. Out there, I don't know if you see them. They put a bullet through you like some child in Gaza. Fucking find his other this fucking published. And they're like, oh, that's a Hamas or whatever. It's fucking Jesus. It's crazy. And they've been using this. There was a lot of it was a pyramidal rails for insane. Yeah, but there's also a lot of like we had a doctor podcast. He was saying that there's like going down. Just crazy. Like shut down for drones. Yes, like something in the air. And he said that for drones in the air all day. Just keeping tabs on everything that's happening. And that materials are all that's just scary. We'll give a huge contract to take care of America's. I never said it to software in 2014 significantly scaled up the worship during the genocide in Gaza, which became a choice for sure by a source just with which began in 2023. Palantir CEO Miles Marcus said the travelers supported Israel in refugee camp. The military is using Palantir to deploy attacks. I don't know if this is, I know there are, this is the title that says, what is Palantir and why is this corporation so dangerous? And this is from American Friends Service. American Friends Service. Challenge justice and build peace around the world. Also, because it sounds like that great idea. It also sounds like words together to celebrate Americans' friends. I agree and stuff like that. There was ideas at the Patriot Act. There's a bunch of differences, and it says this business and human rights center. It just feels like something was wrong and it's universal. It was like it's like just feel, there's some sadness going away. Memorizing where the people branded the government does. And why can't we, just know you're right? Start to hurt, but then you start to see, well, this is a way wrong thing. And then you're like, God, it wasn't Jesus when you back his helmet. That's what we got. That's all sort of but now back in the day, I think more information future self, instructions to contact his future self. And it's pretty cool. But there's nobody it just feels like we're heading there and nobody's there's people that are warned. There's people who stop people. Yes, there's Rokon, there's Thomas Massey, he's been talking about internet bill of rights for a long time or something, some cool reels and different shit. But it's people are wondering, in 5 years, is money going to be worth it? Is there going to be some token, symbols, what the fuck is heading in? Anyway, I want to be selling a job today or tonight. I'm selling a sale person. Let's talk about someone else. Dude, you know what I was listening to today, bro? Because it was night. Don't sing it. Oh, God, I think George Michael said, I love that song. We played that on the bus, yeah, it's great. He was the Michael Jackson. It's bad. Yes, you're looking at it, help the snake. You're having trouble trying to pick up guys on the park. Just give them a while now. They're superstar. Global superstar. Just try to get some take it. There it is. Fucking great song. Dude, great video too. Maybe also wasn't that song. And it was like that song in the faith and freedom. Those models started together. It was like, Randy Cooler or something. It was like Carolina Carl. It was like, she was the Go-Go's, right? This was somebody else. It was like, it was the Go-Go's. This song was about so much of body or something. It was like, when you were a kid on the bus, it was just like, God, the fucking motor was running. Thank God. I love all these cars. Fucking get free to get those and walk on backwards. Carry your books in front of you. Those are the days, bro. When you can't just connected the Lord, brother. Information, microplastics, tech, American tech. Dude, at a certain point, if you become microplastics, that person, then you're sort of at a certain point. Yeah, well, that's probably also that's what I'm saying, something different. If you think about used plastic for everything, plastic for technology, like I said, it might not be a bug, it might be a feature. Like this feminization of men, this blurring of genders, what does it lead to? Well, ultimately it leads to those fucking great no dicks. Yeah, big heads and no dicks. No dicks. Crazy, bro. I like that's where we're headed. If you look at what we used to look like, muscular cavemen covered with hair, just picking out stone tools, to Toby Man sitting in front of a computer, hacking into the fucking stock market, no muscle at all, on Adderall, no muscle at all, sitting there. I mean, this is like where we're going. Can we shrunk it? Do you think there's hope for humanity? I think there's hope for the future. I don't know if humanity is in the same sense, but think about humanity today. I think humanity becomes something different. Just think of this. If just the autism rate in California, I want you to scale that out. If it was 1 in 10, X many years ago, now it's 1 in 12. When is it 100%? When is it all kids have autism? Right? It's clearly moving in the direction, not the other direction. If you go from 10,000, 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 12, very briefly, if you did something's going on, tell me diagnosis, because that's talking or shit. You know that's horseshit. That's all that's gaslighting to cover up the pharmaceutical companies. The reality of things going on, if it continues on that same path, what's to stop it from being all of us? What's to stop it from the future? Start doing realize complexities also. That's true too. Yeah, that's one of the things that's Somalia take care of. Autism centers, and they self-diagnose kids as autistic. Yeah, so what you do is try to disconnect with seminals, of course. Listen, look at this. From out of a radio in the U.S. Autism Treatment Center, multi-billion-dollar growth center. So just keep track of that too. So this, I think there's both things are happening. There's more kids being autistic, and then there's also people profiting off of autism centers, autism treatment. But that's always going to be the case with everything. Fill in the blank, whatever the fucking thing is someone profiting. Americans don't want this. We don't want this, so how do we change it? Well, it's hard to ask. You gotta just, the thing is, like, say, you gotta figure out how to fix people that already have it, right? Because right now it's this is the lab showing some things that can alleviate symptoms and help people away, but we're all the way back to 100%. I don't think I'm talking about small, but if they could, then you can figure out how to correct the problems that already exist. If you can't, it's gonna eventually get to that point. If you keep living like we're living, it's going to get to that point where it's 100%. That sounds crazy for a lot of people because they don't have autism right now. But if you're
And say one of the reasons why Orthodox Judaism is only currently approximately 10% of all of people who consider themselves to be practicing Jews, not even including secular Jews, is of the over strictness. And if you really recognize it, there's only 14% that are celebrating Shabbat on the correct day, and it is a major prohibition in Tanakh, Torah, and Talmud to celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day. And there's an 86% chance that that is happening. So even people who think they're holier than thou there's a huge 86%, meaning more likely than not, in a major way, that they're celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day. So they should recognize that. And don't insert page breaks and don't bold anything that isn't a heading or the title. Please.
So it's just that this sort of happens whenever you allow people to try to make the most money possible. And if those consequences are like losing our gender, we're becoming feminized and weakened and physically less fertile with us babies happening more, which fits in. Honestly, the media arm of that is Hollywood pushes a lot of these agendas that are like trans-based and like white redneck is the worst. And what I'm saying, like universal, like a mix. And it's not diversity. Because diversity is everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. I'm fucking the trucker guy's cool. He's a nice guy. You know, Mexican carpenter's cool. He's a nice guy. Everybody's cool. No matter who it is. Everybody, that's real diversity. Real diversity isn't like celebrating.
This is good, but you need more specific. Say the exact book or writing or whatever, and whatever exact rabbis of the prohibition and all of these and leniencies, victimness, and say that this could be justified or given that this could be justified from Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and the Rabbi that during their lives in general, electronics, you know, when they were born, no one had a television, no one had a radio, and things have changed. And they would recognize that these things have changed. And if you use electronics on Shabbat, it should be no different than if you use anything else that isn't an electronic on Shabbat. So long as it doesn't directly have a prohibition, like sparking a flame or something like that.
And he just kind of checks in with the people in the neighborhood, right? Let's see what happens. Those people.
Please provide the exact writing of the Victor Miller about television. And please provide the exact article or whatever of the Victor Miller where he made this declaration. And say that there were a lot of things in the world that perhaps the Rabbi and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and anybody else saw in the modern age and recognized that maybe at their time and under those conditions, the prohibitions might stand. But in the modern age, that the prohibition doesn't exist. Hello, Mrs. Aquarius. How are you? I'm lovely, thank you. Thankfully, just yeah, exactly.
Hey, Mr. Aquarius. Hey, Rabbi.
Hello, how are you?
Good. I had a long day's work. I'm surprised I'm not yet. But I went to the movies.
What did you see?
They win. It's like a comedy. I went to go work comedy. She's trying to rescue her sister from these, like this kid, I guess. Funny. I don't know. I might go see Scream 7. Scream 7, which is like another comedy. It's like a parody of Scary, not Scary, what was it? I Know What You Did Last Summer or something like that. Yeah, it's out now. Yeah, but unfortunately, I gotta go to my dermatologist tomorrow, so that's what I want to do. I want to just reschedule, call them tomorrow, and just say I can't make it, and just reschedule for next Friday and just go to the movies. But I didn't go to the gym today because my battery was, I forgot to bring my charger, so I just went back home.
We gotta go to the downtown.
Yeah. I really want to cancel. I might cancel and just
They don't think they're gonna charge you.
no, my insurance covers it, but they're not. They don't. I have an appointment set, so they'll try to charge me on like the day that I do go.
What you gotta do?
It's crazy because I went to the theater. Well, before I went to see yes, and I bought some cheddar popcorn, some no sugar, and I got it for price, and I'm glad I went because in the theater. I think I bought there was Coke Zero, and it was set up with a damn cup. Like, that is a rip-off. Yeah, I'm staying away from the concession stand. It is a rip-off. It used to be $4.50, now it's $7. That's crazy. Inflation's crazy. Yeah, that's what I do. It's funny because when I go to the theater again, I'm gonna go to the other one. They never check my bag. Like the only time if I go to the one in downtown, like the security by the door checks everyone's bag. But he'll see my snacks in there, but he doesn't say anything because I guess they're just looking for weapons. But yeah, I'm sneaking at the hands. Like I'm this is why a lot of people like going to the movies because it's like they're just focused on the money and all that. It's just a pure ripoff. There's a Mario Brothers. Yeah, I'm just waiting for. Yes, I can't wait for next month for the Mortal Kombat movie. Yeah, I'll probably scream in like probably maybe 30 minutes because I'm waiting for my neighbor. I hope he knocks on my door because I'm letting him use my parking space, so he's like paying me like $100 for it, so that's cool. It's extra, but yeah, I'll stream in like 30 minutes. Yeah, it's in the building. But I don't have the car anymore. Yeah, so my car.
You take Uber?
You know what? I take Rainbow. Oh, okay. Yeah, I took one today too. On the way back home, but it's nice. You get to connect your Spotify to it, the music, and it just drives you. You know what? I used to because I always told myself there was a bridge there. I hope a robot that doesn't go crazy and just drive off the bridge. But so far, it's been pretty safe. Oh, I'm thinking you're talking to me. If I was
That's fair.
Yeah, they said they're upgrading. So far, I haven't had any issues with it. Like, it stops and it drives pretty good, actually. I think I've like ridden like probably over 20 more rides, but it do good out here in LA. Hold on, I'll be right
That's right. You're welcome. Give me this. Whoa. Oh, that was bad. Mr. Aquarius. Explore, Mr. Aquarius. Get these two. Get these two. Oh. Give me this. There we go. I published some articles. They're just ideas that are on my mind. And so there's a website called Medium, and it allows you to write 2 articles a day and publish them. And I published them. And, then I wrote some other articles. So that's what I do in writing in London. So another writing book. And they're just like they're important to me to be able to do it. And I worked on those. Yes, right. All right, read. So that's what I did. Riser came in, we talked quite a bit. And I was up late writing articles too. Especially with AI, you can just generate so much content so quickly, and proud of it. I mean, I have to revise it a bunch of times. It's still not just like the article for me. I still have to improve it. I still have to add things to it and citations and things. But I can just do it so much faster, and it's so good. And usually when I publish an article in the past, or even just have written an article, I spend so much time proofreading it many times, and it can just take me forever. So not good. Yes. And so the first one was that I wrote It's kind of a deep topic, a philosophical topic, but it's the idea of the ad hominem attack. Ad hominem is the Latin phrase for against, and hominem means the person or the man. So a lot of times what I find people do, either online or in the media or whatever, is instead of arguing against someone, someone's argument, they just call them a name, and they'll just say, you narcissist, or you egotist, or you jerk, or whatever. And that doesn't really help the conversation. And there is a strategy that I wrote about in this article. That's basically, if you can call someone out for being a name, essentially it helps to strengthen your argument. So that was the first article. The second article, there's a phrase that I don't like, especially in science. That's the phrase debunked. I don't like that word. I don't like the idea of debunk something is to basically say that it has been already adjudicated, or it's already, the idea is done and you can't evaluate it. And thank you. Nothing is case closed. During the Roman Empire, the people who talked about, hey, the aqueducts are causing the people nice bear. And there's a lot of parts of the idea of the center of the solar system, opposed to the sun. Anybody like Galileo said, hey, I think it's the sun. People would say, oh, that's hearsay, that's pseudoscience, that's debunked. When in reality, at the time, it was recognized to be true. So I just basically went after the term debunked. And then I've written a couple others. Oh, there we go. I can't publish them yet. So. I win, you win. Where she went on undefeated infant. Yes, ma'am. Here we go. Big time. I do. Well, I mean, it's not just all. I mean, I wrote 7 essays, so that's a lot. I also taught my class, and I say I slept pretty late. My hours are a little still off, but that's okay. And then tonight, I'm not sure if Riser's going to come in. We might watch a documentary, so that's cool. And then there was somebody who came in late last night, and we watched a documentary on nanoscience, basically really, really small stuff, which is quite interesting as well. So.
Why? Because again, the logic is that the fetus and the placenta are considered to be separate and
You're done till Tuesday. Any big plans for you?
I gotta go to my
Oh, yeah. So yesterday I called it a bridal shower, and I misspoke. I knew you were talking about it, but you had the bridal shower, bridal party. Apologies. So, what kind of PJs are you gonna get? What kind of PJs are you gonna get? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Silk sage green, right?
Because of that electrolyzer, an erroneous mindset about those items has absolutely no impact on the carbonic load. However, let's say you have in mind to eat the carbonic meat on Tuesday, then what does that tell us? That is not shut spiegel. And what does not shut us people develop upon? What does it develop upon? So therefore, what's essentially the Gemara comes full circle and says, we pass the like the rest. So again, I'm not showing about an unimportant or secondary or separate part of the carbon. We're not letting the carbon as a whole figure. But I'm not showing us figure about an important or predominant essential part of the carbon will render parts of the carbon. So therefore, again, just one more fun illustration of this. I think the chance to get back.
All right, well, sweet dreams to you. Here. You're okay. No, I said riser was, or I thought I said riser was. Sorry. No worries.
You did.
Oh, okay. Okie doke. There is a slippery slope. Something like saying electricity is building or ending like the final hammer blow. Is it even near the final hammer blow? Or chakras hammer blow when you have kidder? These are just interpretations. And sometimes interpretations can be too overarching. What the 39 foot mean is done in the building of the Mishkan, I should say, Mishkan. And that's what's important. And we shouldn't lose sight of that. Are we building the Mishkan by opening the refrigerator? No. We need to think about how those things would have been interpreted by the people who were building the Mishkan. None of them would have considered opening the refrigerator to have anything to do with what they were doing. it's a slippery slope of all of these prohibitions. And I understand that rabbis were just being safe until there would be one leader, whoever that person may be, who might say that we've taken some of these things perhaps to be too far. They are preventing our enjoyment, and they're really splitting us as a people. And the fact that we're so fractured as a people has weakened us. And the idea of not necessarily relaxing any prohibitions, because this isn't a prohibition. It's not fine. The people of the Bible say that. Well, the Talmud would say that. Many Kabbalists would say that. It's only up for the last 140 years or so that this argument has been, and it's just been to be safe. Electricity wasn't a normal part of society. It was very early and very new. But there has been a change that it is everywhere now. That has caused us to have to recognize that something needs to change because it's preventing our enjoyment on Shabbat. People stress over issues they shouldn't stress about. And it is preventing our enjoyment of the day. And there should be an argument that that goes against the spirit of Shabbat more than the thermostat being changed. Or having to have a Shabbat helper make an adjustment to the thermostat. That's being done. And at that point, it only becomes the difference between the haves and the have-nots. The people who can afford Shabbat space GOY, and you can say that with a Shabbat Goy, and those who don't. And especially with the electric car program to take you from your home to somewhere else, that's a and yeah. So please, then I want you to make sure it has 10 out of 10 logic. That anyone from Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, you could even say, like, put it in the Rabbi Schneerson and everyone else, they're like, yeah, there has been a change. And perhaps the change is with the change of going from analog to digital, which happened where there was more digital data, and that has been a change in society as well. Once that occurred, we're in the digital age. We're no longer Rabbi Feinstein and Rabbi and the Rebbe's were in, and they would recognize that there was a big change that happened. I think it happened in 2000 or something like that, where all the complete amount of digital data that had been stored had surpassed. We're in a new age, a new epoch. Also, our stringencies to these rules have caused great division as a people. And we should focus on that which unites us as a people. That means someday someone can program a car that takes them to, and no combustion occurs, and it's all pre-programmed, then that should be allowed. And talk on Shabbat, even if they have a should be allowed to do that as well.
Even if they have an electric car, they can do all of that. But we should focus on which unites us, not which divides us. And ideas like whether a timer or not at all, those are just loopholes. Those are just, in many ways, an argument has been made, like trying to outsmart Hashem. That's not going to happen.
Get it together. Get it together. We knew the end of Mesechus Tzvah. Get it together. Time for big boy hands. Time for us to get this. Let's finish the Mesechus strong. If you want to be whiny and distracted, you can be whiny and distracted. And if you want to say January 1st, 2026, this just I got this. Okay, maybe not the first 189 of the Mesechus Tzvah. You know what? 109 to the end, I'm going to hold this. Right? 109 to the end, I got this. So everything in life is about your perspective. Everything in life is about desiring, identifying, having a vision for the person you want to be. New Mishnah, new year, untold possibilities. Let's jump into the Mishnah. At the touch of shading, at the touch of seeds, so let's say we are concluding on the topic of this particular paragraph, which is that what happens with stupid tricks, what happens when you go and you offer up certain things outside of the text.
Don't use Roman numerals. You don't have to say the different sections. Remove the page breaks. Expand this if you need to make better arguments. Make sure that it is 10 out of 10 sound logic. Cite the date approximately when digital analog. Please.
Inside of the mikdash versus a covenant that became invalidated outside of the mikdash. So again, the covenant that was invalidated inside of the mikdash, if one is there, you don't take it off. But a covenant that was invalidated outside of this village, which essentially means it was invalidated from the if you put it on and it's there, you take it off. So what I saying? Touching shares, what are you talking about? The bonus which are kosher. We're touching psulim. What are you talking about? The covenant that also shahaya psulim b'kodesh. But the psul, the invalidation developed inside of the Senate itself. You keep on buckles, and then you went ahead and unfortunately you offered up this covenant outside of the Senate.
Don't just cite the Halakhapedia. Cite whatever the Halakhapedia cites. It shouldn't be a bunch of just links to the Halakhapedia. Cite whatever text it cites. And also, you shouldn't spell it L-O-R-D. You should spell it L-R-D. And also, it shouldn't be G-O-D. It should be G-D. Or just use Hashem. Please don't forget that. And also, what about in paragraph or in parentheses, the Hebrew, the transliteration, the Yiddish, all of that stuff that I told you to remember. Please remember that stuff. This is going to an audience that may not be familiar with the terms. They shouldn't have to spend half of the time looking up words. It should have the transliteration, the translation, everything. That's really important, please.
A person offers up the desires of the law and the remember again, and always a covenant continues there. The meaning refers to the specific sacrificial parts. So actually, says that this is talking about it as follows. If you offer out a half of the desires of the Olah and a half of the desires of the sacrificial parts. So in other words, you have an entire desires What happened is the ultimate, and what happened is you have to have other is a sacrificial heart. You offer that at that time, they say, you are tired. So there's two halachas that's being taught everywhere. Number one, you're only time for offering up a desires of Kabbanic material out to the Tzaddik and the novelty of introducing is that that resides in up two different Kabbanic materials. In this case, all the meat and all the sacrificial parts, all of the again they combine to create liability. Good. What's the next one? Asher Ya'ala Allah Ozah. In the Allah, behind the levels in the Asher Ya'ala Kappas, something else to do is the rest of the silence. It's speaking about how the God should be offering up Sabbath as that it is fresh. It's interesting to see this phrase, like the Torah says, so it's interesting that and then the next passage is now Pesach or more when we do that. It's not the song we if you offer up Kabbalah Saturday, so it does the penalty is colors. It must be interesting to know that the carbon that is mentioned in the cost that you're not allowed to offer up as a flesh is the Allah. That's Allah. So that the Gemara asks a very simple question. So the Gemara says, so verse Asher Ya'ala Allah or Zara. Allah, denying the rabbis in Yuri Hashem. How do I know? So I don't know that you can't go for all that time of this question. How do I know that you can't go for the issue? You might as well look for a whole list. In Yuri Hashem, the sacrificial parts of the Hashem. In Yuri Hashem, sacrificial parts of the Kakas. Then in Yuri Hashem, or the sacrificial parts of the Hashem. Then in Yuri Hashem, or the sacrificial parts of the Hashem. And bring all these items up and make some question as well. Therefore, the positive says is of Zavach, I will say, all to the items. I should say, Zavach is a word that means carbon. And therefore, when it comes to include all these other sacrificial items as well, we know that was. As such, you know, so that's not a problem, that goes. So now, we check typical Kabbanic items, maybe things that don't really have like like blood associated with. There are those who include comments. There was another again, anything that will not become a thought. You're going up, by means, Gitolas. The Gitolas, actually, that's Gitolas, right? You ask Kohanim, so when you Kohanim,
well, they just follow. You see their lives it's like a realist show that I've seen on anything. It's just real. It's like everything's just transparent. You can't hide behind there's gates and shit like that. People are fighting in New York. You smell what the neighbors cooking. It's like you never get anything about that. But everything was right there. It was like the realest thing you could be. This is what we're supposed to do. How they done my thoughts. Yeah, we picked two. Like videos out of it. Yeah, there was a spirit. It's basically just crossed time there, spent on social media. Spent time was where you done 4 days. Oh, yeah, not days, but it's been less and less. I'm really trying to have discernment of time. It's true, but the real peace comes from full days. That's the real peace. If you can do it, but it's a bad thing. It's
And also say where that international data thing was in 2003. Where is that information?
the thing is, like, you have days off, I take days off, still check out the websites. Websites. See what the news is. We have to it all depends on whether or not it's something where they can have like watch your box. You know, if it's just something it's great. The problem is like these corporations like American ones just don't perform the chip, which is like very just get infected with these young people who have these ridiculous ideologies and want to destroy the news.
If over the past 30 years, the news hasn't been, hey, we're poisoning everybody in this fucking country. And they have been, I don't want to hear from you guys anymore.
Also, like the way they talk about birth control, the way people describe these anti-vaccine what he's saying is everything should adhere to the same sort of safety standards. We want to do this. And that's not the case. And then there's the problem when you receive a bunch of advertising money from the companies so you don't criticize them, which is the case with mainstream TV. All mainstream TV, I don't care what talking about the election new. It was an unspoken rule that Russians, these folks who are drug companies, they're responsible for a big chunk of their advertising.
Beer Monsanto did beer, which was like it was like a pill company, right? And Monsanto.
That's a disqualification. I don't know that even if I observe it, that public outside of the business. There is still a for young side. Or others. They are coming at the same time. Again, the outside, we must also put these motherfuckers in common or pivot. They go, how do I know this is even a problem with your attention? One person doing the whole the attention to be outside of a minute time or outside of the place. Even if you have coverage, which is in still is liability burning outside of the base. I mean, that's far. We should keep them sooner, or for that matter, again, say the old one was done by somebody's hustle. Exactly as done. And they went ahead and
Also, food and within letters, especially like letters to Rabbi Sneerson, perhaps his opinion on halakhic rules was correct because he was in the analog era. We're in the digital era. This changed the time of the change of the millennium. And he neither did Rabbi Moshe Feinstein. And their opinions should absolutely be respected. This isn't in any way saying that they were right. In the analog age, that was a fine position to have, but in the digital age, things have changed. They would very highly recognize things have changed.
But something happens how do I know that there is still burning this outside of the base on the Dutch? How do I know that? No pedal lassos. Says ultimately, you do not read it through the base on the Dutch. Columns top of the desert. Or more whatever is supposed to be done inside of the base. Outside, so let's say this is kind of, by the way, this is probably one of the most important URLs that we have you have to love it because this solid chunks halacha levaisa. So I just learned over here is number one. There's the prohibition of doing burning of a body. Checking on those burning of a outside of his English applies to any karma. That only doesn't have applies to the but it applies to what? It also applies to a lot. So again, non-animals. Sacrifice. That applies to all types of kosher. All types of sacrificial items. Number three, it even applies to the salad cover. So if you have a cup that validated for some reason, whatever, if you just sort out a list of reasons, like there's a bunch of reasons for most of them value. Even so, you still can't that particular cup and outside of it is an addition. One violation. So it applies to all animal offerings or non-animal offerings and kavanos burned outside of this question. We got what's a solid chunk. Incredible. Let's go back to Havana Jasmine Alma. Thanks for watching. Again, how did Mishnah? It's actually very interesting. The Mishnah said that if you burnt a half the desires of Ola and Pura, which means that if you went ahead and you burnt half the desires, ultimately then of Ola meat, right? Of Ola meat and sacrificial. Although now again, this gets a little bit confusing because Ola obviously is fully burnt on your neck. That's even in Ola German, which are the specific sacrificial part of burnt separate ending from the rest of the day. So the Mishnah told me was, that is only why I go through a piece of diets of sacrificial matter outside of this flesh. So if you have a habit designed Ola meat and a habit designed Ola sacrificial part, those two cases become the requisite units for liability. Okay, so yours is fine. But so that's interesting. All of them are in showing they were really a very level law. So something is that person by own law, and that's a not a big by shlomo. Right? So let's say by shlomo, let's say that's the Mishnah illustrating this example with the own law makes it say like this is unique to own law. But for example, if you were to take the half of desires of shlomo's meat and the half of desires of
That's fine, Bishop. Just say you don't have to do the Hebrew, Ashkenazi, Sephardic, English transliteration for people's names. That's just for words that aren't proper names. I should say you could still do it for proper nouns like the Beit Mikdash. So perhaps let me change it to just people's names. You don't have to do it unless it's a nickname like the Vilna Gaon, where the transliteration and everything is all the same as the English. You don't have to do it for that.
Because the people okay, so let's dissect what's there. So Bishlama, Haras, Ola, the color in Shlachim, low. So I understand ultimately again why in terms of let's say offering what outside of this. So I understand why I have the desires of all the meat and have the designs of all the sacrificial parts combined. Why? Because they all have the same, what's the word? The same, yes, they all have the same steps. That what? They all consumed on this day. That's because all the meat, the should be extremely all those sacrificial parts. Sacrificial parts are going to be there, all those things. It makes sense. What? Some collected running outside of this image, then how the designs and all the ways they have the designs of all the sacrificial parts can combine together to form the design. The UI says about law, but it makes sense. It makes sense to say, well, let's say a perfect designs of Shlomo and the perfect designs of Shlomo sacrificial parts. Right? Why would they combine? Because what? So what happens to Shlomo meat? What happens to meat? You eat it. That's what happens to Shlomo sacrificial parts. It goes on his back. So I understand that those two can't combine. However, I will go over several coming. I understand that. Why? When it comes to side, again, to Mercury. Mercury means the shouldn't matter, except parts. I understand, like in the case of all, but not in the case of Shlomo. In the case of Ola, the meat is truly the same as a separate. Like everything is working as well. When it comes to Shlomo, meat is consumed sacrificial parts. They have a plan in mind. But in other areas of our lives, and that people both sides of Torah, but when it comes to us, people know certain concepts. Why is Shlomo you're going to come with that by Ola, desires and have the desires of sacrifice parts combined. Or people know something today, and why do we want to Shlomo? The Gemara says that there's so many stacks. For them, the rest specifically the Mishnah says that when it comes to people, all parts of the property dies. And when it comes to those some parts of the property, so it's a misunderstanding, right? So let's take a little further. Let's take a like people is a mindset that is where you type of what of the cover of the mind completely outside of the time. So for example, when it comes to things that you have in mind, I can have these sacrificial cards, which now is really like you have in mind, they combine things with no side. If you do over the fight on the wall, that be again, besides the people, you have besides the sacrifice, which is something just in mind. The Kasha figure that the Kasha makes a contradiction. Before you just take the don't just take the point that when it comes to people, and so come on, having desires of meetings from the Mishnah says when it comes to people from Sunday, sacrificial matter always. So Kasha's contradiction which was people are people of Kasha, it's not contradiction. Comes the people, come from that Shabbos people. It was actually very interesting. You want to talk about people who is actual official people that and one is talking about the money that comes from the religion of action. People say this is actually on the first by law. at the bottom right line, the first correct? I'm not sure. That's what it is. What is the start for? So all the stuff is highly pathos. When we say that sacrificial meat and hearts. But when we say that divine, and again, it doesn't matter only the Shamanic word, you say the divine, that's when it comes to actual sonship of God. If consuming people, right, you're actually consuming people, so if you're consuming having desires of sacrificial meats, sacrificial parts, it doesn't make a difference. They both combine from the desires, so it's highly pathos. Now, I can tell you only each one of them. When did he say that it only combines by over, doesn't combine by Shalom with that? And not Shavas Kingdom. That's what we're talking about the intent of people. Shem Shahad. Oh, sorry, otherwise not. You're talking guys, but so Allah, with that, as I is anyway, so it's my own people. As I'll be showing. She had all the active desires, possible. Desires to move, multiple Shavas
Which was like like a crop company, pesticide company out that I'm hypothesizing. I don't know exactly. But now they're fucking work together. Yeah, but that's crazy. For a great deal of activity. You guys get bio-clocked too. Bio-Manchester, bio-Spowers, and people are just always in the we're just chatting. Guys are being chatty. Oh my god, we're so chatty. I know, what is that in? Because, like, it wasn't for the ability to be chatty, who knows how people would be able to talk about things. Because if people weren't free to just, like, actually say what they really think is fucked about what's going on, and instead, if we all had these weird bosses, like CNN or the New York Times, where we're reading, maybe a lot of these people are, like, genuinely good journalists, they want to put a story through, and then the editor gets all over and cuts it. That happens too. So the editors got these things, you know, they have a distributor. It's like the news should not
We will do that for a moment. Please steelman this even further, making sure that Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson or Rabbi Moshe Feinstein could see the brilliance of it. You could even use them as examples.
They're saying they're actually, which is that's the most important. What are your actual opinions? I can agree with you or disagree with you, but I need to know that you think this, and you're saying this because you think this, and then you're going to give me a bunch of reasons why you think this, facts, figures, and statistics. Show me. You know, and that's the rise of independent journalism. That's why all these independent channels do so well. That's why Candace Owens is not. Yeah, and that's crazy well. Yeah. I can see that. I can see her. She's so fun. So you think she's right about that? Or at least used to have that fact. She got that drug a lot. I don't know. You know, it's tough to know. It's hard. I've never been good at guessing if somebody has a cock.
Sacrificial parts will combine by shoving the sacrificial parts in your non-body. No, sir, no, sir. Just really again, I'm not pushing on myself.
We may recognize that there's a real opportunity to unite the people of Judaism by recognizing that it's a new age that changes. The argument in there, and you can have that, like steamships, bringing many of our ancestors to the New World or other areas of the world, had to operate on Shabbat and Yom Tov, and people benefited from that, albeit indirectly. Many of these steamships generated electricity. That's what Rabbi said.
Women's basketball coach in Notre Dame told another viewer Catholicism is a false religion, so the true doctrine of Christ does not lead to salvation in Jesus Christ. So they're upset that he said it's unrighteous to begin, or LGBTQ. That's very non-specific. That's a lot of different things. What he said, I know he said, and I understand, like he had his own views and his response, but like, let the guy have his views. It's like, you can push all of these agendas, but they don't have like they push agendas that are push all the agendas. Wasn't there one dude saying that the world's flat? They kept doing John Rabin, sort of like good was true. I mean, yeah, that's good old-fashioned American fun. That's it too. Bring gun to a strip club, that's fun. I'm saying that LGBTQ, which one is it? It's unrighteous. And I so there you go. But he gets suspended for saying that the world is flat. He got suspended for because he did not take the vaccine. Right? He should have come here. He bailed on that flat. So you're talking about your point, it all seems very bizarre. What is Jamie think? I think he thinks just consciousness creates reality. That reality is experiencing consciousness. That consciousness is like moving into reality. It's responsible for its very existence. I'm going to do a terrible job of explaining that, but I've watched quite a few videos where these quantum physicists are trying to explain the
do a fairly good job of absorbing it. I see what they're trying to do. Like, those quantum experiments, all the slow experiment. It's like these different experiments where they show that observing things has an effect on it. They act differently when they're being observed than when they're not. It's very controversial. Saying science. It's confusing. Science very confusing. And I was watching this lady that was describing this relationship between space and time. And I think, like particles in different places can exist and communicate, but simultaneously in different parts of the world. Like the atomic quantum is the idea is that if you can get to a small distance, understand how much works, and everything is that there is no distant objects. You can actually instantaneously be anywhere within a figure. That would just be at a distance, instantaneously communicating, existent, like superposition, still and at the same time. They can exist in a logical way. Smallest, like whatever the world and the universe is.
You didn't do it because you are making things in the paragraphs bold. Bold should only be for the title and the headings. Please do it again. Start title of the essay and move your way down.
You say that I understood that his been in my mind was like, it was one time we were talking about this years ago, dirt and water traveling through space and this and nobody's fucking talking about it, and I'm always remembering that, like, just like that, we're fascinating thing that we get to be here, and then this is how we behave, like, not all of us, and not all of us, but in some ways, and like, this is how we behave, you know, because that's something to us that's phenomenal. I understand the person, and that also might be a feature. It might not be a bug, it might be a feature, because that's how instead of being a harmful feature, just keep remembering to the grind stuff and keep checking for it's not working. Yeah, we're just trying to do
Sure, this is part 1 and 2. Seems like it's just part 1.
Stars because you're living in Miami. I know too many nights. Drive out to the country where there's no commerce going on. You shut your car off and slide on the hood. Magic. It's magic. Magic. The sky's magic. It's gorgeous. It's a fucking big huge.
Start over. Part 1. Please.
Space, right? You know, it's just dark outside. Because it's easy to not pay attention. It's just nothing to see. Look up, it's dark. Look up, it's dark. Let's go eat. Look up, it's dark. I'm going home. Let's go. Look up, oh, my girlfriend just called me. So I gotta go pick her up. You're in your work, right? You're in your world.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop what you're doing. Look who has given up their time to be able to spend it with the coolest person on earth, What's up, big dog?
Yo. Do laundry.
Oh, that's cool. Are we gonna watch the documentary?
Yeah, what's the Michael Jackson one?
Is your mom okay with watching it?
I need to bet it first.
She needs to vet it first. What is it? Okay. I don't know. Look at top documentary films. It's the number one on the top 100.
I hate losing. Do you ever lose? Probably not.
I lose stuff all the time. Sometimes I have to go back on my streams and see where I put stuff. Yeah, it is.
Man.
What's so weird?
Let's do the laundry. There's no laundry. This is empty. I don't think it's
And the answer to that is no. The answer to that is no. Presence of the root cause does not allow for this wicked to continue. In order for this wicked to occur, there must be a sacrificial.
So why did you make the article
It's an excellent question. So I tired of the flinging that happens in the media and online that happens where you have someone who has an idea, whatever it may be. They say that I don't know that William Montgomery is my favorite comedian of all time. Could you understand somebody's argument?
Yeah, but if they are saying
Okay, but with that being said, we're just talking about perhaps William Montgomery, not even being the greatest comedian of all time, just a really good comedian, or somebody who makes you laugh. So you have person A who says, I like William Montgomery. And then you have person B, who says, William Montgomery is misogynistic, he's racist, he is traditionalist, he is a person who is not a good comedian. In fact, I don't like anybody who likes William Montgomery because of these reasons. And it's like, okay, well, attack him not with words against him, but attack his comedy or whatever it is you feel makes him racist. And you may say, okay, well, what makes him racist? And they'll say, oh, he's racist because he says, I don't know, I ain't ever gonna stop. And one person may say that is the mocking of a certain group. Another person might just say that's just how he is. He's from Memphis, and that's what he's saying. It's a different interpretation. One person may consider that to be racist. Another person may consider it to be not. And so you are basically saying that he's a bad person, a bad comic, because of your particular interpretation of something that I don't like that. If you are going to racist and is a anti-whatever or against science, it bothers me that you are attacking him. That's an ad hominem attack. You're not attacking his argument. What argument do you want to make? Oh, because he feels that I can't even say it on the YouTube stream, but like certain medications that may be beneficial to horses are good to take if you get sick. But up until 2020, they were, according to the World Health Organization. Well, the people don't want to have that argument. They just want to say that he's anti-science. And I don't like those terms. They're dismissive. If you want an article, write an article about what Joe Rogan says, not what you interpret him. Does that make sense?
It does. Certain times where non-confidence is warranted.
Well, so here's the thing. By just calling someone a word, no matter what it is, there's an argument to be made that it's an ad hominem attack. So let me give an example. And the word, it depends on the context. So you might say, Joe is a man. He has a podcast. Okay, that's fine. But if you say Joe Rogan is a man and has a podcast, there's more. There's more emphasis on that. Like being a man is bad. Like he has this idea of misogyny and the patriarchy, and so it can be interpreted both ways. By just calling him a man, for some people would just be like, well, I'm just defining a who for someone who doesn't know. For someone else, they may say that there's all this kind of negativity around that. The same can be said for a woman. You could say, Nicki Minaj is female, or Nicki Minaj is a female. Okay, that's fine. But then other people could say Nicki Minaj is a fan, like almost as if like that emphasis about all the things about being a female, of perhaps aesthetics and beauty, and or just like putting them in their place. That's just a female. That's a man, or that's just a male. These types of arguments are used all the time. The ones that I really am combating are people who say, who want to reject someone's valid, perhaps, argument, not based on the length of that argument, but based on what the other person is. I don't like that. Does that make sense? No, it does. It has. It's not like one event triggered me to do. What triggered it, the fact that I could put out a press release. When I put out press releases, I like to write. And especially with AI, I can do it very quickly, very efficiently, and have really good things to say, I feel. And then having, I just had one really long blog entry, and then I was reading that. If I put out actual content that I like, that gets into the Google system, and then like helps people to know about who I am and what I do. And like, I mean, I guess like there's an overall reason why I do that. So I was going on Reddit trying to get somebody to talk about me, and kept submitting Kick subreddit. Who is my Rothschild? Why do they keep spamming me? I kept putting that, and they kept rejecting. Then eventually somebody put it on there. I just wanted someone to notice me. Rabbi uses to be able to make people aware of his World Peace Project. They just say he's just a spammer, which is, I mean, it's true. I'm not denying that, but I'm more than that. There's a reason behind what I do. I just want you to click some link so I can drain your crypto and hack into your system. I don't want that. If anything, I want you to come in Discord and discuss peace with me. That's like, to me, one nefarious and the other is quite righteous. And so when I read by,
Don't complain about the
that's true, or advertisements on phone, or even advertisements on the radio, they don't consider that. Exactly. And you have to understand that marketing companies came up with the term spam. If you want to know why it's called spam, it actually wasn't that. Why didn't we talk about this? Why it's called spam? Okay, so spam is potted meat. I've never had it, but essentially, it is something that was used in World War II in England, because they were at war with Germany. And after the war, they had like 10 years of rations still available. All this potted meat. And so everybody got sick of it from like 1945 to 1955. So they call it spam. Like, just anything that you had too much is called spam. And then in the advent of the email age, they named for unwanted emails. So they started using the same term that they used from the Cold period of World War II as spam. So they address all that spam stuff. And then marketing companies and advertisers especially wanted to separate them from low quality advertising. So when you had to pay for advertising, they would call that advertising or marketing. When you, everything is called, and so all thrown into this organized group of stuff that I don't want. And in my opinion, I mean, what I do, I get why it's sort of spammy. However, there's no really good. I'll tell you this: I get people on Discord all the time who send me messages about Mr. Beast's Bitcoin, and is that Mr. Beast sending that stuff? No, but he pays firms to do that for him. Is Mr. Beast known as a spammer? No, because he has a big enough platform that people know what he does and why he's doing it. And also, he is in good graces of the marketing and advertising agencies. If you're in the good graces of marketing and advertising agencies, they call that self-promotion or promotion. If you're not, they call it spam. Does that make sense?
I think that the definition of spam is simply anything that you don't almost virtually consider spam, like people walking down the street and request spam, other cars on the road, every tree on earth request being there, they're spamming me. The mountains surrounding me are just full of trees being spammed. It's like I did not request that. So,
I agree with you. 100% agree with you. So anyway, I want to make sure that my online profile, more than just this person just bots and annoys people all day, I want them to know that I have very important knowledge I'm going to share with the world. And if they want to learn about it, the best way that they can learn about it is through these published articles. And if somebody thinks what I said was cool, they'll come in here and talk to me about it. I have gotten people who have read press releases that I put out in the past, and they've come in here and been like, that's really interesting. Can we talk about it? And absolutely. I'm open to those types of discussions. That's why I do it. So knowing that there is a not a forum, but like a platform, like Medium or Substack or something like that, where I can publish something and it's available on Google for people to be able to get, is really cool. I like that.
I hear you. So I'm gonna start the documentary. I don't think I'm on there. I don't like
Okay.
Just go.
Okay.
Fire.
All right. I'm down.
Sweet. All right. Don't put it on. Who made that song?
Are you singing the 20th Century Fox song?
Yes.
I'll look it up.
It's a hit.
Now, listen, ultimately, again, I don't understand, but imagine what one said, that if you don't bring the full measure of the Torah outside of the base of the country, you're not liable. Which seems to be according to the Eliezer. In my really preferring the place to the full measure. If that's the case, how could it be that according to the Eliezer, if it just burns the Zionists without burning the full measure? And the Rabbi not covered it. Comes over the again to bring tutorials inside of the research. Every one of these, there was a
Alfred Newman in 1903.
the widest line, second wide line. Shabakol,
Riser.
His eyes had like high balance. When we talk about daily needs and sense, interesting the daily incense often actually points out over here. That halakha is no shade. God doesn't give him a message. Keep along and give him a message. The Talmud agrees, long as the point is correct. In the Semicosh, which even though the thing is supposed to do at least the Zionists have turned outside of the base and the Dutch got a thing by on a regular day. Even Rabbi Eliezer would agree. So what's my I guess, really I guess it's today to keep it. Right. Don't say you keep it. Now, don't say that. That's the last season I thought that if you the last line of the thing shot down sheer. The last thing I watched it. So we can try to make it the Torah of the God say a record. As if a lot. The Torah does say ultimately that the Lord puffing up. The Lord puffing up means a handful. A handful. The mouth seller in the Lord puffing up. So one says, one means that you have two handfuls. That's that. That is a shear. The mouth seller in the Lord puffing up, not that. The other means is ultimately again, I'm not going to myself. So the Lord puffing up doesn't have to be absolutely explicit. Rather again, that even that itself is not an explicit shear. I'm going to buy it. Oh, I want to know, stop again. Stop again. A little bit. A little bit of your but each one, nevertheless, I guess, remember, the focusing on this, I let myself, what's the liability of for us when it comes to offering up to sounds? Left and the left was a left. What I want to establish, interesting enough, is a foundation between what I call geometrical versus your typical. Geometrical, there's no language here. There's a repeating language. Therefore, by geometrical, you offer up a design inside you get to go out outside your life. Your cheaper, it says in the word cost, that's two handfuls. And the process is ultimately again, is that if that's listed sheer or not, that's an Permission application, permission next week. You can read one more time. So you're going to do it anyway.
Say it's only 14% is there's a 1 divided by 7 chance. That Shabbat is being celebrated on the correct day, meaning there is a 6% chance now. I'll give you the exact number. Divided by 7.
So I says, what's the shaila? Should we take them down or not? So which one says, no, you agree. When it says, no, don't take it down, why? Necklace you like, no shon is back. Ultimately, again, really transit. It becomes the blood of his back. Which means essentially, once the foundation is back, that's where we go. Again, also said that we have this is different than any previous things. Because all of our previous cases, these roots were always being put on the stair. After this we go, here it is before this we go. I know it's like how many days that should make a difference. Even it says no. Once the guy is it's not means that immediately. Like it's already exists. And then the other three there's this picture base. We always saw this additional releases. Shot come out. The Shia said come out. Some of the disqualifications that I'm going to talk about the following cases. Let's say again, also you have carbon and you put blood spill. So there's no sweet blood, it doesn't have this stuff. So you have that. Or the blood is taken outside the little area of systemic flesh. So let's say these were examples of carbonos where ideally they should not be put on this bath. But if they were put on this bath a lot, so what do we see from there? We see from there that currently even without rebar, once you put the cover on the zero, you don't take it off. So all that's happening is that the zero is simply supported feels stiffened. Not awesome. In always up in what is right. So in those cases, there's no blood to be spilled. In other words, there's no blood spilled. Or the blood was taken outside the people in the area. So in those cases, even if you want to spill the blood, there's nothing to spill on it. And yet, what's that like? But on this, in theory, I love those, is the cover was placed on his back. Don't take down. The involvement was absorbable, and also in our case, the balloons of the protection card were placed on his back before his recon. But there's still blood. There's still blood. If you wanted to use recon, you could use recon. So of course it should be kosher. So that's the argument that halacha, when I saw in the case where there's no blood to use recon, the Mishnah said that if you want to drop the cover on his back, you don't take it down. But all the more so in our case, when you put the cover on his back, there's still blood to use recon. Of course you will take the cover down. Tasty was his whole life. I caught you Kardashian.
I was just referring to young brothers and intervention.
In Mishka's case, by Mishka, we're not supposed to be lying. In Mishka's case, I think the blood spilled. What is the guy is the other places? It's a person that's talking about. It's actually like kind of touching Kardashian. Most of that, what is that? That's not what you like. You listen to it. Those conditions are close. The country production really are Mishnah. So the first thing is Mishnah. It's that skill. It's running out of the community area. Maybe let's talk about country production. Now let's see like country production. Shepherd's Rishas. Our layman looking at his Rishas. So let me go to this up. Country production is higher sanctity products. One of the ways in which that higher sanctity manifests in the heart is that the covenant itself is covered even before Zerika. So maybe that's the case. So Kachik, maybe we'll say Kachik cover. If they went up in his graph even without Zerika, then I don't know myself. No case if you don't take him down. And they like Kachik cover. If those wings went on, if those wings went on his back, and whether that's good. This is catching power. Maybe you get like catching power if they went on before you would be thinking that what's happening? How it is. The catching power. It was about like the Mishnah. The Mishnah also that's like Kala Pesach as well. And Kala Pesach is in the category of touching color. So if you look at Halacha Pai Bas, not by touching Halacha when touching color. Listen, I'm going to point back over here. This is an interesting, like, nugget of information that's been just about these things with touching color. You realize that the premise is legal before minus simply at post sutra. That was essentially what I was working. Then you got somebody that says it's true for touching color or simply colors. And touching colors are best with color simply or sutra. Just hold on that piece of information. So the Gemara says, one second. So it's still two. Well, touching color, that's a touching color. The Mishnah says that that's right. That's probably it. It's not. You want to get it over. The Pesach case is for talking about the case of the Shalom Shlomo. The soul of Kavod Pesach that the Mishnah was referring to is not the case of Mishpah. But it was just the case of the case of Kavod Pesach was the case of what the Lord Kavod was pointed out. Shalom Shlomo, she says the word Shalom Shlomo Pesach. وكما قال عن سورة بشباب الشمال بالكلمة الشقة شباب الشمال في مسألة الإسلام يكون الشعب خير كافي الاشتياق إليه أشتكي الموضوع بالقرارة الإنتاج الناس كل مشروع مش هيسوي هذا اللي يسوي واحد كم تسوي بس لو أي فرق هذا the actual is brought up to the therefore, now let's do so. But ultimately, again, if the animal was in fact picking up and shafted on the top of the death, then she would have been out. What's the case? My God, Rothschild, Rothschild, emotional touching power. That was a noise. And we show that those who distinguish between touching Russian or touching power. In these cases, cells are told of these types of touches. If they turn up in this there before it's used up, now the whole is rotated. Rotating down, which the US is wrong. Hush, we could be there. And why didn't they handle no yet? That's not it. Why is it 18 days? If you have just been waiting out for that week, they should take it down. But if you end up checking it about the death, certain items are brought down and certain items are left there. Which the USA also has. I won't do that teaching about if it's touching value, once we go, so we can get. So this question, I don't say, usually the chaos. I was the heart, you will cut from it. So that's how the mission said, the mission said, let's go. And almost said it. We saw that there is no difference between touching value and touching value, which because it's cool, tiny, really well. The cool is already on its way to the media, but like all companies, was brought up to living animals. The top of it there. What should you do? What should you do? Do that. That's what the Lord says. Shoot that. That's obvious. As well as it's obvious. Remember, you should not be shut the cover on the top of the there. Therefore, it's an obvious thing. So, but if you want to really come up with top of the there, what you do is what you do is that's obvious. This is actually really well. Looking up, listen to this. Really up, not higher. Really is touching about really well. Most with this deep shit behind you, how you go. Good idea, okay? And it's talking about the rest of the yeah, that's He's talking about this, about it. And there's something about the deal that once you're going to see that you keep on doing it's powerful. I got to keep on sitting there and pushing yourself. That way you have time on. If you ended up saying about the powerful, you take this acquisition as well. You actually said even a powerful as the ability to say on the staff, I tell you, even not sure the power without moving. So this is the most instance that will make you see, by the way, what type
this adaptation will provide the information to allow which will be easy for the commission to have investigation and financial and out of society for the everything new Jews. And there's not anything to be paid that they would allow the education and necessary and not recognized status of Jews, the Jewish population. For Judaism, especially Orthodox, especially in Hasidic communities.
there's certain everybody else knows that by when you're fighting, you're going to things like the truth. If you see that, you got to take it down. You got to take it down. You can find out you take it down. It's up to the thing is that there's certain types of human humanities there. There's the emotions allowed to go. So therefore, how you establish this Mishnah with sin, ultimately, sin, innocent. But there's a couple of things that are really also how the relations they are created. They can ultimately a good way. If you took a really old place to the face of the other, took a really old coming to that, so what do you do? When you go shut the relations there, if it's just a mission, if you ever want to shut the coming to that, you have to shoot. You got something for them, so really play it. And how do you do this is the kind of there? I don't know. You see what it was like to fucking have to use that. Because I've got to keep out of that. You see what? That's actually directly. Once they put you if you own that favorite, setting up which they talk about the $2,000. That is never been that powerful.
Dedicated adaptations.
Because the Bible says you shall not pick up the two seconds and so it refers to and not to which the Gemara says Sefer Asar Shira. Not usually the Gemara wants to read it. This is the Gemara wants to say it. So it's not the Mishnah.
Roller skating documentary.
Like what photos is
The last kid's the Mishnah was if you brought up a living animal to the top of the Mishnah, what should you do? What should you do? Bring it down. Bring it down. If you end up slaughtering it, so then the flesh of the Mishnah was I'm sorry. The Mishnah was that's the other part. You take on a bloody animal to the if it's an older shuttles, the right shuttles there, so you get the you should flay it. Take off the skin and cut it. The part is cutting the sacrificial parts. So the Lord says, okay, so what's the condition here? exactly finish. So if you find much for that, finish action in the operations there. So in the finishes, that is flaming and cutting up with the marks on the top of his there. Right? Spouses, at least when says, maybe you know something you know about the population there, you can't from the coming up with parts of the population there. So what does he say? I'll ask you, people shakosel or shasa kosher in your city. What's the case? The kids were becoming had the opinion of whether it was kosher, and then it became what was kosher, and then it became possible. Listen to the actually about 7 words from the Bible. See, one people that this solution kosher. So Rashi says it. Rashi says, "La have shit, call them super." That's actually the job. So it's
That doesn't mean it's just they just need as well for place. They don't say the gal, just say the and people sleep.
prior to the It matters a lot, especially if you are a color blind. What you need to cover the body flavor of your hide against the hide alone. So you just need to practice it. I'm going to make some. I'm going to make some companies in that way. So I'm going to set up my. So now what's it? So now it's the idea of this. This is a good as a revelation. Says, hello. For the next stop, if you have a hold on, they have a pretty optimism. Even if subsequent in hustle or flow, you're not going to test what's similar to that. Come correct. But sleeping is fine, come on is fine, sleeping is fine. But now the current correct. Even so, as long as it has a good possibilities, you free it and keep them. High free and essential direction is these are cut down for worse. The problem was the higher, so again, as it is, and the other having the heart municipality. Even if it's someone so yeah, she kind of all about it and give the higher when people already respect as you remember normally if becomes possible now the most increasing cost is the whole public had a disability salvage the home and on actually planning please the motion is down and really get as a part of our shit into it so we're directly close what's in the otherwise you're chasing on shots at motion if so the hazard so this finish actually was as follows you run over
Having to upload information but perhaps someday there will be a reflective, Olympic authority, perhaps a rabbi, who does not fear and a trailblazer, who example how Shabbat life can still integrate electronics without breaking from traditional Holocaust and adapting Holocaust to the digital age. And people can await that person. And when that person is found, perhaps be quite effective of the Jewish world. All of the great sages name 30 different rabbis. So Paycheck, Rabbi, all the great Orthodox rabbis. Perhaps agree that this was a game changer in the digital age and necessary, and was able to sacrifice it and use the knowledge and Holocaust in order to be a leader of Judaism in the digital age. Now, it's not everything this far, but perhaps we'll be here soon. Come back as well.
social matter is not that. So therefore, we watch the presidents, even though they're not fit to be, and we don't full well that what could happen if somebody can it's only one thing for a second, and the color just comes in that many context, she can end up so obviously we'll say, we're going to try to get rid of this in fact. Raise or something like that. But yes, you want to just understand that art to a potential stumbling block situation for unsuspecting red green color. When we do that, when we just like, this is so fascinating. Sometimes everybody is not a choice. It's not a which times you just have to choose less to compromise choice. Some don't know have to be the choice. So you have it. Sometimes I don't really even use the word the less. Sometimes it's not a great choice. So you have to choose the best choice for you. Incredible. There's already sort of like that, by the way. I want to bring you back to the joint conversation. And one thing is to remember how does he try to power Trinity? But what did he just say? He just said that if you have a culture coming is there for Zurika. What do you do? Like water. Last two black portions there. They're literally in the food you don't use. Yeah, they're going to also have it together. Everyone seeing agrees with the statement by touching Hadashi. Because touching Hadashi, where they sanctified already before, already prior to Suda. Touching color really get it. Bishop dies Suda. I would have thought that therefore if any valid sacrificial means that his name was death before Suda, you should take the blood, or the city blood, leave their blood. Now that's how your conversation started.
Don't say just put the words and don't say moving into part two. That's all. It's but read.
Sacrificial means of coming before Sweet God, don't take them down. Now we want to get that led to our conversation. Now we're coming full circle. But in the circle is the it is not a statement, the statement is a question. If you put sacrificial means on touching on this day before Zurika, it was obviously talking about an invalid karma. So do you take them down? Why are you just asking about the California is there? One of those says, is subject to Ila, to which is just on the way, is a lot coming better than you. You can't be the same better than you. So you can have a little bit of Ila. Which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why, because that's not our question. Because I stay on topic, stay on. Which is funny because you wanted to say stay on topic, right? But you wanted to stay on topic, and that's not our question. certainly if you go a little bit into that, you can lay it as something that we put to the number again. Use of consequent property, but you can look at use of consequent property. When does something become subject to law? When you fully the property of the base about how to spell it. So that these pictures are interesting. I would like to put it place for his back to that it comes down. So the United States, I use a touch of color on his back before it's legal. And I would probably do I take them down or not? You know, as well. Also ask is a subject to legal. But the author to get it, because you know, says, you know, what happened? What happened? You know, just becoming very late, you read that. All your question is about placing sacrificial lamb. That's what you got. Telling his back, and I'm thinking them off. That's our question. So, you know, it says, the questions, no, what this was what I said. Only about the question. What's the resolution? The kids like the babies carry questions up. And then always after the 40s we go, let's stop a law. Don't whichever side is said, and we didn't write about it. So we're not going to respect Matthew. We're not going to respect the ultimate version of this previous discussion. Whether it's in a Qur'an, that Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan, to Qur'an, he says, Rabbi Yochanan has a question. The only question if you place the news of everything that will touch it on this microphone speaker, just happens version. The final question that is being asked about the same kiss in places of touch with her before the city. Are they subject to the Mila or not? So this question, I'm going to let you argue. To find that country, why don't you understand? If you take the letter in death, should you take it out? You're not so much for understand. I'm not talking about you. Right? And it's obvious that you were saying that the ones who play sacrificial on his death, they become good or get rid of death. So we went out to come right to work the Shiloh. To me, you know, ultimately that means that I was the rest of the touches on these. When you're doing the aim button, so I was like, oh, do not do that for you. And they're not subject to this. No problem. It's like, this is what ridiculous serious. You're really going to get started on without it and everything. So to that, and that is resolution. So the selfish start number again, it's like, now, let's go where everybody's seeing you. This is the balloons of partial progression on the forest we got. What's that? All of these cases are valid covenants. That's one of these cases. Valid covenants and our whole subject is if you put it in the ground or under circumstances, under what circumstances you take it down. So, agree that if you place the touching on disregard, you don't take it down. The Shiloh was what about touching? Because touching on the really she to go full cut on the people shot with the sweeper. So our case over here, you know what's going to be about his there of the touching power for the sweeper. Then you have to get standing down on the other there. Do not get down so now. Do not set it. No. This obviously small. Almost like bottom of the sun, we don't take it down. So we need to touch it, please stand his back. If we don't take it down. And also, I know you're not substituting it. Right? which makes sense because these are only those once you see it yourself. That's the suya. That's the suya. Same thing as like that. Yeah, how you see it. So it's a small again. The next part. English way to be fascinating. What the discussion about the Tanakama said, can I look for them and say, if a problem is about one, and you bring it, you have to take it down. You take it down. And once in a while, you take it down, because when the weather says, this is based on the shit you do, all the shit you do. Any carbon, and you place on the pressure sacrificial units, and then the modification develop inside the bush. That's the kind of carbon with you. The lowest they put it on, you don't drop. You don't take it down. If, however, the animal had a pre-existing condition, and this modification only proceeded into this flesh, and the accident put it on the ground. So, here's a good example of this. The animal had no pride. Coming as an impression, if it's another, Rabbi Akiva is not a sheer but the Alibi. If you say no, even the Balmor, if you accidentally put it on his back, regularly, you don't take it down. Same thing, as I was coming up with, or when Rabbi Akiva and the people of the animal, how would it choose the other? Okay, there is. Rabbi Akiva said, Allah for myself, so this is your life, but you got cardiac. I would say, wow, what's the special about the cardiac? You got around, so you can the cardiac. There's also interesting enough, this is the type of moment you can burn as if I was cautious for. So, you know, that's the so the most this type of moment is ushered by her, therefore, the people have the expensive that if you ended up putting this animal on his death, don't take it. So you might say, well, what qualification? But we have an application as an event. This is from the case where the consecration occurred before the consecration occurred first, and it developed this more. Okay, remember, everyone is good. We keep up. Don't afraid. But if you did end up putting it on his why not? Because this is a type of law that wouldn't be permitted by so if you end up putting it on his cup on his back, don't take it. Don't take it out. But all means received the law. But if the law was there first, then what? The entire consecration never vested on the other. If that's the case, then what you're doing is if you ended up putting on his back down, and we're going to keep up. Keep it reads. Sorry. You're going to keep up the last of the keep up. The keep up means that if you ended up offering up female Allah, it just should have them in law validation. Listen, Allah is a male element. Is an element. So the keep up says that if you consecrated a female animal, that is the equivalent to consecrating a body. Which makes sense, right? Because again, the disqualification is already there prior to consecration. Earlier, yeah. What's the interesting is that yes. Yeah, but not earlier. Which year, but the first hope. So what's this? We know that one of these disqualifications of an animal. So the animal was violated. If a person violated the animal, then they're disqualified. Is there such a thing as a violated bird? Now, what's that? Possibly about 600 eggs, which are you would have asked me to see it. see. So you see why this you see why this is a question of just the language. let's see a salova tahamiyah. So this is I'm wondering if you ever look at it, like if you ever look at this qualification of an animal, this qualification is always a key focus qualification. I'm saying an animal that violates a person or a person that violates the animal. It's always got double options. So we say, animal can be physics. Where it says the country therefore infer, obviously it doesn't have the ability to discover how to provide this person. So because it doesn't have the ability to provide it, maybe it's not disqualified if it's violating as well. Okay, well, let me say, there are certain pieces that are like us to see what they do and then there's other stuff that you just gonna say, I don't know, where is this house? Again, tell me you have this house. Okay, we have to do this house. Okay. How do you get out of the so what's that funny up there? So obviously, if this bird was violated and I figured out it was done with the bird. So it's not the shy up. So that's the fundamental. It's a fundamental shy up about the nature of the disqualification itself. So I'm not says this house. You touch that house. So touch what regular people not sure about the women. What's the first one law? When you keep on it, well, I'm not going to say anything about the women. I'll get again, remember. But even if I'm more, if you place the bottom on his hair, I'm not going to make something on the table. You don't take it down. So we learn. So now you get remember that. It's not any kind of bottom. It's only certain things, right? People should have then he said, not should not be more, however, how should all those. So that's because the people should have also been included this after what? A bird which was violated, an animal was violated. Why? So the keepers of this another thing. Why does not the keeper say that an animal with a cataract, if you put it on his back, you don't take it down? Why not? Because such a disqualification is kosher by birds. Violation is not a by birds. So since it's not a by birds, ex post facto with the other. If you take it on his back, we'll tell you, well, if we held that a bird that was violated was also not disqualified, then the keeper should say, even an animal that was violated, if the other, if he placed it on his back, ultimately don't take it down. Now, the fact ultimately against Rabbi Akiva didn't say that indicates to us what? That if the evil that was violated, it is also, which indicates to us that this kind of the moral activity comes even if the animal can't violate someone else. Violating the animal or violating the bird, ultimately again is going to be disqualified. Schneider says that the bird ultimately again will be disqualified. Usage, even though the bird doesn't have the ability to violate for the person, but since the bird can be violated or violated, they'll be disqualified. I'm not going to discuss. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to go. Sorry, last thing in here, the thinking about judgments, who are becoming the government of things. Sabira, Schneider, so let's say, so you're saying this explicitly, that a bird that was violated. was set aside for he went to a harbor that's bringing phone services sold for $20 and then drinking this bird, all of these birds. He's going to cuss out, like I said, don't forget, right? This is even in the common garden at the Sabina. So I said already, these cases, I'm not going to say it's hard to believe by any of these birds. A person is soon to remember the bird figures still not all of you up. And swallowed, ultimately, when you're schnell out, where you see this, listen to what I'm going to say. A bird which was evaluated only what the event is not fit to be used as a conduct. So I'm not going to myself, even though one of these is maybe actually two things together, right? When the animal violates a person or is violated, even if an animal can't violate in the case of a bird, ultimately the violation of a bird will disqualify ultimately again for use on his ground. So the Akiva running again, the Akiva runs the bundle. But again, only different Shabbat, and only that is specific from the cataract. Why? Since ultimately again that is kosher by birds, therefore Allah Ta'ala expressed that if you ended up offering up this animal, it will be kosher. However, again, that if the animal is violated, that birds only will be religious violation is still going to be prohibited, and if what might say, so even though you keep would agree that such a bundle, such a disparity. If you put on his left, you want to stop over today, we'll pick up the rest of the out from Karina Scott calling tomorrow. It's a great spot for something like that. Sorry that I can't be there to do it. I'm trying to thank you so much. You give me as for showing everything to do for sure. I I'm sure you understand how to show themselves. And I show it, see, believing, shit. There's a chance to change. Yeah, she will be able to reaction, measures, for creative actions. It's the blue. So the rest of us are in the past and it's trying to other steps. Big deal. So, sisters, they are not sure. She was a fast, sure, and still fast. These countries are very giving what the outcomes of the brother says. That it hurts as a solution. So you build in through as much as possible. I also understand that it's supposed to continue before. She always come up with institutions, which are actually organizations and because the families and the family always will go through shadow and so forward to us. So here's the chance. So it's for this one. So let's read that as we do. Result of our Hashem to begin with the new paragraph. The new paragraph begins in chapter begins. Today's task is Ayin of 7. We are talking about Hashem on Ayin of days 7b. So the Mishnah says as follows: called as Rothschild. So really a totally different path. Really quite Hazmokim, Shmistarbu Bechos, Hamisos, Obushamis, or is what happens when you have different types of animals mixed. What becomes the status of the collective Mishnah? The way we're going to read the Mishnah is, in fact, not that the Mishnah is actually trying to convey, but Rabbi Hashem doesn't get straight out of it. It's just reading as it's. If you have Kabbalas, if you have Kabbalas that got mixed up with Chatos and Misos. Now, what's a Chatos? So a certain pieces which Chatos cannot be offered. So actually, I can use words out there. Leave it out. Chatos, okay. I'll feed it back to one. So instead of the initial one, is like this either carbon, doesn't matter, whatever carbon it is. And it gets mixed up. The sense of it gets mixed up in a group of other carbons. These ones happen to be all Chatos offerings, and the type of Chatos offering that can't be offered, but instead are left to God. Okay, that's the mixture. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, the first Rashi in the correct. So it tells you over here is that there is one kosher carbon that is getting mixed up in a group of invalid Chatos offerings. And we say invalid Chatos offerings specifically the type of Chatos offerings that have to be left to God. Those are part. If you know about food, that's how you make sense. So stick up. So he says, what's the case? The question I was at Chatos is published Chatos is there are 5 different types of Chatos offerings. That's depending on the circumstances are left to God. Now, what I want to show you is if you notice in Rashi, you see that we have 8. That 8. Like the half of black over there, takes you to the source of Shas. On the right to the left hand column, that's the margin. So let's read it back to the dear Sassi, what's over here? What are the 5 categories of Chatos that are left to God? Number 1, blood Chatos. Chatos has offspring. That offspring cannot be offered instead of offspring is left to die. Next, Tmuras Chatos. If you have a Chatos, that's our Tmura. Tmura is you can't exchange one carbon for another. Whether you're exchanging it for a better carbon, inferior carbon, you're not allowed to do that. That's called Tmura. As is the people that have it. Tmura of a Chatos. Tmura, the exchanged animal is left to God. That's number 3. Chatos Shanisu Ba'alaham. Again, a Chatos of pain, with an accidentally done. Therefore, it's going to go ahead and do it fast. So once you read it, once the owner has can't offer up a Chatos is true. Chatos is left to God. Number 4, Chikipu Ba'alaham. All of the again, number 4 is if we don't set aside the Chatos, he lost again. He then got a replacement. Or productive replacement finds the Chatos. That Chatos is left to God. Last, we should have a Shnas. Remember again, Chatos is no if you don't like first to it. As we did. He just died. Such a Chatos also is left to God. So the Mishnah is first to a regular carbon. And again, it doesn't matter what carbon it is. A Shlug. And Meshach. Shlug itself, the Mishnah says, Meshach gets mixed up with a group of these type of Chatos offerings that are left to God. This designation, one of these 5 categories of Chatos, there's a whole bunch of animals, a whole bunch of Chatos like that, very Mishnah gets mixed in. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, what it is, they're all left to God. They're all left to God. It's, again, I don't know which are the Chatos, or which are the Chatos. because I can't offer that. Remember, this qualified practice of not to offer because I don't know which animal is which. If I'm offering myself, they are all left to that. Look at Rashi. Rashi says this are often sorry, next case. So that's halacha number one. So again, the way we're going to read the case, we're not actually read the case. The way we're going to read it is have a regular cover, store the shama, and gets me with a group of 5%. No ordinary 5% is 5 categories of 5% left to go. I have these see what's the halacha? All of them are left. That's halacha number one. Next, argue the shorshim and ha'era. Let's again. I have yeah, like I said, we have a cover. And my carbon gets mixed with a short shema after. Let's say again a shard that we use in the commission of now we'll see exactly what it's going to mean. For example, it says O, now O is context means for example, I know something. O she'emes is ha'adam. Right? So let's say for example, again, he killed someone. He killed someone actually before we get to the next mistake. Last Rashi. I think Rashi says this how الشرش شيء أكثر واحد غيره أخذ this is something as opposed to previous discussion. This was talking about living and yes, here see the record 1 to 1 mixture. My kosher, my sacrificial kosher short gets mixed in with a short that is completely purple and B1 is done with it. So this is a 1 to 1 mixture. So the Gemara says, so now, the Mishnah says, excuse me, what's an example of a short? So now, continue the Mishnah, we'll come back to Rashi in just a moment. For example, shit. For example, let's say again, a shark killed someone because shark killed someone. Someone because there was one witness. The reason why this is important because if there are 2 witnesses, shark killed someone, sharks. If there's only one short to prove for sacrificial reason, that's why the Mishnah gives these definitions of them. So, for example, the owner said, right, the woman said, my shark was. In both of these cases, the shark itself will not be executed, but instead it becomes precluded from the sacrificial use. Or the rova, the nirva, or for example, again, the animal sodomized someone, or was sodomized by someone, right? Or the muktzeh, or an animal that was set aside for that one sale, or an animal actually worshipped for purposes. Right? So all of these cases is have a shark, and the shark ultimately again was involved in some type of illegal activity. Let's go back to Rashi just a second. And Rashi gets started on the beginning of Ayin. It's still one case which we're going to get to this tomorrow, but that's not usually Rashi. This Rashi says, Zvofim Sherim B'Shur. Remember, in fact, that last Rashi said, this Rashi says, Zvofim Sherim B'Shur. They got mixed in with this shark that was involved in this very for example, after that, the 1-to-1 mixture, and some examples of Farish Ba'azil Mike. Now, then the Mishnah goes on to say what are some examples of illegal activity, illegal shark activity. So, for example, you don't have a right now 71A English. You don't. Shehemes as other for example, let's say who makes shark killed someone. You know about it, what's that? It's enough. Oh, yeah, you made himself a big by shark killed someone. The shark ends up in by the iftar of the skill, the low kill on the grass. Because the whole is again, you know the chart itself is looking at the chart itself is not joke, it's not executed. If they drove up, near up, you have a core, it's essentially the chart of the reality of the person was violated by a person, and you know that this or physical. The hashtag and discovery that will be my most shiny tower the headlight. Below it may have seven above. The actual Lucas will certainly so again, here it is. I have a artificially fit animal that gets mixed in with now this other type of animal. Now this other type of animal is not it can't be offered up as a product, right? Why? Because it's involved in some type of illegal activities, inappropriate or immoral activity, which is used for sacrificial purposes. So it can right or ultimately again it was involved in moral behavior with the person, or it was set aside for a result, or it was actually worshipped for a purpose. In all of these cases, however, myself, the animals are useless. That official. So now I see that I've got a carbonic animal and another sacrificial use. I do not know which one is the so Kali actually points out and says the actual this is in the first short part of the actual little part little process that I'm talking about. Try to again, be sure to hear this because it's valid. Can't sell everything. So now let's go back to next. The Esler here is given for harvest for such a carbon such a is unfavorable such purposes. Behavior is used to purchase a dollar base that can't be used as carbon. Okay, carbon based then the Kilayan movement straight from so let's say for example, Kilayan that's the animal is the cross ultimately again between two animals. Like or and we're going again to all these cases where they thought animals are true thought. So say different, right? Just the animal C-section, the animal born by cesarean section. In that case, all of these animals were included for use. Someone says, here's the problem. Even if I have a one-on-one relationship, for example, that's just carbonic almost that's a problem. That gets mixed in with these animals. Pretty much all of these cases. So remember, it's the exhaustive list. The animal killed someone, right? So, by the way, I know about it ultimately is because overtold you or in passage. The animal itself is not the animal is actually executed. It gets to become sacrificial use. Or the animal violated a person, or was violated by a person, or it was set aside for others, or it was worshipped by others, or it was given to a harlot as a payment, or it was used to purchase a dog, or it's a result of crossbreeding, or it's a trade or it's a seller. In all of these cases, this animal gets mixed in with another compound. I do not know which is which. So what do I do? So which one says you actually stop. So what do? You let everything loose. Let both animals graze until they develop a bone. Feed you and then sell it off. I love the show when I sell it. Without the wood, the value of the more expensive animal, type of cover. Which was originally designated as crazy. Let's say for argument's sake, again, I was supposed to break. Sure. Right, I was just being stuck. Now, again, these two animals get mixed together. I don't know which is which. So I let them graze. they hopefully develop a book. Once it's developed, you can sell it off. Because I don't know which one to purchase. Essentially, I have to purchase a new cargo for a smuggling and value of the more expensive of each. She's out on shore. Which was the cargo. That would be more expensive. Love you. Man, you know, you have to try to listen. First, right? First, expensive one dollar for all 2 hours. That's just you raise. So, of course, I said I'm going to do a that's what you want to take it. So, just like this, let's mix these two. What are these things? So again, what I point out is very interesting. In many of these other cases, these animals from like movies, for example, or animals that take some one says but it is fit for use. The problem is not fit for use. The other issue. Because as furthermore, the federal laws all the time, yes. Furthermore, because you have a funding capital, you also can't just simply redeem it categories. In other words, you can't just decide to transfer it simply to money. So rather, what I need to do, you know, actually, it's now looking at this really easy to do. Well, Rabbi, I love the show about the last 7 minutes in Ogo, Yogi Balls, maybe
Yeah. You?
Oh yeah.
What were you
I like that one. I like the way that cemetery one. What did you use to describe it? I guess snapshot.
Yeah, Rich, this one was just really beautiful from my opinion, like how they were able to capture 1970s Brooklyn. I think boring. I found the soundtrack. What happened in this one? Isn't them just like telling about like how they were like showmanship?
Sorry, what do you mean?
What happened in this one?
I think the two main characters were kind of interested in making a career out of this roller coaster stuff. The one guy had the van and was writing articles for a magazine and was interested in the business side, and then the other one somehow his plan was to monetize dating as roller rinks.
Yeah, but they didn't do that, did they? I mean, they just talked about it, right?
I mean, you saw the ending, right? They were just taking off to
Go to
London, England, to I think somehow do like a little tour or promote it, or there was some plan there. It wasn't really clear, but they were going there.
But they like that would have been interesting. Like it ended right when they shouldn't have ended it. That would have been really cool.
You know, that was that we really don't. I mean, yeah, we don't know what happened on that trip. It was kind of sucks that they just got there. But the roller coaster ride kind of ended, and I was just maybe another reason why it ended. I don't know. Because I was looking at the footage, I was like, damn. Like, I love roller rings. I wish they're still more popular.
Yeah. Liability became big with roller skating rinks, and also the price of property. To have big areas for people to skate, you need a lot of square footage. And at least in LA, I know we used to have a lot of roller rinks, and the property values all went up, and the owners of the roller rinks sold out. The crowds became smaller, and the ability for the owner of the land to be able to sell it to contractors and building conglomerates basically was too big of a temptation. Additionally, yeah, the death of disco is something that, you know, disco had like a kind of, it was in like a lamb, somewhat out like a lion. Kind of, there are certainly disco elements to the early 1980s, but a lot of disco moved into early hip hop, and the idea is that you had a time where dance hall was really popular. The biggest one was Studio 54 in New York City. That's where all of the people from to Liza Minnelli to Mick Jagger, everybody would go there. But they had a fire. A lot of times you'll have a so hot, everybody wants to go there, and then they have a fire every single time. The reason why is there's a lot of insurance money in that, and those two. So just at the very peak of the club, when you know it's start to go downhill, you fire and you collect on insurance money, and then you start another club somewhere else that becomes the house in town, and you keep doing times around the city, then you go to another city. It happens with a lot of clubs, or else the club just eventually dies and the owner has to sell. So disco world was also fueled a lot in drugs, and the there was a lot of pushback from DJs for disco. A lot of people didn't like disco because it wasn't rock and roll. It used synthesizers and it used like electronic music that weren't necessarily, people didn't see as having a lot of skill, and there was also a racial element to it. A lot of people didn't like disco because they felt that was like merging a lot in black and white, and there was a lot of that, and so there were people who wanted to stay away from it. Early 1980s, there was a new administration, the Reagan administration, which had a huge crackdown on drugs and really went after many communities for drugs, and the dance hall, disco club certainly got an idea of doing drugs in a more public fashion, like with that which was being done in some of these clubs was seen as a conflict with the conservative Reagan administration, and it went away. They had disco nights at like ballparks where everybody would bring a disco record and they would crush them with like a steamroller. Like just shirts that people would wear just said disco sucks. There were backs from rock and like classic rock bands that, hey, guys aren't playing their own instruments, they're actually singing and things. But I really like disco. I think it's a really interesting and I like the music as well. And I like that black and white people came together and were for the first time. Like before, a lot of clubs were segregated. You'd have a white club and a black club, but disco kind of merged these worlds for the first time, and I think created something really cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's good that ending, or playing a role in ending racism, and it's a real bummer that it's not happening to disco music. Like, I just don't understand. It bothers my mind to me that disco is my favorite genre. I mean, maybe shoegaze, but depending on who, it's certainly dance that just got so amazing, and it's like sad to me that genre has discontinued to some degree. Like, or to a major degree, there's like some people kind of do it still, but I don't know, it's not the same. And it was really embedded in culture. And I did not know that the drugs was like a big reason it got shut down. I guess it makes sense. But
It was certainly a contributor. Nancy Reagan's just saying the basic increase in the budget of the Drug Enforcement Agency, raids on clubs, and a big push in the late night for disco movies. One Saturday Night Fever, starring John Travolta, also has Fran Drescher and some other people in it. This basically gave a rhythm to the I should say it took disc clubs and put it on the big screen, but just as a way the birth of hip hop. That's really from that, and basically the hip hop has a lot of in specifically sugar. Early hip hop does. Listen to Sugar Hill Gang's Rapper's Delight. It's from like 1981. It's the first. So,
like, I don't know, there's a lot of hip hop that just
well, that's not early. That's more likely not early disco, or not early hip hop. Here, I'll just get. What is the argument that early hip hop is an offshoot of disco? Argument that early hip hop is an offshoot of disco rests at the genre's first commercial record, such as Sugar Gang's Rapper's Delight, directly sampled disco instrumentals like Chic's Good Times. That's what it is, yeah. And before the widespread availability of samplers, early rap producers hired studio musicians to record disco tracks or used existing disco records as the backing for rapping. A style explicitly known as disco rap in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Key evidence supporting this connection includes musical foundation. Early hip-hop was musically the element of disco plus rapping, utilizing the backbeats and rhythmic structures common in disco to keep dancers on the floor. Cultural overlap. Prominent early figures like DJ Kool Herc, Grandmaster Flash, frequently played disco records in the Bronx, and the Paradise Garage and Disco Fever venues featured disco rap tracks in their sets. Terminology and origin. The term hip-hop itself was originally used by disco disc jockeys to describe the emerging style and was first recorded in its first recorded use of and the first recorded use of the phrase is in a 1963 disco song before being popularized by disco DJs like DJ Hollywood in the 90s. The label owners often argue because it was sound at the time that the first wave of recorded hip hop was inextricably linked to the disco template. While a popular narrative suggests that Bronx youth disco in favor, the reality is disco rap dominated the charts in 1979 and 1980, and the techniques of extended break beats were directly pioneered the practice of manipulating vinyl records. As hip hop evolved, technology like sampler drum was available, the genre actually moved away from the disco template to develop a harder, distinct aesthetic, but its inception was fundamentally rooted in disco culture.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I guess I was just most like a lot of, I guess early hip hop. I'm not super well researched.
Yeah, Wu-Tang Clan is a decade after this.
Yeah, but yeah, like you would not say that Wu-Tang Clan, but they're super early hip hop.
No, I mean that's late 80s, and I'm talking about late 70s.
Yeah, no, I get it. Did not know that.
Okay, so let's find out about why disco died. I mean, I gave some reasons. Disco declined due to
The price of the building, or like the real estate price of the question. I almost want to disbelieve that, but I like if a bar and a restaurant or a dance club can exist. I mean, I guess the problem with roller rinks is that you need like fuller time.
Way bigger, exactly.
Places, but also like you could accommodate full time sure that it's dance floor is the cash for the business.
No, it's not. It's not. When you look at things, you have to look at square footage. It's dollars per square foot, and the square footage that makes money is the bar. The dance floor does not make money. The dance floor brings people in. Does that make sense? The air
So they did have business
in roller rinks.
Yeah.
Not somewhere more geared toward children. We might have like a food, like a small kitchen or like a food area, but like there are, especially the Valley of Los Angeles had a few, actually like 9. They had a bunch of roller rinks. Those all closed because of the cost of land. Bowling alleys. Again, same thing. You need a lot of space for these things. And on top of everything that's inside, imagine the parking lot outside. That's a lot of space. Ice rinks and the big 3 were like very popular at one time, but due to the cost of land, roller ice rinks and bowling alleys have really closed down. There's one ice rink.
I don't know. In California, ice rinks are more popular.
There were when I was a kid, there were 9 ice rinks in the Valley of Southern California in the San Fernando Valley, and today there's 1. Now,
in Canada, I don't think we have that problem.
Well, you also have a lot more just people in the United States. Hockey is maybe the 5th most popular sport of the major sport, and probably been surpassed by soccer.
Or golf.
I don't even consider those to be major sports. I'm talking about sports that are on television that make money. I know those are on
California.
We actually already learned
just no. That's it. Aside from Maine, maybe Michigan, like it's just not. It's not very popular. It still gets eyeballs. I'm not going to say that it's not one of. I mean, it's considered one of main sports. But when I was that soccer had growing in the United States, and hockey is. I mean, just look at the teams that you had move to certain cities as expansions, and then they have to move again. Like if it will move.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm not saying that. Some people do. It's just it's the most expensive of the sports of the let's say 5 major sports. It's by far the most expensive. It's really difficult to play because you have to have ice. In places like Southern California, the price of real estate has increased. New York City as well. That you can't have these big facilities.
Unless it's like Madison Square Garden or something.
I mean, you're talking about the New York Rangers who play. Like, you have to be a professional. They don't allow college to play there. They don't allow hockey to play there. If you want to play high school hockey in Manhattan, chances are maybe you could get some on the ice.
Like Rochester or something.
Well, Rochester's far away, but yeah, you have to go to one of the other boroughs probably, or New Jersey, and that's why there's not a lot of talent that comes out. Hockey talent that comes out of Manhattan. But you know what you do get is basketball talent, because you don't need as much space, and there are that you can go to that have 12 points. It's a lot about space.
I was thinking about another plus, like a roller thing, because it's very low cost. Everyone can do it. Basic dancing, like it's a cheap, accessible sport, and you can do it in smaller space. You don't need it huge space necessarily. It could be a small door. Like you can do it like a basketball court, basically wherever there's space.
Well, another thing that hurt the roller skating industry in a major it split it was inline skating. So you had that which the 1990s, and then you got people who would do roller blading and play hockey on pavement, and at times you could do roller blading side a lot easier. You could roller skating. Roller skating generally you need like a really surface. Rollerblading is a little bit more speed, and there are like board things, or at least it's like some that you can skate on a little easier. So it became a more outdoor activity. So you didn't need these places anymore. Once you got the inline skate, I mean, who's to skate inside some facility when you can just go to the boardwalk along the beach and roller skate, and there are hot chicks there, and you can go faster.
Yeah, I mean, just think how maybe for sure about the atmosphere that makes it more fun to DJ and stuff.
Just a dance club or dance club.
I mean, you can't skate backwards and do all these different that you can do on rollerblades.
I agree with you on that. Well, you can do everything. Okay, but I'd make the argument that you can do more with an inline skate than you can with roller skates. You can go fast.
As far as dance moves go?
No, I wouldn't say that.
That you can get.
Just
I get the argument. Go like access more terrain and go outside and go on the sidewalk and stuff like that. You get that argument. I think on the actual dance floor, people still probably go for classic or the quad setup.
How many roller skating rinks were there at the peak in the United States versus today?
Do you know of any in where you still?
Yeah, a couple of them have closed though. There's some in Orange, but like they a lot of them have been replaced by housing or commercial areas. The Valley, which is just north in Los Angeles, has really closed a lot of them down. So here we go. During the 1940s and 1950s golden age, there were an estimated 5,000 roller skating rinks in the United States. Today, there's about 1,000. So they've had there is 1/5 as popular in the United States as they once.
More than I would have thought.
And even what we're seeing there, I mean, liability became really big too.
Why? Do they require permits or something, or waiver?
The waiver, but
Or
it's
just the insurance price goes up or something?
well, the payouts on litigation, just across the United States, but also across the world, has gone up. So let's say in the 1940s, somebody spills a Coca-Cola on the floor. People were less litigious, and so they wouldn't really sue. But in today's day and age, somebody spills Coca-Cola on the floor and somebody looks on it, that's a slip and fall case that the waiver doesn't necessarily cover. There is a duty of the business to have trained their staff to be able to clean that up to avoid that type of tort is what it would be, but that type of incident. And if they get sued, there is a huge opportunity at $1 million settlement if somebody really gets hurt, hits their head. If they break a bone, maybe 100,000 or so, something like that. And like basically the business, you want to make money as a business person. And you could even say, all right, a dying industry is roller skating, where every single year fewer and fewer people come in. We have to raise the price more and more and more. Or I could just build houses on this, not even houses. It's not even houses. It's called mixed family usage. Basically apartment buildings here. And I'm going to generate a lot more money every single month. Why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess
It's become
everything's about money.
That's what makes the world go round.
Yeah, I mean, can we design a waiver that excludes alcohol, drinks, including drinks, rashes?
No. Even if you did, a judge will find that contract to be unenforceable. So you can put anything that you want in it. You can say you're not liable for anything. That's fine. A judge can find that to be unenforceable.
I mean, shouldn't the business have the right to be protected in a way that it doesn't need to be forced out of business out of lawsuits?
Slowly but they are. Okay, imagine a waiver where it says we are not responsible for anything that happens on our property. And you walk in the door and the owner, the owner can say we're not responsible because it says in our waiver that we're not liable. But a judge is going
Isn't that the in some places with trespassing. You can get shot with like.
No. That's a different story. That's your own private property, and you're not inviting the public in. I'm saying, imagine that it is under normal business hours. They have a roller rink, and the owner and everybody signs the waiver that says we are not responsible for anything. And then the owner just comes out and starts shooting people with a gun. Shouldn't the people who have been damaged by the owner shooting them with a gun be able to sue that owner?
Yeah, but I think that is a completely different scenario than a split drink.
That's what it's become though. Slip and fall is one of the biggest torts in California.
Yeah, no, I believe it. There's a scene in Better Call Saul if you were shot or you're having home. They're like these skateboarder guys, and they're really paying attention, and then he like hits the skateboarder, and the guy's on the ground, and then the buddy is doing oh, the guy's like faking being here.
Right. I believe it.
The guy's like asking for
Believe it or not,
money.
I have seen that. Right. Doesn't he ask for money right then and there?
Yeah. He's like, oh man, I don't want to take this to a lawyer or something. It's just be like $500 or something, and then the guy just called him out on his lie. Like right there, he's like faking it. I'm not giving you a dime. Go away. Good luck scamming someone else.
Right. I have seen that.
Did you watch the whole series or just that one?
No, I think I saw the first season. It's very good, but I just I got really into that and watched that whole series, and then I got into Better Call Saul, but all of the seasons hadn't come out yet, and so I just saw the first season. It's very good though.
Yeah, Breaking Bad, apparently the number one television show of all time on IMDb or something. And it's clear Vince Vaughn has a...
Vince Gilligan. Vince Gilligan.
Vince Gilligan, sorry. Yeah. You're right. Has some new series that's... It's very strange. It's like a strange Have you heard of that? There's a new series.
I've heard that he started one. Yeah, I hear it's really
miserable person on earth must save the world.
I've heard it's very good.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen any of it. I mean, I haven't seen too much of Better Call Saul, but I just feel like it couldn't replace Breaking Bad.
Did you?
Breaking Bad is too good. That show.
Did you like Breaking Bad?
Oh yeah, no, I've seen it a few times. I just found out the other day that Bryan Cranston was in
Oh, where the fuck is he?
I didn't grow up watching Malcolm.
I didn't either. I would say, oh, that's the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. But I understand. I'm older than you are, so I had the opportunity to see it. And both are American shows, so that's a different issue as well.
Yeah. But yeah, so from a business perspective, I mean, like in its heyday, I guess it was a viable business because you had a bar and they're charging admission to get in or whatever.
And concessions were really cheap in comparison to today. Like you could sell stuff for like 10 cents and like still make a huge profit on it. Also, I think this is an issue that arises with these types of organizations as well, are music licenses. If you are playing music enough to enough people, you have to pay royalties on that. Now, let's see if that happens. Yo, dog, do you have to pay royalties if you're like a DJ at a bar or a club or even a roller? think you're supposed to. Yes, royalties must be paid when music is played in public venues like bars, clubs, or roller rinks. However, the responsibility typically falls on the venue owner, not the DJ. Venues are required to obtain blanket licenses from performing rights organizations like ASCAP, BMI, SESAC, and GMR. These licenses cover the public performance of copyrighted music, including sets played by DJs. The venue's license ensures that songwriters and publishers are compensated. While the DJ usually doesn't pay the royalties directly, they must ensure the venue is properly licensed. If a DJ performs at a private event, like a wedding in a space without a license, the responsibility may shift to the DJ or the event organizer. So all of those licenses went up, but the big one is the insurance, in my opinion. Well, actually, the big one is the real estate. But then insurance.
Yeah, and also the disco music itself, too, is also a thing. Which I don't fully understand why the disco music.
That's what I was reading. Why disco failed. So it died because of the convergence of overexposure, cultural backlash, and shifting musical trends. Oversaturation. By the late 1970s, disco dominated radio, pop, rock, and even country, leading to listener fatigue. Record labels pushed artists to adopt the sound, flooding the market with often low-quality disco product. Cultural backlash. A significant, often angry reaction emerged from rock fans who saw disco as escapist, overproduced, and a threat to rock's cultural dominance. The backlash was intertwined with racism and homophobia, as disco's roots in black and gay club culture clashed with the perceived unmanly and elitist image promoted in mainstream media. Disco Demolition Night, the infamous event where a crate of disco records were blown up, became a violent symbol of the backlash and hastened disco's retreat from mainstream radio and record labels, pushing the music underground. Evolution, not death. While disco receded from the pop charts in the 80s, it didn't. It evolved into post-disco, high-energy house, directly influencing the next generation of dance music, including early hip-hop, 1980s pop. Does that answer your question?
No. Like the jazz during this type of show. Those rock bits.
They did it one time. Jazz. There was backlash between like those types of songs, big band, jazz, blues, and then when rock and roll came in, there was a big push, major pushback. They would destroy this record. They didn't like, again, they're racially motivated. They didn't like the idea of Barry and Chubby Checker and the Big Bopper invading their homes. And then on top of that, then you had the British invasion, which were non-Americans who came in. They would destroy Beatles records. It's anything that's foreign that people don't like. I'm trying to think how it's done today. It's really, things have become very mainstream, and racial tension in other ways are still inflamed, but we've become more of a homogenous society. But where would you get, here's one. Do you know what I think is?
Never heard of that.
Okay, well, like country artists, and they don't like songs that are, it's called like stop country. It's like, there was a big song like a year or two ago. I won't play it, but I'll just say it goes, oh ma, Hell no. Let me give me another shot of whiskey. I don't know the lyrics, but
Oh God, I hate that song.
you know what song I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Right. And the fact that you have African American people who are country song stars bothers a lot of people. So, am I saying that that's like the okay? Here's another objection. You know the Dixie Chicks? They're now known as the Chicks. You know who I'm referencing? Okay, so during the Iraq War, like 22 years ago or so, they took the brave stance that they were against the war, and they were banned from radio. Their CDs were crushed, and these women held strong, which is a really brave thing that they did. At the time, many people didn't see it as so. They saw it as being unpatriotic, especially within the country genre, where they were. What other?
I'm trying to think of another example of like music.
Okay, here's one. R. Kelly. You don't hear R. Kelly songs anymore.
Yeah, that was like personal, like really like things that he did.
Okay, you're talking about a movement or like for okay, Kanye West.
Yeah, no, again, I have like a single individual, not
Okay. Yeah. Today, it's just too big of a risk, and seeing what is happening to the people, and when they speak up, through the, I mean, years, the big standout in my mind since the 19, the Beatles, especially John Lennon, was rejected. A lot of the psych rock was rejected. That was very in love. The bird, the mamas and the pop kind of stuff. In the 1970s, there was the disco rejection. In the 1980s, there was a lot of rejection of hip hop culture. In the 1990s, the one that stands out in my mind is Sinead O'Connor on Saturday Night Live. Ripped a picture of the Pope and over like non-action. I think like the abuse of children in Ireland in the early 2000s. The Dixie Chicks or the people who made those stances. The early 20 or the 2010 people started to wise up, quote unquote, and wouldn't reject things. But you have some, I guess, with the LGBTQ world. I think there was probably some pushback, but nobody really major comes to mind who was like, "I'm not backing that." Okay, but there's some like,
There are apparently a few modern examples like drill music in the UK. Apparently, they don't drill music in the UK, and a few kind of politically motivated ones as well, like social media and state censorship in Iran against the women like liberty movement from that's all the so K-pop boycotting in China. So I don't know. I really don't. But political critique of Bob Wine. Yeah, the one guy in the, I guess you haven't seen it. the Sugar. Yeah, I told you about the Sugar Man. His song was scratched out by the state of South Africa. The country of South Africa.
There you go. An interesting one that I guess it depends how big you are. But the question that arises like, was R. Kelly canceled? And Michael Jackson was not. Yeah, he didn't. He peed on like a 15-year-old girl or something. Like, I'm not condoning that, but he didn't have like a litany of allegations of like hurting much younger children.
Yeah, the one was proven.
I mean, I think it comes down to money. Michael Jackson settled a lot of those, but I don't know. That's why we need to watch the documentary to see the other side. And would you
if you narrow it to like just have been suppressed, then there's a much larger list.
I can tell you that I know exactly where I was in another Orange County city when Michael Jackson. I remember watching it, and I really much Michael Jackson music until he died, and then it was everywhere. It was almost like somebody got possession of his album and was like, put this everywhere. I want to make as much money as possible. When he died, I remember, it was,
He was super popular. Even before that.
He was super popular, but you wouldn't hear his music on the radio. That's what I'm saying. It just wasn't played on the radio because Michael Jackson had a very tight control of it and wouldn't let it be played on the radio. He didn't want it to get watered down. But once he died, it was everywhere. When I say everywhere,
That was the radio watered down.
It allows people to get sick of it a lot faster. So, like, at least in LA, you won't lose music on the radio anytime except for Sunday morning from like 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. It's called Breakfast with the Beatles because the Beatles catalog is too expensive to play. And the reason why it's so expensive is the Beatles say we don't want our music to be watered down. So we don't want it played on the radio. However, if you want it early in the morning on Sunday, one show that pays us a lot of money for our royalties will let you play. Aside from that, though, you won't hear Help on the radio on the oldie station. You won't hear Norwegian Wood. You won't hear Revolution. You won't hear any of those songs. And that's basically the entire United States. There's a syndicated show called Breakfast with the Beatles. It's by but it's like this one guy who has a syndicated show, and then he sells it to stations all throughout the United States. But aside from that, you won't hear the Beatles on the radio in the United States. And the Beatles now their music to be played in commercials until 1981. The first Beatles song in a commercial was, I believe, in like an Apple computer commercial. 1981 seems kind of early. Yo, what's the first Beatles song commercial? Was it in 1981? Apple? Apologies, it was 90. It was 87 for Nike. Songs we played in the 1960s for like about 20 years. You didn't hear a Beatles song in a commercial. Now, I'm not saying you'll hear it all that much now because it's really expensive, but you will occasionally hear Beatles songs in commercials now. But you won't hear them on the radio.
It seems like almost like a good problem to have. People are sick of your music a little bit. I mean, because at least they're getting like good exposure to it. But radios, they recycle like the same hit song way too often.
And then you won't ever hear them again until they play on the old station or whatever alternative. Like there's a formula to it that basically the top 40 is played. There's like an agreement that if you're in the top 40 for pop songs, you'll be played once per 3 on the radio for a certain number of weeks, and then once you move out of the top 40, you won't be heard again. It's not like they'll be like, oh yeah, remember this song from last year? They don't do that. It's like anything that's popular now, and then they move on to the next thing.
Word. I'm gonna hang out with my mom and watch like some random crap on the internet.
Excellent. All right, well, I want to watch. Come back.
We might actually play Literati.
Okay, well, come back tomorrow. Let's watch a documentary tomorrow night.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Take care. Bye, Mama Riser. Goodbye.
By 22, right? Instead of 32 by 32. So this is actually pretty wild. Taking a look at actually the bachelor it is 4 lines or 5 lines before the lines become intermediately done. The bachelor in good enough and practice on his behalf, you can go ahead and decide to shrink his behalf. Unique, shy, touch something public. You shot like sharp serious. Also, almost really the Karamazar, we got your customers was in place concept. So it was interesting to over here as a scholar. So we're going to get into this. It sounds like the dimensions of the despair are fungible. As long as you got a square, and as long as you have selection of area through which you income that you're whatever is on the top of the despair. Ultimately, again, it's fun. Yeah, when music like this, when you see like this, go ahead and construct, let's say, instead of 32 by 32, like I said, 22 by 22, which means we are just standing on the area that means exactly right? When you chefs, cut shape, have that shape there, what's the haba? Obviously, it says, awesome. What does that tell you? That 32 by 32 square is situated in the south. And because of that, even if you shrunk it as well, and now you have additional ground area, if you shut the country, the carbon will be custom, which is pretty dramatic. There's a lot of very interesting ideas over there. So just think about it. So let's answer it. I'm going to say it up. So real quick, what I wanted to point out, so I'm folding over here something ridiculously dramatic, which like if I'm going to look, so you'll see, and also what that is, where this is best situated. But neither of them hold, let's look at this. But this is holding it. You see, so here's the problem. If you put on this video, interpreting these items, right? Everyone is interpreting this stuff. Okay, this whole people again. You know what I'm saying? It's so important. Right? It's interpreting this stuff. I hope it's a very dramatic way. And that you'll see has results, but it's really has this south. So a couple of these areas there is really open up that it's such a dramatic interpretation. No much more of this issue. This but these areas of discussion, and then what happens? What pops up bash? You went back to the time. That's what I'm trying to discuss with us. If you have a question, what is the application? Go down and try to find the answer. But most things don't work. If you want something, do it yourself. Once you open it up, we want something. So whatever this something is, we want success, but we outsource it to others. We want happiness, but we outsource it to others. We want shalom-bayis, and we outsource it to others. If you want something in life, make it happen for yourself. Do not rely on others. But other than that, do not rely on other people. You have to be self-reliant, self-sufficient person who makes things happen for himself. As David says, I have a question. Rafa, Ashka, Rafa, Ashka. So what's the other way? Those one. Just so we found also. Rafa, if you go out, dark, and you toil, Ashka, you will find. You are willing to put in the effort in life. You will get the results. And once and for us with ourselves, if we're not getting the results, chances are we're not putting in the necessary work. That is a focus to us. Go out, try hard, actually you will find results. You will have us again. It's not. You will see you working around. Today, I got transfers. When I say as far as it's not. It means this. Very much I think you okay, let's say it's sad that let's say my rock is shop for us. Never carry my around this to us. Much of the problem is someone around this like it's very simple. Okay, so watch this one. So yeah, we're going to talk about now what happens when the contact with this guy. Okay, so let's say so you notice over here, you see like a lot of stuff happening over here. Yeah, here's what it comes up. What's called? It's called something is red over here. Okay, what we call the S-Gas flush, right? It's the only primary controller, but all the clouds are becoming red. What do they keep in English gas? It's in people out. Yes, AIDS. Yes, what? They need what? Because once I go to need virus, so QYRS, pilots, right? Fires, free pilots that have a government. And what's something in the middle of this discuss that. So it's this process. I think I say that the one that comes from it. Take it against fix the journey. And you can which part help us step to the you share we can go ahead and go up the road and also really put the athlete to up. The standard معرفة شوية شكل بس هو واحد. So it's called معرفة استطاعة. Yes, now again, what is this? We'll be simplifying the word. But what is that? Where is the Torah's offering? Torah's was offered inside of this English on his back on the Torah's. Now, remember, some people consider the Torah's inside of the base of the English with coal. How do you make coals? Like that. Let's move on. So you make coals by putting it here. You're going to create coals on this pile on the top of this bed. Then take these coals from here down to there. If you place any pressure, put it on this bed like this. So the coals will lay on this. Pump up this bed over here, and then transport it into the if there is any pressure, we put on the stop of the door. So watch this. Now, here is some something for us. Connected to again, this one is second powers, right? Which was basically two powers. And ultimately, realize it is in a southwest corner. So what's it over again? Just to get our momentum over again. This is west, right? This is west. This is south. So therefore, again, this pile is situated on the southwest corners of this graph. Next, not in the corner. Instead, it was much less in that carrot, trapping several out of the Bahamas. It was pulled away from the southwest corner. It wasn't in the southwest corner. If you look, that flush instead, it was pulled for August northward. For August northward. Okay, but so by the way, is anyone out there started happy? We come from this output of everyone who's come across short strings. And then look at how this is looking like the same way. That's next to the pictures. So that's like so good. Okay, so alright, so we're gonna do a couple of other like screaming. So but the way said it'd be good I was chatting tomorrow if we had it. Hold on. So let me see what I said. So what's the Soviet? So just that and it's very simple. So again, you got your advance, you got your Mara as a power. So again, one more time. Taking wood from the Mishnah. That's how you take wood, bringing it into what we call the outside over here, up his back, onto this pile over here. Pile is situated in the southwest corner. The southwest corner, again, is coals. They're made to get for his English used for weapons. It wasn't exactly fresh in the southwest corner. It was pulled forward for almost towards. Okay. Now watch this. So we might says, but only hush seeing the home. The hum of that hum would be out there. They have enough wood in order to create 5 sitting. That's the measure of the place. Shabbos will only show a single home. Shabbos they added enough wood to create 8 sitting coals. Like, why do they need more souls ultimately on Shabbos? Shisham Hayunos Nation. As if they were going up, not one. So remember, we should have a Shabbos. Generally, this fire was made to create coals, which means we didn't return anything on second Shabbos. Remember, what happened on Shabbos? On Saturday, some fish is we short the things. We short the last part of the left and left hand to show you. On Shabbos, on Shabbos, the old laws, one of the methods that is an English word that was really fresh, even though they were on the short and front. The old wall, so to speak, was given to the outgoing shift of command. On that shift, there were also positioned 2 spooks. Read it. What it is, but 2 sneeze, and then you call your brother. When you always will take it off, the sneeze says we're all sensitive. When you learn to get out of the pressure of the heart, well, up of his gas and burned on his mouth. So what to do? Something was burned on his fire. So generally, again, throughout the week, this fire was used to make cold. And his gas package, they would put 2 spoons of frankincense. So because of that, they had to add extra wood because they needed more coals. Coals for his bear and for his the incense, and also coals to burn with 2 spoons of frankincense. So you know, it's a nice symbol. Ultimately, again, so what's it? Nice symbol. What's this? What is it? Really, Rashi? That's Rashi. That nice symbol. Mama singing, Shapuk Batla and Maharafa Shina Lakars Hagasi. And Maharafa is much of Ada Havas Makarasa. So it's interesting. Now, how do we know? So what's the symbol ultimately again? What is important about the fact that this Maharafa, that this fire was, although it was in the southwest corner, it was called 4 hours forward. What for that? My signal says, but you don't see these. Again, so you don't see the sign that was any race, the sign, but you don't see them. This is it's actually very expensive. You know in the place. Anything ultimately again that is taken from the inside ultimately that is inside the earth. Anything is taken from the inside. You do not say ultimately again to be applied is outside. Anyone knows in the sum of this again, that depends on what it is. Anything that is taken from inside the Mikdash to outside is placed outside in an area that is directly adjacent to the inside, but is not inside. Right? One more time. Anything that you take from the inside to the outside is placed from the outside. When placed to the outside is placed on an outside area that is immediately adjacent to the inside, but is not inside. Okay? Like I said, I'll give you examples of what it makes sense. So, for the third one down, the Palanita of this, they also have again anything you take from the outside to go out and from the inside. Anyone you put out of the sum of chain with you, you only go inside, like adjacent to the outside, as long as it's not outside. Okay? Everybody else has places, but it's really the simplest examples. So this Palanita with the and the first language is something that is taken from the inside and taken out to the outside. What is about this? Even a Shirayim. So when I say Shirayim, unless it's going to be a lot to do that Shirayim. And so again, if you want to say it's the leftover blood, so you want to say, okay, the adjective symbols is also so that how that should has a whole so possible to this is the bit of this and that is the entrance of the other so it's that's specific. I don't know if Russia's this furthermore again call a bit like a first lesson with you. Furthermore again give me a corresponding example so it's in the outside to the inside. So even if you follow show it it's not from the outside. For example, coals for your giver. Now, what are the coals for your giver? The coals for the inside source. You refer to your giver. But again, on the outside, the orange gas has to turn on the undercut. See, I don't know, on the, we'll call it the gas, they go to the inside. That's what it's talking about. So I can see the room, and I cast the left hand back on it. So let's say there's an explicit passage. The passage says ultimately the fund will take the fire and coolest players. You have is that with Nash and Kafka. The Taurus is Kafka that's leaking the Kafkas. So it says, so again, they're on top of the explicit placement side. Which they was, hello. So that is so still looking also still looking for the there's of these placements. Hello. So I need to meaning nothing but seeing examples of something taken from the inside and taken outside. What is that referred to? שתי חזית לבונה שב לכם הפנים זיגמים מנשירה. So it's this. I'll give you an example that they from the outside. It's a plus. Also, let me just say before. On Shabbos, the Rachel at the shoulders on the shoulders is given to the Kohen. When they give that Rachel the two spoons or small needles of frankincense of the walls are taken out of the base on the push, taken out of the ankle, taken onto the zeb, and burned through by the Mahalach outside the fire to create holes for the place. So that's an example also again of something that is taken from the inside to the outside. You know, it's like the and ultimately again, let's learn that from Shirayim. And Nita of the horse, nothing different. So that's the example we're going to use of something taken from the inside to the outside. What's the example? Nita of the horse, nothing different. Give me an example of an item that is outside that you brought inside. That's commonly called ultimately, so what's the item that's brought from the outside? What is that? For silicones, so is it automatic? Manufactured on the top of the and they are brought inside of the base of the push. Each of every day, one big tutorial service. And let's say I watch it. Relax, whatever it is. Those are always needed. What is the principle ultimately again that one status? There was any from the outer side, right? From the outside to the side has to be put the area of the inside that corresponds to the outside. Everything that is brought from the inside to the outside must be put adjacent to the inside. That's meant to put outside adjacent to the inside. As long as it's not now, where it says my kasaf is obviously what's going to come is the position of the better. So watch this. Kasava means better. As soon as you shut up, the rest say here's the problem. Watch this. Now, if you're bringing out, let's say the boat. If you're bringing up the boat out, but we're two states over the boat out. And now, again, remember, where is that being put over here? If you use this graph itself, probably mention, remember, the remote has to be placed under the halacha, but opposite the entrance where the income. Because remember, again, what's the rule? The rule is anything taken from the inside to the outside must be placed outside in an area directly adjacent to the inside. But we have more here, so this band itself is placed in a southern orientation. That would mean the Torah says, this ma'alacha is 27 amos forward in order to make it opposite ultimately of the reduced. So one more time. Like that, somebody, you got something going. If you hold on to it, you're going to have to situate with yourself. Then you give us as a Sheva by the Mason. In Ma'alachas 27 hours in order to line up with today's Amikdash. Being Rabbi Kasavar, Kiddusha Seichel, I will say, now remember again, is if we assume, but ultimately again, the Esther has the opposite of the entrance way of the Eichel. But if you assume it to be the entrance way of the Eichel, again, the new one is wider than the Eichel itself. And ultimately, again, the Gemara 2 said that the Kedusha of the Eichel is 1/3. And the Gemara says, assume it would count by your basic funds. So again, it gives you a little bit more. You only have to advance at 22 hours, not 27 hours. The bottom line of this is, the problem is the same, which is that what? If this rule is true, and again, it was not really the idea. This one, that the rule is a true rule, and universally accepted. There is something is taken from outside and put inside and has is situated directly opposite the interior area. Which means that when you're taking the Ravona, putting it on the pyre for the players, it has to come. That pyre has to be opposite the entrance of the Eichel. It means dance is a southern orientation. It doesn't work. In 27 hours. Or it's any fine. If you say that the woman in the Eichel is one thing, 22 hours off. The Elek Asavar, that I will say first. That's why I'm rather what else he said. I'm sorry, Vika Savar. Sorry, Vika Savar, Katsi Savar, the Katsi Vidaro. I'm sorry about it. So here's the problem. Remember again, even if you hold this gap situated like this, right, where again it's kind of straddles the middle a little bit, you're still off. Because it looks like look where the Ma'ariach of the Torah is corresponding to the edge of this way. You're still off. You're still off, and you still have to bring this forward in order to go ahead and line it up. To which the Gemara says, Elek HaSavar, I'm sorry, Vika Savar, Katzim Savar, Katzim Savar, sorry by this. You still have to bring in the halacha 11 hours forward. The Elek HaSavar, Kedushas Eichel, Ru'i Ramah, Adonai Shizba, now again, that we do have, but ultimately, again, it's not as much corresponding to this case this way, but rather in corresponding to the kingdom, which is actually larger and this fine, ultimately, instead of having to move forward 11 hours, all you need to do is move forward 6. But looks like the bottom level way, what do you begin to see? What is this gap is situated in the southern orientation? Well, even if it's like this, where it straddles both, your Ma'alacha for Ketoras is not lining up with the entrance we have at the hall, meaning that the rule is not being followed, which the rest is Elor, Rabbi Shemad Kassava, including this gap is suffering. So I said, Rabbi, it must be that way. It must be that in order for this rule to work, where is this gap? Watch this. This is the rule. Oh, so by the way, now this Julie can begin to see this. So now for a moment, remember, if this entire where pushed down, look there, you can see how we begin to see a formation of where this halacha, this higher is going to become opposite this entrance. And then the rule ultimately again where it's not as well, we'll have to stop over here. So I think it gives really slow, but definitely what you saw inside, not much like a tour. Like a tour to the side, to be continued tomorrow. So we'll see. Again, it's a little bit of a little bit of a because you see obviously how the Rambam passes with the orientation of this gap right here. So we'll go through the process tomorrow. Shkar Kavios. And then we're going to do it there. So anyway, do those items. Right, so once again, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shoot. Thank our sponsor for the look of festival. Stephen Kelly, Zane, Rabbi, Steve, Father Albert, Zane, Williams, There's for Rabbi, on the occasion of 20th sponsors, friends who get to the status memory of their mother, friends who want to look up, and then shine. Source of Sarah's Thomas, a healthy mother and the son of Miriam Bassett, that was sponsorship allowing Sarah's title to the continued health for Swiss Anna Bachelors for president of the food ship together with 44 weeks. Open a bit of memories for our colleagues or all colleagues or all families and their session will have a holiday show us their idea and highlights these organizations and continue to service levels for all the classes. The documents and events will be clear classes with 146 repetition when having days 45 feet. Let's just pick up as even items that you are not subject to picking. Ultimately, again, you are hired because of Rosa, because of Tommy, and because of Foots, which would be Foots, and our exceptions. Exception of love. So the verse is as follows: I would have thought that at the end of the day, tomorrow should be sexually treated like people in one sense. Just like someone is very subject to people as a martyr, right? Whether it's a martyr, right? By a person, not so something should only be subject to too long, people as a martyr as well. That's why would I have thought? Why would I have thought that? There we go. So when it comes to people, people's big fear. What is that? So the halakha is like this. Rashi points out, should be fear. Chapasa kavua la'ani ula'ashir, chisma osira. There's one set cover for people. For example, as opposed to other there's one so before look at each other becoming something it's the big one, it's a fixed cover. Everyone agrees the same thing. Several others. Albeit the apples. People only requires, in order to get, at some point, you have to be aware of what it is that you did. Whenever that awareness occurs, ultimately, there is no case of pickle that's mortal. Right? In other words, you feel let's say, for example, for example, zero pickle is not going to be mortal. Ultimately, again, all of these cases, someone says, what you see over here is that pickle has all of these unique features. Yeah, it's seen how you have to after Shisha being the other villains there. Yeah, right, with all of these details, one is that something that's not separate from big, of course, one thing has like nothing. This is not the Saudi thought, come on, she got over the other. So tomorrow ultimately again, she has an already always from the opposite to the opposite again, just when you speak it up tomorrow, two cases of tomorrow, but the second is just like that. But right, this goes back to opening Mishnah Mesachas Shluas. right? Steinchen, Alpha, right? Wenn man sich so ein Tor gegen Schwurz ist, right? Vamos a estar en las rocas, right? So right, so so remember we had the kids of Toma, which you can see Toma. Either a person is Tahar and consumes Tame Kodesh items, or a person is Tame and consumes Tahar Kodesh items. That's what you got Toma. It's either one of those cases. So if something so you're ready to be great, depends on your financial family. Steht ist aber die Toma, davon gibt es viele awareness before you have to it's certainly again by come up. You should only please raise the case where there is a conscious.
Think if they're all placed there and they're aliens to live there, it would seem that if we win and put ourselves in the then it would grant us something. Like I'm not saying like something magical, but something that we need, because most of the way that things are set up, it's everything's together. Kind of neglected. There's these like groups out there in the distance. Maybe they want to hear from us. Maybe they want us to sit there and do what they think. Maybe they don't.
And therefore, you said just as people requires a macro, you subject to people. So you do not allow us to hear.
Do you think the government's the big governments? What do you mean? Do you think they know? Do you think they know who's? Do you think they have met? Do you think these upper echelon people have met the visitors? And there's some other thing wrong because there's something, it feels like something's going to happen. Perhaps that's possible. Perhaps. But if I was flying, like this is, I talked about these guys special, that if I went, when I go fishing, I don't check in and see what the president of the lake is. I just show up, trick those two motherfuckers with fake fish, pull them up on their lips, take a picture of them, drop them back in the lungs out. Their ass, they're so right. I don't think like most of them ass. So the idea that aliens come down here and there's like other people, I highly doubt they give a fuck if they talk to Trump. Yeah, you know, they're involved in that shit. They think I'm interested. But maybe they might be visiting military establishments. Like they find a new weapons base. Maybe I would go to that because they probably have the same nuclear arms. They like signal these weapons. They probably visit those places, but would they interact with the people on the ground? Perhaps. Maybe they keep you sure of their safety. Maybe it's possible. But I don't think we're alone. I think that's silly. Like the idea that we're alone is silly. There's a lot of like crazy questions people have made. Well, when they prefer you to prepare us, for me, yeah, so these intelligent scientists is like think there are aliens. There's so many stars in the universe. There's so many planets in the universe. Okay, there's more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang. Sure, I'm just saying, team, I'm smart. Put that in the perplexity. I know it's taking so you're going to questions and everything else, whatever I write about the subject. Tell me more why that this is just asking. This gives you instantaneous. I know. It's pretty fascinating. That's why, like, it used to be for information about somebody to get it, but now it's kind of has it. Being saying that is the exist in the future. Everything's going to be used by Dyson. Communication. Here it is. More stars in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed by a large margin. Not the Earth, but the universe. Estimated, so okay, the Earth, yeah, so there's definitely way more planets than stars. Stars. What you said, what did you tell me? Are there more planets than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Not stars. Are there more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? The Big Bang. This is the number. Because that's crazy. Yes. By current estimates, there are far more planets in the observable universe than past the Big Bang. The crazy thing is, humans nowadays. That's crazy. There's planets in the universe that have passed since the Big Bang. So the United States it's a contest. Like, obviously, like, what planet can really create the planet, you know? Can get it done right. Can turn it around. Yes, he had a vision there. And he's educated in class times. He's brilliant. Right? Not educated about a lot of things he discusses, but one theory that he had was he thinks that the way planets are formed is there's ejections from stars, and over time they coalesce and become planets, and this stuff in space becomes planets, and the distance they are from the star, where it gets to a distance where it's like, well, the cause of life can be established, then he says planets become people. It gets to a certain time where people evolve on these planets. It happens all over the universe that these planets get people, and as they get further away from the star, the planet gets less and less habitable. And those things, those intelligent creatures on that planet become more and more intelligent and more innovative and more capable of surviving without the protection of the Goldilocks. And then they become interstellar. And then they develop like their own sustaining environments. Do you think that's what's happening? Well, I think that's probably what's going to happen to us. So we believe that AI is important, right? If you think that a safety net. Well, today, they're supposedly flying around. So these are the first people that have gone into deep space since 1972. This is the Apollo missions. That's today. That's happening. Nobody knows. That's what's nuts. This is taking, I think, 10 people. Is it 10 days? How many days they do it? 10 days. 4 people, 10 days. And they're going around the moon and coming back to Earth. No one's done that. This is 1972. And it's happening today. No one cares. That's kind of weird, right? Yeah, that's kind of weird. I see whatever that is, that's part of us that is really under pretty heavily. And part of us that doesn't even like fascination, that's the part of us. It's very weird. You come down to fascinating things. Also, it's like so real. It's like so much of this shit. You see these videos, like, it's not even real. They just have like the Iranian protests or something. Like the women in his history, they were just saying that was different. It was a totally different thing that they were filming. And then there was one that people were saying was older, and we found out no, it's not. It's actually one of those current people protesting in Iran that were longer. And they were protesting, they were in favor of the government, but then you gotta know why they were scared of death. They talk because they don't want to get killed. Because the government's killed thousands and thousands of people, including like major public figures, show that no one has been fixed when they killed this like championship wrestler, like incredible wrestler. They killed 2 different wrestlers that supposedly protested against them. Did you see that they don't, that there's like some interest about, did you see that there is some issues that killed that guy. So, I didn't see that. Yeah. Find out. Correct, but I see headlines, I see what people are talking about it, I know if it's accurate. Yeah, because what I think is accurate is what they're saying is that from the fragments of the bullet, they were unable to determine that it came from that rifle. My issue with it, I know expert, but I have to monitor for shot rifles. That's a big European image. Boxers debunked a realistic claim, able to identify is the same as rolled out, which is exactly what I'm saying. Right? So I'm showing an image of a 36 round 30-06 rifle. Look at this. Look at the size. Okay. Look at 30-06 versus a 308. It's a fucking paperweight. But 30-06 it's a big round. You see in that guy's hand. Oh my god, are you serious? That's 30-06. So this is this is the point. Is that that's a big round. This is a small round. I mean, what is it compared to? You said 300 win mag. Look at that, like right there. He just had it in his 5.56. Yeah. This meant for more 30-06 is my front. I don't think that's accurate. Yeah, that is that's what 30-06 is. Okay, in comparison to quarter. So you look at it. So a quarter's about that high. It's about that big. That's a big round. That's a round for hunting like elk. Like it's a very common round. What CG gave me a favor to compare 30-06 to 300. Compare to 300. I'm scared. So 300 I think is fatter. Let's see the difference. Okay. It's 300 mag on the left. 30-06. Okay. Is that real? Which one's which though? Which? Show me that one. Far left. Okay, 300 mag and 30-06. 300 mag is 11. See how it goes higher up? So that's more charge. It's a big round. But my point is, that's a big round. So like 300 win mags is a big round. 30-06 is slightly smaller, but it's still, it's a lot of power in that ball. That's a lot of firepower. So this is what a lot of people have an issue with, is that there's no exit wound. It shot him in like the soft tissue. If he killed you 10, you fell out. Would you feel pain? Yeah, I felt like I was 10 rounds since then. I feel like I just slumped over. And then you see them directly subconscious. But you would have left his lungs. I think he would have blown a hole in the back. That's the thing. It's like 9 millimeters to that sometimes. It just doesn't, it seems weird that it doesn't have an exit hole. It seems weird that you're shooting him in the neck. And the image from the back, there's a video of him getting shot from the back. It doesn't leave an exit hole. So it doesn't look like it's that round. There's also this guy's involved with it and assembled it. Which doesn't make sense because if you that means you have to take the scope off the car with a zero right first and put that. Yeah, the guy who killed himself in London was it like I don't know. He was just talking about that. I only said let's explain about that specific people that read the freaking book he wrote. He was saying that you know, to do all that and get over it all seemed bizarre. He was supposedly disconnected the rifle again, took it apart on the roof, put it in his backpack, jumped off with it, and then reassembled it and left it in the woods. And allegedly theoretically using that point, it seems weird. And then also his family denying that he confessed. Yeah. They're saying that no, he didn't confess. And we have his family said 2% of what they're saying about this is correct. Have you reached out to them or they reached out to you? No one, well, I don't think they can. I mean, they're probably terrified about their son's future and life. Like they're trying to pin this crime. Who knows if he did it or didn't. I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying he didn't do it. But I am saying that the story of him climbing up there with a disassembled gun, assembling it, making that shot, climbing and disassembling it again. If that's the narrative, that sounds like straight horseshit. The video of him about that story doesn't totally make sense, but a big one to me is the actual bullet hole, the actual damage that rifle does. But here's the other thing. Guns do weird things sometimes. Like bullets do weird things, and sometimes they don't. Maybe it fucking center punched his spinal column and it didn't blow apart. It didn't go out the back. It's possible.
Have we seen that they give released any information about the autopsy?
I don't know. I don't know the specifics of it. I know about person, which they are about everything these days, which is also part of the problem.
Well, they have to be skeptical because the news is compromised, and the news is it's not good. And
so there's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of like cover-up stories. There's a lot of weird shit.
And yes, and even other places can put out news that's bad for us. They're like, oh, we'll put this out there and show is disguised as information. And you see this that it's putting like theory used for that.
I've heard of that theory, but I don't know that makes sense. I don't know. I've heard people talk about it, but I haven't looked into it. It looks like you got shot. I don't know if the microphone's gonna hit you in the neck, like how you where the mic's pointing. They move around a lot. I don't know if it makes
Like, sure, specific spot. Yeah, you're right. How would you know? But then the placement
it sounds like a gunshot. And there's a delay between the gunshot and the impact in terms of like acoustic readings. I think somebody did an analysis of the distance they believe the shot was taken from based on the sound. If that is the round, the thing is 30-6, based on the sound of the gunshot going off, the amount of time before it impacts on its first one time, but it is measurable. And they think that it actually being closer than what they're saying, which is I think 100 and something yards. I forget what the exact distance was. What was the exact distance? It was like 140 yards or something like that. But the weird thing is, like, this whole idea of assembling and disassembling, it doesn't work like that.
And if the guy's position was it professional?
No, it definitely wasn't professional. But like, you can get trained, like, shooting a rifle at 140 yards with a really good scope. If you've shot a bunch of times with a rifle and you can keep your shit together, it's not that far shot. You can make that shot. You can make that shot even wear a bullet vest. Didn't obviously get hit in the neck. But the thing is, like, if that's the narrative, they're still sticking with the story, but that they first, then he disassembled and reassembled it. Reassembling a gun does not make it accurate. You have to zero a rifle in, and what that would involve, like, whatever the yardage are, you're trying it down like 100 yards, and, you squeeze on the trigger, and then you look through the binoculars. Where you have a spotter with scope next to you, he says 6 inch high right, so then you adjust the scope, and then you get it where it's firing and trying to rest. It takes some time, so you have a rest, so that you're not moving the right groundwork and issue an error. You try to do this. If you're a hot room, that was a hot room, it was the most official and media accounts of the shot roughly 200 yards. Some investigative timelines suggesting a range of about 50 to 200 yards. So somewhere between 150 and 200.
You can also be on a hot roof again. On a hot roof.
It's hot. Well, it wasn't that hot. What year was it? September. September's not that hot. It sounds hot. Yeah, it was. Because this is happening while I was out in El Company. What the hell did it happen? It was in Utah. Yeah, but Utah's, Utah's heavy. It's a mountain town. Yeah, I like Utah. Like I said, I was in Utah at the time. Is that right? Yeah, I was hunting in the mountains.
Well, that's interesting.
I don't know nothing. I started getting text messages from people wanting me to come. I literally didn't know what was going on. But I had to use the story to get more work.
Oh, wow, that's
I gotta start it. It's like the size of a fucking iPad. That's cool shit. That's how I had to research it. Did you see there was like a facility in Tennessee where they whatever the lineman was allegedly that place they got completely obliterated. 16 people died. Why? Bring that they made the microphone. Where they made the lapel like he was wearing. This is a conspiracy thing or something. This is a conspiracy theory. It's absolutely true. I haven't heard that one at all. I think James Lacey was trying to stay away from this shit. That's why I'm not. That's why I don't know. I agree. It just, I think I don't know. It's just, it's so, my point about the round is it's a large round that it seems like water does more damage. And this is not my opinion. This is the opinion of many experts. I agree with their opinion. It's not uniquely my opinion. I saw it going, oh my god, he got shot. And then I heard it was 30 on 6 in the summer. That's interesting. If you get shot by if you get shot, shoot for the 2010. Fuck yeah. I don't want to get shot, period. I know, I agree, Joe, but I'm just saying that if you had to get shot, how do you because he's like cheek, 22, tighten up, they're taking it in the butt cheek, it's going to be no bullet is good to take, but boy, has that seemed like not enough damage. But I might be wrong. Again, I might be wrong in that, but it's okay if you're old age. If it hit the spine, just feel like you would find a lot of it in there. Especially if there's no exit wound, but where's you can't find. The whole thing's bizarre. Do you see the part they were talking about that thing blew up? Okay, I started to make up. Thank you also. You're just like, I don't know. I think I'm just scared, and it's like, yeah, what do you want? There's 16 people unaccounted for after the explosion. Rocks, Tennessee plant. First responders rushed to accurate energetic systems. That's a Sunday operation. A facility on the line of Humphreys and Hickman counties that processes ammunition and explosives. But is this the place that made the microphones? It's a conspiracy says that microphone was taken to this place to be converted into invoice from it. That was the piece of information that was going around. Is that James Lake found that? I'm not sure. See if you can find what James Lake has to say. He's my number one source of information. That's what I heard, dude. Look at the media, dude. Is he cool? He's a nice guy, bro. He's fun. Yeah, he's like, his story is wild because he was working as a consultant for one of the big pharmaceutical companies, one of the big ones that we know, right? And he just couldn't say the name, but he could say it, but he never said it. And then he was in a Zoom one time, and they're like, okay, we still have all the stockpile from the first vaccination. And that's when he said they started suggesting, allegedly, that people should get a second vaccination because they had this time more of the original vaccine. So it was just like that thing, we have more of it, let's settle back, and that's why. So he started getting really getting skeptical. He got out of it, and he said he just wants to expose things that he feels like are true. People all shot, right? Remember? That was a thing, but then now people don't. I just want to be able to have like a family and just like think that everybody's going to be able to live. That would be nice. Yeah, that's the thing about ideologies and tribes. If it wasn't for ideologies and tribes, the idea is that we should all live together. The promise is that here's the story. The goals distributed. You know, the statistic about the 1% of the world, $54,000. You make $34,000 US dollars. You're the 1% of the world. Yeah, that's crazy. I know, it's just tough. So it's like, you have to pray in order for us to get cheap jeans and an iPhone that only costs $1,000, somebody has to get paid in school. Somebody has to get fucked over. Somebody has to work long hours and live in those Foxconn factories where they have nets to keep people from jumping off the roof. You know? Bro, you know when you work in a place and there's so many people jumping off the roof, they just put nets up. You got a problem. That's not a fun work environment. Hey, Ron's in the net, guys. Yeah. All right, in the net again. Yeah. Dumb motherfucker. Why you keep jumping in the net? Somebody come back from lunch break and they just have the net marks on their face and like, I tried it. You're just sad, man. That's sad. That's no better than this. Yeah, you haven't smoked for all our members. Thank you. Some people are not acting better than some are not. They're not. You know, we all have mistakes and things that are fucked up, right? But I get a little bit where you're like, we should all be doing taking lives, and it's not even the regular people. I think it's the government, man. 100%. It is 100%. Because it was just people. We don't figure out unless you think those people are the infidels, or those people are the Goyim, or those people are the Jews, or those people are the Arabs, or whatever you decide, those are the other. You decide the other group of people. Yeah, then it becomes a problem. Because it's us versus them. And then you're back to the same tribal bullshit that needs to turn some tribes. That's why we lose our gender, lose our primate dominant instincts, and all of our territorial instincts. Just get me on my dick. Telepathic intelligence, little tiny mouse is running this thing because no one's gonna have a dick to suck. You think I'm not trying to run my duty? No one's gonna have a dick to like. That's communicate with mind, so your mouth's just getting atrophied, and you're gonna get all your food. It's so cool. You're gonna have a strong to all your food. They're gonna figure out how to make perfect food. It's just like I don't have to go to a restaurant, chicken, crabs, fish, super strong. Get all the nutrients you need. Just sludge. Sludge makes them physical orgasm. Take it. That's how you get people to do it. They take it and lights all their synapses up. Hit that busy boy first thing in the morning. Let's go. This is the first hit. Hit that bitch, Ricky. Two examples of the same rule that shows you that it's not a paragraph. Yeah, it's that first one. Yeah, that's good. That tastes good. What's in that one? That's like a professional. It's delicious. That's a professional one. That's a trend. Yeah, this one is like it is. It's real. Where's the outdoorsy? Outdoorsy. But it doesn't taste outdoorsy. It tastes like fake coffee. Okay. You want it's good? No, I know it's a slippery slope. I'll be pulling into the gas station to get an Escobar later. Escobar, those are the ones where you're like, you said you were high for something nice. Sometimes I'll be ashamed, so I take your hand. Let everybody know. What's your taste? You're the best thing in the world. I got the hormones. That's why I wear a hoodie. Just so I can put over this outfit. Tell me, Joe, like, what are some things, like, give me some, like, what are some things that we can do to keep us in a space of giving ourselves the best chance to feel human? Because one day you're going to come this human, there's going to be a smile. Well, it has to happen on an individual basis, right? Everybody has to be human to each other on an individual basis. And sometimes it takes something chaotic, like a tragedy, like 9/11, for people to just be cool with each other. You know, I remember we were talking about this before, but post 9/11, everyone was so connected. Everyone was smiling. People were letting you get on the highway, they're letting you get in their lane, they're waving. Everyone had an American flag on their car. We had been attacked. We were united. You know, and it's just sad that it takes something like that for people to realize that this is a gift to be alive in this incredible country, this incredible time in history. But we are under the rule of tyrants. You know, and I'm not saying this is the U.S. government, it's a tyrant, or no individual, but every government that is in control of the military, that is involved in these exchanges with other countries, they're run by tyrants. Someone's a tyrant. Whether it's Putin or this guy or that guy or whoever is in charge of Iran right now, they keep the people in the street and use the internet. They kill the protesters. That's the problem. The problem is people in power. It's not people. People generally are good, especially when they're not starving. When they're not starving and they're not desperate and not being attacked. Most people generally are good. And obviously, depending upon how you're exposed to, how hard did you have to say, war torn country, you're in a third world place where cartels run everything. Did you see those kids in Gaza? They had like they were playing Dole. And they were like, it was like they loaded their dog on a stretcher. Bro, imagine just the trauma. If you lived in that place pre-October 7th, it was not fun. Even back then, it was an open air prison. Most were taking 7 hours home. They were just coming out here, and then eventually just taken away. Oh, there's an attitude. Exactly. Okay, this is a dude named Mike France. Reporting Mike Franco. Says October 2, 2025, exactly 1 month after Kirk's death, the catastrophic explosion destroyed Building 602 of the Accurate Energetic Systems facility in McGeelan, Tennessee. The blast, estimated to involve 23,000 pounds of explosives, killed 16 employees, injured several others, and registered as a 1.6 magnitude seismic event. The U.S. Capitol City Board confirmed the site produced gas boosters and miniaturized shaped charges for industrial use. Conspiracy theories of the ES manufacture of the miniature-shaped charge used in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They point to a $425,000 development program defense contract awarded to AES in May 2025 for extra small anti-personnel demolition charges, possibly used in covert operations. The timing of the explosion, just weeks after that it was a deliberate cover-up to destroy evidence and eliminate the personnel with knowledge of the technology. So there's the pager attacks, the Lebanon pager attacks. Here's the main problem with that explanation, and I'm not saying that I'm right there wrong. This is my office. I don't see that being exploded. So that microphone, I don't see it exploding. I don't see fire coming out of it. If you have a gun, and the gun goes off 6 inches from someone's neck like that, you're going to see a charge that's in there. If it's small by a barrel, something has to propel that energy, and that's an explosion. And if it explodes, you're going to see it explode unless they develop some sort of way of hiding it. That I don't know. But they're talking conventional gunpowder, what they use for bullet rounds. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. I might be missing something. I don't know. Yeah, no, that's actually a great point. It kind of seems like that thing sparked. And it's close to his neck, it's blowing his neck out. And it seems odd that it can do that without fire. Doesn't make sense. But I might be missing something. There might be some new technology that I'm not aware of. Let's find out that. Is there any technology that exists where you could have a projectile come out of a small thing, like a microphone that's on someone's neck, and not have fire? I don't know. There's also some stuff here. Yeah, check it out. There's also probably some stuff that we're not able to know for sure, dude. They come all the time. I will never see them. Yeah. That's crazy. You're spraying rain on something, right? Christine knows husband. Oh, yeah. He had that birds on him. Did anybody explain when that was really just like a Halloween costume? I thought it was probably, but then the soldiers it actually could be. He was fucked up for like a party or something like that. Some of this, but here's the question: is that a costume he's wearing for Monty? Is that what it's like? So something that scares a freak. That's what I thought about. It could be, because if it is a costume for funsies, and then frames on your laptop, like, you're gonna explain. I can't wait just fucking around. I was done. I never been like that. You don't want to go see later for me. I mean, I want to know what's fun. I forget. How big that shit? Our neighborhood being Larry, Wayne King, his guys off my street. Did you know I'm impersonating all my fucking gear? That shit was right. Hundreds of messages. Oh, Chrissy knows. Did she just get let go or something? Hundreds of messages. Don't try yourself as a woman. Just worship what your God is telling you to her. Before asking if he should put on leggings. Oh, okay, but is this real? Right? Or is it so? The post is not confirmed. The details reported by the Mail. This is what Mail? The Daily Mail? They just made an article saying that I'm moving out of Austin. That I was supposed to move to right. You can also just go through something where she got let go or something, right? Because not just let go, but involved in a scandal. So some sort of money. Sometimes she has shit that it's hard to know. But he also looks like there's an actor right through. He looks like those are crazy. Will Arnett or something. No, not Will Arnett. He's got crazy big boobs. Like they're nuts. That's all it is. So I don't know. You got tricked easy, bro. Joe just got tricked. I don't think they're real. But she was thinking about him. Oh shit, she's showing a million right there. Look at that. That's crazy to me. So, mostly there's sending girls that you make them dress up like a girl, look like crazy that she's involved in a scandal that's about money. And I just start to notice that. And then here's the craziest part. At a certain point, forget about him. Can you find out what she was let go for? What's involved in it? Because there was some sort of a campaign for a scandal or something that's to do something with money. A lot of money, like millions of dollars, and all this other stuff. You gotta get all those in this day and age. Oh yeah, that's the campaign commercial she got in trouble for. It's like they hired like someone she knew, and she was trying to force them. Right, but then there's something about the money and inappropriately spent. $100 million. Well, let's not go into the specifics. Do you think that things would be any different with America's relationship in the Middle East right now if the Republicans hadn't won the election and Trump hadn't won? Or do you think it's all the same? It's a good question. Do you think it's all the same, like Geppettos in the distance, like the strings as well? The last administration for the proxy war in Ukraine, right? And they went to firm tied to Christian Homes secretly got money from $220 million DHS contracts. For $220 million, you put tens of miles. So for $220 million, they're not even a gay guy, right? But now they're paying her to be a nut kid. Right, because her husband's a freak. So this not saying that he's not a freak. Yeah, right. He might really get a dress up. That might just let it go. So, but also that might be coming out because and there's probably a bunch of people that got some money and they're like, let's try to make this money. Yeah. Oh yeah, well that's scary too. It's like we don't know anything. We don't know anything about either missing or his fake tits. I know fake tits. I mean, I'm dead nuts in here. Jay almost got fake tits. He's in that, constant perpetual state of one up himself. He has something more ridiculous every time. What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay? Of course. I don't know. Do you think about it? I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. I know when we started bombing Iran, I was like, the kids can't be true. We're not Lebanon now, right? It's real. Yeah. And it's like, just fucking stop it. What are you doing?
Well, they're trying to stop us. Supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
You're the fucking terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror. Start there. But also, what do I know? You're right, I don't. But it's all just like, fuck, there's gotta be something.
This was found out by
Damaging information like this can be intended for a hostile intelligence source. They approach the person and say, we're not supposed to post this. If you don't, we will. Jay's posting these online.
He might be a freak. Who cares? Let him fucking cook.
I think a lot of those people that are involved in government are freaks, and I bet their husbands and wives are freaks too. They're fucking weirdos. They want to be in power.
It's all crazy. We just have to focus on the things that we can. Because when he's running on, it's like 10 to the garden that you can have. You know, blueberries, eating grass.
During the congressional hearings, Christine Bell was provoked about accusations of conducting a taxpayer-funded affair with her former aide, Corey Lewandowski, who has since left the Department of Homeland Security.
Lewandowski did. You know, it's a fucking fantasy football thing with that guy. Yes. For a Republican, yeah. No kidding.
You see a photo of her?
Mother effer, dude.
She's pretty hot.
See you, bro. Oh, this different dude.
Oh, so that guy was like shagging her. Supposedly, allegedly. Who knows? But again, when there's a bunch of money that's missing, there's a scale of hundreds of millions of dollars. Weird shit starts getting tossed around. They throw you a house of cards, baby. Go rewatch it. I think that's probably the most accurate depiction of how the government works.
Kevin's makes it fascinating.
Black Money, that show was great. It's just like a really well-made show.
That show's fascinating. Dude, that's fine for me. I thought you were staying here.
Everything's really good.
I might stop by.
Us boys in theaters April 17th. So that's like 2 weeks from now. Let's fucking go. 2 weeks and a few days.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Thank you for coming and talking about
I'm excited for it.
and just to see you get excited too, man. I just think
I'm sure it's going to be fun for you and Dick. It's
we tried our, we did a good job. It's good to see you.
Yeah, come on.
I'll come on, have a show tonight.
We're here. This is special. We'll be there.
Jamie, thank you so much.
Us boys, April 17th. Come on. Very fancy setup. Not that fancy. Very fancy. We did his bass player's thing, and I had done a similar thing with Norman Reedus. Norman Reedus was watching the pizza people. I did his thing. We kind of went with the bow.
Consumption of inedible consecrated items. So even sacrificial, I drank this before it's sacrificial. The one is sacrificial. So when the John says there's no liability ultimately again for inedible items. Actually, I think that's that. The Tanakana is not the edible uninedible. The ship is in the between the inedible. So what is the thing on the Buffalo? told us that it's when it comes to inedible items. So again, the whole of incense, he told us incense, in wood, all of these items. Is it that high cost? They go no sound to a cycle. So whether again they became they go back in a website. These items can become illegal. They can become illegal. Not to tell us to not know so because they don't have a manual, right? But for myself, again, but myself, well, you not high because if they go not high because of no sir, not high because of too much of work. So therefore, you know, the person wants to become it and consume any of these items. Ultimately, again, there is no liability. So ultimately, says that I'm not constantly like Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Mishnah. Beautiful. The Lord said, great Mishnah. Now, we're fundamentally kidding. Fundamentally kidding. That's what life is all about. The power of the movement. The opportunity we've always been focusing on things that undermine the effectiveness. One should have probably 6 things in mind. What should you have in mind? Number 4, the Shem Zevach. We're offering up a shifting of Rabbi. You should have explicit intent for which type, what type of carbon are you offering? We're also going to see reminiscent of taking the bracha. But the kids are being down. Kids are being down. When they gave that up, at the time you say bracha to Hashem, you should know what the suffix of that bracha is going to be, right? You know, I'm going to drink this for sure. I don't quite get it, right? That's a bracha you're trying to get right now. Oh, okay, no, you can't do that. Right now, you should know from the outset what it is that you are doing. So, sing the night part, even before you share it at the time of Shri. No, show explicitly what the Shema is about. Right? Yes. So, she's not. Is a Harizaba. This ultimately who is the offering for? Spend offering for. Again, the Shishin Father Zanaka. Number 1, the Shin is the thing with that companies. Number 2, the shame is a real. If the person who is being offered for, because remember again, often a coin is doing this. So the coin should have in mind for the owner, the shame Hashem. Like the shame. The shame Hashem. All for the sake of Hashem. Because the power of all these things mean. Next, the shame Ishim. For the sake of fires of the Mizbeach. The shame Real. Ultimately, for the sake of fear and aroma. The shame for the sake of it being easy to Hashem. That is not Hashem, the shame hate. The fact that Hashem also so the other should be offered up for the purpose of the sin, for the purpose of the particular sin.
You can't have an assistant that looks like she says, "Wait, what?"
Sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about. Just repeat it and I love. It's stronger than ever because it
What up, dude? So listen, let's start right now. And I want to say, stop what you're doing, everyone. Click out of this and watch my new album. Well, I did, you know, I dropped the new album. Yeah, I didn't shoot it. So what happened was I did a tour, and I didn't shoot it because I was like, I'll shoot it. And then I just started with new material, and I just did a new album. Right? So I did that pulled out. So I just put it out. John Johnson, right? Before you watch this, make sure you go to TV show on the internet. That's how I saw that. So that stuff you know as well. Thanks for y'all that want to watch more. So come watch it right now. And then watch it. Just switch it.
Well, you make everything. I think Mason's might do an hour of a YouTube, so go check that out. And then you can go check out Brendan's thing. Okay. Before that, we're looking back home. We've been talking about this for years. When I actually, chilling, so I got a new get hers Facebook. Yeah, look at that. Finally, new website, everybody. Oh, wait, let's talk about, I want to talk about this actually a little bit. Go there, look at everything. So, yeah. The tour dates on there. There's going to be more. Okay, I have a website too, okay, and probably, Chicago, I'll be there, Little Rock, Sacramento, I always forget about Sacramento, St. Louis, here we go, go watch the B-side, it's called the B-side, you do the B-side, so here's what, that's an interesting question. Not your best joke, but it's the B-side because I didn't produce it, I just raw, and I didn't edit it together like I usually do, and I was like, I'm going to do it. The performances, and the material is, I think I'm getting better and better, but the material is great. But I just figured out to call it B-side because it's synchro and a lot of people were like, why can't B-side is so good? I'm like, no, it's terrible. No, it's good. It's not. It's tired. The first thing people are going to think about, you see the Tubi Flex, Netflix raised prices again, and then like Tubi tweeted underneath was like, we're still free. I love it. That's how big Tubi is. Tubi's great. I like Tubi because find some shit. Well, yes, however, I feel like Tubi just has fucking literally everything. What Tubi really what Tubi is, my life, it's kind of nice sometimes to see that breaks you to check out and go on your phone and like look at it. But yeah, I agree. You just get a break, but I just don't like it. I can break a lot. That's true. And there's no rhyme or reason. This is it. And the reason why I choose it for you, like, you can freely internet. But the thing I like about it is they go, you want ad free? Buy it. But you're going to be able to see the same shit. But they don't, it's not like it's like a premium, like, you can't see. Oh, right. Impossible 7. Right. That's why you're premium. They're just like, if it's on TV, you can watch it. Yeah, that's, well, yeah, they had everything. That's one of my faves. What is that? Where's your show?
All right, well, say good morning, let us begin. You might thank all of our sponsors for today.
It looks awesome. It's like the same show that we were working on. It's just better. You guys did a great job.
Yeah. Thanks, bud. Yeah, we got some boys. They shot for Boca Trend and fully toured. Yeah, good. It's great. We're good. The host sucks, but thank you.
Why didn't you tell us that you were doing this? Yeah. Why did we all find out on YouTube? Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like it
Lotion on the other. The shop lives somewhere. This whole prohibition of preaching on this draw and is backwards. Only by a form of private device worldwide, because in purchasing stores, the shopkeeper is going to go ahead and pay taxes about the capital that I use. So that shopkeeper makes such. When you purchase from a household, you just stand by and sell all the house, there is no pay taxes and everything. Ultimately, and what they are going to do. You know, modern saying that you're not taught teach you message now, running up the car, the opposite of the price. If a block in your life, make a lot of your block so the answer to the shopping is only by a bias of answer. So this is interesting. So what the other seems to be telling is practices seem to be solved and changed. And the look is that people collect taxes easily from like an individual guy just selling out of your house. You would also collect taxes for the opposite. If you look at it in a right now, and see what the collect taxes in the right how the hustle to the again answer this question. Whether it's which makes sense to the collecting taxes from our office. Like you can't buy from the rest because also it is because they work for a lot of things. Now, the other is something people have a taxes. So what's happening? How are they committed to go ahead? How is the with respect to purchases, if they're going to make actions about taxes, so it's very interesting which the university of which is how Rabbi Abba and how you are Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Abba, how the people to buy the same goes bread. The Balabayas is also very taxes, which the Gemara says, the Balabayas should not the body from a bias who doesn't able to sell it. To look at Rashi says, Sheina Kavua, Rashi says, the Masik Mutsi at Tachayu, the Niki Minayu, the Lord Tagar, the Lab Bias Kavua. So, even though already in terms of Rabbi Abba, everybody is paying taxes. Literally paying taxes. About a bias regularly. So, it's paying taxes. You know what's called just so on a regular basis. But I like to make again, people like that, episodic setup. Recreations and clean up the lot. And stuff like that. You're not established merchant, they would not tax you. But apparently, again, there's a block in the year you're bought. You're buying from one of these people about it. So it turns out at the end of this video, that there's essentially three categories of sellers. There's a classic cover, who is the merchant, the Mishnah tells us again. On any day when there's a young person, you can't purchase from that person. Now, this I can't take that, and this is a little bit different. So, let me again, before we're talking about just engaging in transactions with the person, this is now a more commercial setting. So, Mishnah tells me, I can't do that on the daily on the one, because it is with access to the other. So also he's also trying to pay taxes, therefore he can't utilize them either. Such a person will pay taxes and therefore and that will also need to utilize this. That's the thing on the same thing. So Mishnah, if I was from the color of people, so now a little bit of switches, the following thing that sells. Now we're going to see what I can sell because these are things that are often used in service. So you can't sell the following things, whether you can't just sell them. It's totally okay, we'll define it tomorrow. Sure, colors. I was like 50 colors Literally means skin. Again, signify what that means in that as well. Kind of like I like you stuff. But you know what it says, but he says he's selling a bunch of these things, and that's cannot be fun. So he's mentioned if you ask him what happens if you want to sell a single white piece to the he says, tomorrow you can cut off one of its fingers, one of its or a toe. Well, okay, very good call. It's interesting enough that American by the animal, if the animal is efficient to discuss it, they don't offer it. So apparently we're going to see something with white people. So you're going to sell a white people to ultimately able to outcome, they cut off one of our claws and ultimately sell it. It's interesting that people talk about all this stuff. Ultimately, again, because they do not go ahead and work, they do not go ahead and offer up Tesla a efficient item to their operators. So it's very, very interesting idea. This was a tremendous celebration has to be about it as well. But even though we have a result, if you're going to do it, make sure you do it in a showing fashion. Don't do it custom. So many things go for a little bit. Especially people just kind of like, we don't give it our all. So nothing else is going to be going to do something in life. Make sure that it's a show. You're going to engage in spiritual service, make sure that it's self-experience. Even you also have a desire to understand. Don't offer us something that is incredible. The shop will apply against all other items. Come on, with the solution possible. You'll see exactly what this means. All other items, assessments, just selling stuff to operate ultimately against the limiter. But the new show, if you go ahead and explicit, you're going to have to find truth asset. When you're saying you're going to have the chatzah assumes the law of the tablet. And yours is you also can't sell a decklet tablet. What's a decklet tablet really sounds like a good country. This country, you can sell a good country and a chatzah piece of the roof. So give us a $1,000. Says the Gemara. Not extended. What's the extended? Turning some. This is turning some. Very helpful for us. Rashi says that in around once turning some top Rashi. Min LSU. The Yishu. Was a type of cedar tree. A type of cedar tree. Okay, you know, in the mineral. Where is the fashion culture definition was to operate in this place of here happens to be that sheep unique trees. So now the sheep I like to it's the look success because when I say A10, it's just A's. The Rothschild number 10, English sentence. So let's get back to the class and have a bit of root. And you want to take whatever has a root, ultimately is subject to the version. So whatever question have a root is not so root. The next day, this is something like that. Something like that. Only either separate to laws of Shmita, I have systems which are very, very different. And it's the and again, the Tarnisa symmetry does not have that type of root system. Therefore, again, Tarnisa is the different kind of Tarnisa. That's the I love that's what I just also point out. The wording of it is very beautiful. That's one of those beautiful things we have in Yiddishkeit is Shabbos. Shabbos is what makes Shabbos so special. What is it about Shabbos that's so incredible? So the real power of Shabbos is the day in which you really collective benefits of how you experience grace. A powerful Shabbos is one that follows and heals other powerful shapes of Shlomo Hassan for 6 days, pleasuring away. For 6 days I'm working my job, and in my rhythms, again, I'm learning without Hassan doing everything supposed to be doing. Shabbos is whoever has a place in his life, whoever has a Friday, each no Shabbos, 7 days Shabbos, she will say, there are 3 seats. Shabbos will be very gosh, just working by day. In which case, the lunch from Shabbos physically, that's the big spiritually store. Or Shabbos can be a day when we collective and like go during the 6 days. Whoever ultimately again is purposeful, intentional, living life, this Friday, that person Shabbos will be. That's the mention of the So again, what's it's the ribbon? I'm not Safa, Kiri Darisa. Oh, so it's the ribbon is what see it yourself, rather, what is the ribbon? Ultimately, again, it is the fruit of the seed. This is the Kiri Darisa. The fruit of the Salah, the Wazir, Kiri Darisa. Ultimately, again, the fruit of the seed. Incredible. Therefore, you gotta take the again, something on you was all these items going to be that these were actively used to have all these items. So you could go ahead and sell whatever that was something instead of okay, next. The most sure. On the lab, I like I'm going to say anything Hirasa. Like this. Okay, so once again, it wasn't nothing special per se about these items except that just they were actually used for all these other things. Okay, next. Titles. These are things you can sell. Established as the fruit of symmetry. Right? Next to what can you do? White dates. And then it says tutorials, stems. Almost sounds like the third category. Stems is actually a modification of previous two. What it means is the dates, the fruits of the symmetry, ultimately again, those can't be sold with their stem. So Rashi point here, you saw the statement, first short by love, meaning option. The tutorials, right, the stem that runs on the category of a local and Indians, the Libyan, Shiva, Sayan, the Fisha told them also that we have all this stuff about them, the background of all the past. Very interesting. What would they do with the white pigs and what would they do for the white fruits? And the fruit is in the tree, they would take them. So what they would do is they would go and stay. They would try to discover how to get them. So they would on the eyeball, next to the eyeball, show them the necessary parts of the fruit. Okay, incredible. So you know, it was like, live on one thing, I'm going to discuss on it, so live on one side. It's not just any frankincense, there's any live on one, but pure. Okay, you know, so it's kind of, so now, I can't sell the bone to it, because you're not interested enough, and so I get the answer now. essentially. So I could sell, let's say, a photo to a pretty phone. Once I got you, since I'm selling you a phone, he's going to see the tires. Now that's the experience. If somebody's buying something from you, it's all right. You can buy a small one. You buy the large one, perhaps because you go to resell. So you know, so you come from how much is this should be a large one. There's your reason when you say that. You probably don't listen to three minutes. Right? Three minutes. I believe that you're not ugly enough to not eating about three. What was that? Let's say, let's say I don't know, just a lot of people I sell it. I like your insurance like this is what I sell these items because again, I am doing stuff. Where essentially I have two steps to move. So what we're afraid now, I'm going to sell it bulk to the Apple, which is committed because he's doing the resale, and he's going to resell it to someone else. That's my problem. That's not my problem. That's not my problem. I'll just make the listening over. There was also that Russian over here is so profound as well. Let's see, the listening is talking about listening either, let's see, for both. You know, this is not about becoming someone. So you're selling from the phone of, let's say, to an Apple there. Me selling the phone to the Apple. Selling it to someone else, listening to listening. That's two steps. And remember, this whole thing is going to be with so the whole legislating additional layer of the video post. This is you know, like when you get those things, entertain a possibility to know something new. So we entertain a possibility to entertain ourselves in a different direction. We're just embarking on a new adventure, taking artificial resources. So often, what we end up doing is we try to figure out, we try to cultivate all of the different things that we have. And I want to put this so these people write this people wrong. And have these things some things are happening that we only think things to a point that is us absolutely so we remember those objections are difficult. When we make decisions in life, definitely conflict. But I look for this one. So then I begin to contemplate every single what is, every single what is. First one is so here to the what is. Every single one, what if? One is what is. Inaction has to be a response. Like this is thinking about possibilities and dangers and what ifs, like I was today, and I listened to this thinking for about unfortunately just learned to sustain a test. But life is sustained testing. Hold on, next. I'm not doing all things in Rothschild. We can do that I'm not doing all things Zeta. Accountability. Let's listen to this. What happens? What happens if an apple comes out? As an apple is shot into a color. Listen, I need a white skirt. Trouble, right? Don't sell it because that's what I'm selling. Let's say he shows up and he says, turn it over to me. other words, who else was now what's nice about this case? He's not going ahead and just saying resolution. What's a good by long time ago? In this case, again, we're going to say he's selling a white goose to why? Because he's not asking for a white goose. He's not going to for a white goose. Just right. Look at the road and it's in a hurry. So if you remember what I was I usually said you can sell a white goose. There's yourself here. So I'm telling you what Cooper Roosters decided to do that is committed to self. The way it says, if that's what's the case, easily chemical bubble, trying to go bubble. The happening says, you have a bubble, right? Which makes it weather, you start say he's actively asking for a white rooster. Then I love the right side. Even if I'm selling him a blue rooster, I still should not be able to sell him a white rooster. And a lot of our trying to go in. Rather, it must be what's the case. The case is where he's just shopping for a rooster. Right? Who has a rooster? Who has a rooster? And even in that case, where he's not even mentioning a white rooster, Rabbi the Hockey, Rabbi Huda Bena kind of go in different and small low. So we'll say, what do you see from that? That it went from that even if he's just asking for a non-specific rooster, the only permit you have to sell a white rooster is when you're selling it to him in a group. In a group of roosters, well, kind of come up. And if you look at that kind of go, so it says either according to the kind of come up, you can't sell him a white rooster as part of a rooster. What's the case? What's the case? When I say very interesting, again, Malcolm says, I'll take this rooster and that rooster. Look at that. Malcolm asking is I'm going to set right. The Lord of the Universe, no kind of comment. Let's say Malcolm says, I'll take the black rooster and the red rooster. So what happens? You want all kinds of roosters. Also good to make her dash to shuffle level. Muslim make her and make her level. But I dash to shuffle her. You may arrive. So I say, so even though I say that case here, see identify any times you actively identify white rooster, even if halach provides in the context of who is going to be the only time ultimately again a white rooster is permitted is when color was not identified and it's just in the chevra of roosters. Then ultimately the white one would be permitted. So there's a time on the rest of my side. When is it returned? Is managed to Amar sorry, when is it also? Is managed to Amar trying to go about Amar Zed? So you know, she's going to be so when the Akramanish identifies it. She identifies, I want that rooster. Right now it goes that. But if it says Zed, but again, it goes ahead and identifies a group. Yeah, again, this version is like, even if I'm off the lane shot, so the group is going ahead.
I'm probably not going to make it. Rogue begins taking us to some secret, jiu-jitsu. Now, I want to say something, though. I understand. Like, this is anything.
I love this is right even that I'm not talking about that since I remember thinking myself the first time I was that about it. I'm like that. So I love my race and stuff like this. That frankly, if you just go ahead and you identify your benefits first, that's one thing. But if I love my race and you say kind of like that, not like sorry about I'm like that. So I love my race and you're like if you go ahead and take a lead and you buy your people this first, even if you actually wins it as an identifies that he wants to like to start ultimately identity for Jesus. Look, either can I find it that or he was published as a sure of the hold that is so pretty so so it's an interesting
This is why you really want to weigh up.
If halacha l'meisa, if halacha l'meisa is going to do this, if halacha l'meisa, if he's making a mission, making a party for it, or inside of all this is going to be what's allowed to say. Not just coming that he's making a party fight for his son, or ultimately has some his own, that means using the in searching purposes, not for worship. Therefore, I love the Mesa, that would be I, the nurses, only for us to also know, also other outside your organization before. You just said before, but in general, when an only become this big celebration for so this is back here in the sector, right? Under circumstances like this, I love the Mesa, I love the Mesa, like you've seen that before. That's when I only comes vacation for his son. That's what that would be thanks to his deity. Isn't that the huge issue of Avodah Zarah? To which the Gemara says, and also involves Ishmael. Also involves Ishmael. Also, so again, so the Gemara says you can't sell a white goose with an apple. Why not? Because you're going to use it for Avodah Zarah. Or the body has another somewhat because it's clear that he's purchased for consumption purposes. I was you said before that I was only doing salvation for his son. That's okay. When he's going to go again, so he's about to and when he's stuck out of the shop, it's toxic. It's toxic. So between the party when we said that you're allowed to sell a white goose for black goose to have 5 others all of this called right? It's a wedding so you can sell a white goose, right? Because the pashtos, a person would go out like ants. There's definitely do things for the on a day where they're making a sleep of this. So what's the party talking about? The Mr. Shambaris, it's no question. Really high shooting with those. I think that's so. If I can a little bit, it's the next life cycle of the year. Will be again just a group of guys getting together. What happens when we get together? Again, there's no definitely Avodah Zarah. That is going to sell. If you just sell this to an afterwards, you should also, if you this this is just something I've always thought of. I immerse myself in creation. What is that mean exactly? What is what's creation? It's a willingness that might become a so you usually come up on this much. So if you do like this, maybe Stanley says, I'm buying white meat. I'm buying white meat, right? And he doesn't say what it's for, just I'm buying white meat. And English means it says I'm buying it.
What up, Big Dog? Big Dog.
Where are you going?
Generally, you can't. I stop with $4. You're asking why you can't invest $4. I mean, maybe you can't. Usually, you need to create an account, and they've got like fee stuff. They just buy cryptocurrency and get a wallet. A popular one is Rabbi wallet. Another one is MetaMask. Another one is
white wheat, and that's going to be problematic.
Uniswap.
Excluding the using it for animal desire. Where I said, the cow, the kind of rolled off. Someone, this is the case by wheat. Now, that rooster is going to be
I don't want your money, big dog.
Case, and we can move from here. So whenever an aquan asks by a rooster, it goes
What'd you say? You don't. You don't. Everything's a risk.
What's the name? Comes to your house. It says, I'd like to buy one. I said, what's the shot? It's obviously you can't go ahead and sell that. What's the shot?
There isn't a guarantee, man.
The Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why it's necessary. So I come, high power, love, hold us up, come to power. It wasn't listening to this happening. I would not like this. Even when the African drug community says he's looking to buy white meat for a whole Zara, he's not really buying it for a whole Zara. It's not really about I said, why does he say about that? Maybe the other couple does not have it. Listen, the guy isn't a holy Zara. Right? He is. He works at holy Zara. The Sabar, he actually got a lot of other play. Fully all the money has the. So what's this? Listen to this. So sometimes, right, the Ovid Abba Zara comes over to me, right? And he says, listen, he's a big Ovid Abba Zara. And he assumes that since he worships Abba Zara, therefore what? Everyone worships Abba Zara. Right? That's what he's assuming. Therefore, he comes over to me, which I just is fascinating, right? How, like, we often assume that the way we think of it, what we do is what other people do. So this guy comes over to me, like, assumes I'm an over that myself, and therefore he hates the lace fully. So this is great. So he says, I'd like to buy some white wheat for Abba Zara. He doesn't need it, right? And what's he trying to do? What's happening over here? He's looking for a deal, right? He's looking for this. He's like, come on. One only that one sorry for that, right? Let's by the way, what else? Somebody coming over to the picture over that one desire. Like, what must I be doing wrong in my life? If someone thinks that I'm also an over that one desire. See, he doesn't need it. He's just trying to get it over here, right? And therefore again, for a local place, I would have thought that he's not really using it for a desire. He's name. So I might have thought that he's just doing any kind of dropping or just to get a discount. Kamash Mona, I would say, yeah, Kamash Mona. Kamash could mean maybe he's not, maybe he's not. I don't know what he's doing. But I love myself. If he said about Zara, he can't get involved in such a transaction. That's the bottom line. Okay, so by Ravashi is a cash, right? Trying to go love and cut off the meat. So this is very interesting. What happens if the Akim is in a base and he's asking to have amputated rooster? In other words, who has a rooster missing a finger claw digit, right? Who has a rooster missing something? So now alone, trying to go love and shop. So what says, so let's have an amputated rooster, but what I do have is a perfectly whole and healthy white rooster, right? And I allowed to send him the white rooster. Now what's the shadow? Me and Mr. Kamar Kapsu Allah is becoming Kabai. So I'm wondering if that is for an amputated rooster, with clearly indicated that this is not for a home desire. Right? Because for a home desire, they don't use this kind of rooster. So maybe I can sell the white rooster as well. Oh, it's not, it's really from a artist. Maybe this is a right, he's playing a trick, this is a ruse. Right, like he's a smart guy. He knows that the Jews are not going to sell him white roosters. So what does he do? He pretends like he doesn't care what kind of rooster it is, knowing full well that the vendors probably incredible. So the Gemara says different. So I'm not hiding if you want to say that the whole thing is a ruse, he's trying to get a white rooster. Trying to go love him the knee, the yard shaka b'shako, v'yavu le'ado b'shako, ma'ulim karlo lava. So let's say where the akum comes along, and the akum says, oh, look, he's a rooster. And what happens? I say, I don't have a white rooster, but I'll sell you a black rooster. And he buys it. Or a red rooster. And he buys it. And I then sell him a white rooster. Why? So the Gemara says, so on one hand, since he bought the white rooster and the black rooster, then obviously he's not using his roosters for idolatry service, and therefore selling him the white one is not a problem. Or maybe not, maybe the whole thing is a ruse. In other words, the akum is a smart guy, so he knows he needs to get the white rooster. He's not going to get the white rooster straight out, so maybe he's just pretending like he doesn't care. Ultimately, in order to get the white rooster, to which the Gemara says, take him. Okay, so what leaves us is an open-ended question. Back here. Omer he's back out. The Gemara said, even when he calls back out, what is this? The Gemara says, I'm a little bit Miri, this is incredible. Miri, the Avodah still having the Avon Avinu, Dalit may appear to have it. So the Avon Avinu also had Mesachas Avodah Zarah. Those Mesachas Avodah Zarah, also again, Avon Avinu also had to navigate the Avodah Zarah levels at this time. Whereas this, Avon Avinu's Mesachas Avodah Zarah was 400 krokim. 400 krokim. Whereas our Mesachas Avodah Zarah is only 5 chapters, and yet we struggle. So it's obviously interesting enough that our Mesachas Avodah Zarah was 400, was 4 chapters, indicates that first of all, this was halacha l'maisa, right? Halacha l'maisa. He had to know how to navigate the theological complexities of the spiritual landscape of his time. So 400 talking, and ours is only 5. So once I say interesting enough, I just point out how beautiful is this. And the verse says, we have the Mesachas Avodah Zarah. The most beautiful thing is also, when you open up, like here, right? Avodah Zarah Daf Yudal. Just to understand that our fathers, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, everyone saw the same page with the same words. Something so continuity, and this links to the entire historical continuity and the future continuity of Klal Yisrael. My children look at the same black Gemara, and my grandchildren see the same black Gemara, and my great-grandchildren will see the same black Gemara. It's incredible and serious. There are so many things in life that will change. Mesachas Avodah Zarah, Daf Yudal, it was the same for generations before me, and it will be the same for generations after me. So often in life, there are so many things that we put our efforts into, or we spend our time with, and they may end or they may not. One thing is clear: when I put in investment in Torah, that will last but it has lasted up until this day, and it will absolutely last until the end of it, right? How incredible is it to think you pick up you open up what is I have no real Avodah Zarah. This Avodah Zarah, I don't know how many halakim that is our skin, right? 400 chapters. For a chapter is like a shelf, right? Right? But what I saw was like, how just incredible is it to think about that? I'm not being held. His Mesachas Avodah Zarah, and you and I, as we go through everything, we're all Mesachas Avodah Zarah. Continuity of Torah, rooted in something that it's so many things that in our life we spend our time fleeting. In reality, unimportant. Incredible. So the Gemara says, well, my passion, what you should be telling of the mayor over up, deck out, I remember the Mishnah said, the Gemara says, so deck out tofu below hot deck out, Mishnah said, you can't sell a good to an apple, but you can sell that. Like, just realize what does it even mean? But what we learned was that in general, you can't sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. And I will get to this in just a couple of days, that you're not allowed to sell an apple land. can't sell them letters. Right now, again, we're going to discuss this. Clearly, it's Eretz Yisrael. As well, we'll talk about this. But again, so how am I able to sell them a palm tree oil, right? Because at the end of the day, a palm tree is attached to the earth. So I'm going to say palm tree oil. Good palm tree, bad palm tree. So the Gemara says, Amalei, my dekel tov. So what is dekel tov? Teros dekel tov. It ultimately even refers to the fruits of a palm tree. Okay, so now we're going to go through the rest of this. So you can't sell it again. These were all items that were used for other bizarre purposes. Chatzah, what's a chatzah? Kashbah. Okay, a chatzah is a kashbah. Rashi says over here, mint mara, it's a type of date. Niklas, that's a niklas. That's what in Americana by no say, right. Right, okay, Rashi says over here, so again, so Rabbi said we learn Niklas. We don't know what Niklas is. It's a type of fruit. So Amalei is also so again. It's not like Karaiti helps us all that much more than what Niklas is. Okay, so what's Karaiti? What's Karaiti? It's Niklas. What do they both mean? I have no idea. Right, but the question is how exactly do these alternative definitions help me? To which the Gemara says, Amalei Ahani, the he has this an Amr Niklas Yadi, Amr Karaiti, the Yadi the Kamar. Ultimately, what's happening? Why it does help? It helps at the end of the day because if you go to Eretz Yisrael and you say Niklas, you might not know what it is, but I'll tell you Karaiti, and ultimately, I'm going to be able to point out to you what it is. So apparently, again, Niklas was the more uncommon name. Kori was the more common name. So although for us, it might not be itself when you go to Eretz Yisrael and you say Karaiti, they'll be pointing you in the direction of what it is that they are discussing. Those are tremendous stuff. What's else? Yes, also 650 this morning. Last meeting, Catherine Shiva home. That is 650 and 3112 Hatton Road. Every club make me a bunch of fish. Should be safe. I'm sorry that I'm frozen. I think you're still here because you're all still here. And this one needs to bring a voice. Right? So I'm sorry that somehow I froze and the texture is not that long on site. Just have a great day, everyone.
Six. We're lucky if it's six. Oh, fellers. In Texas, it's 4. Yeah, well, it's still high. But that's high for us. Like, people are mad about it. Usually, but that's how it is everywhere in the country. Yeah, that's always been like that. If it was like $3 here, we were like, God damn, $3. You forget. But anyway, he got a new car, so congratulations. Dude, you say that, say congratulations. It should be no congratulations. So you make this payment, right? That's what a car, congratulations. Now it's like there's just so many fucking cars. It's not a big issue for a few things. Remember when limos were a big deal? I don't know if you're right here. That's all it's wild that limos. Used to be like the thing like yeah. If you're not at a level, it is weird. Now it's a super fast. So I'm still beautiful. Toyota, so I gotta be right. I think it's a weird shit. They took over the ocean, spread our veins. There's kids on Tiger's Club wanting more than that to spread our veins. So we can't just go in there. It's like full couch TV, AC, like they're dope. It's like there's a little more. You see the driver being kind of like trying to play gas. So you come here often, and you're like, he's never going to do the sound of it. That's like, hold on, Plymouth. It's going on for too long. It's your fucking electronic window, dude. It's too red limos, but what do they do at home? You still see him in Vegas. Not much. It's all shit. I had one 2 years ago. Yeah, but it was on this line. Like my dad's on right. And I saw he was looking at it, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. Like, did that generate that? If you're 30 maybe. But no, 15 years ago, I think that was a big no. The only time you take one would be high school, right? Yeah, you should to put him at face it. It's like this. He certainly knows what a limo is. I got a haircut in Cincinnati. That's something that famous people, when people get famous, they do. Like, invited into the club, like, whatever the reason is, and very well maybe the reason is, I never understand. Like, I never, I know the sports, but I mean, what I'm saying is, like, once Tiffany Haddish made it, then she started hanging out with whoever, fucking, I don't, that is something that famous people, when they get famous, they do. It's like they're invited in the club, is what it is. And there's, because they relate to each other. It's out to each other. They don't think from each other to relate to each other. Okay, now, your life can be hard. You're not going to ask for pictures. I understand, but you still ask for pictures. Listen, when you're famous for 20 years, I understand what you're saying. But when you're just making it, it's not. No, but I think that everybody is envious of another person. Like, a lot of times, like a rock star. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I got it. But it's just, I think that's just all it's saying. Like he's in this arena or advanced, arena. Right. So Matt likes to do that because he's in the sport.
And then when you throw up the first pitch, and it just, I also realized too is when you're young like that, he's in their age bracket. They know who he is. They know, like, they're on Instagram. So they're like, oh, let's go hang out with this dude. And it was like what I'm saying, and then, oh, I gotta show you a picture of this cake. They brought this cake out. It's I sent it to her. You're doing what you're doing. It's shaped like a shoe. So I didn't go there. This is why it's shaped like a shoe. And they make him a cake. And this is what we're talking about. Just like, okay, so like if my first instinct, like famous baseball player, baseball player as famous as me, right? Like a baseball player as famous as me. If he was like, guys, we're going to come out, I would be like, oh, that's going to be, that's like, you're being anxious. Oh, this guy. That's funny, that's good. You would not be going to a baseball practice. Okay. Yeah, that makes that. Yeah. But if you did, you knew a guy. This is how we're built with you. One of the players plays, and he looks like he goes, oh, I had that same bullshit story from the guy I said, you guys have, oh yeah, what he's like, what do you do? And the guy would be like, oh, you have to hit it off with the guy. It's like he's such a special player, Chris, if I showed you some highlights, he's like, you're like, what's your name? And the guy's like, all right, then he brings like 5 to 7 players. I'll tell you, that's how it happened. Afterwards, like, I'll tell you what's going to happen. Calvin gets into baseball. Well, that's very Calvin gets into baseball. And then you're going to be like, what? Yeah, I'm going to just the club or both. That's another way I said it. That's true. They were so decadent. And then let's just chocolate and OCD. I think the guy that works at this restaurant, he had another one. I'll take a picture of that. Why didn't you take a picture of that? Because I was like, here, how many people are there? Like 20. He just did it. It wasn't expected. It wasn't expected. Maybe he was wearing that. He's from the area. Cincinnati fan, and this is next to his dad, they were great. So when they brought this down, I was Joe Burrow would be like, he's always from Cincinnati. Generations so that's funny how they forget I take why he did it because two of the top 5 receivers in the league right now on that college team. That was the greatest college team ever. That was a Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. That team was
There's Tubi. And then she goes, I'm 22. She's 27, you know, and then he goes, yeah, I'm 16. Yeah, look,
So they don't even tell you that. If you don't know what's up, you know, people know. But I tell you that, like I said, they tell you that, they make you connection and create a